Sure felt that the 8-armed soul race's sect master wasn't enough to kill him, feeling that he should recruit more people and gang up on the silver blood devil tree ancient ancestor, and only then would he be killed, eliminating a great danger. Soul race's sect master immediately stood out. Even though he knew that Sure wouldn't treat them unfairly, right now he still had to display a type of stance. Immediately after, another individual ascended to the stage, figure indistinct, rushing at the silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor as expected. Immortal Ancient was cursed, and this curse carried an enormous amount of danger. Normally, this level of creature was already extremely few, and even if there was, they couldn't leave the tribe, most of them already muddle-headed and in a deep slumber. However, today was special. The great sects were all paying close attention to whether or not Sure could successfully cross tribulation, so sect master level figures personally came here. Now, they were going to take action. Dao friends, what are you all doing? Could it be that you are going to let an outsider incite disharmony among us? That lightning tribulation liquid is definitely ours. So why do we need to ruin our relationship? The silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor said. The two of our races have grudges to begin with, so it'll be properly dealt with here. Soul Clan's ancient ancestor said. Everyone, this isn't the only time I will face tribulation. In the future, there will still be the most powerful lightning tribulation. I promise that I will treat all of your clansmen, Sure declared. Hong. Immediately afterwards, sect masters took action. Indistinct figures seemingly berserk as they threw themselves forward murderously. All of you, silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor was furious, but the circumstances were already beyond his control. He couldn't stay here, turning around to leave. The battle of sect masters was definitely terrifying. 3 figures shattered the heavens, disappearing from this place. Everyone trembled inwardly. Hong. Heavenly tribulation descended. Lightning radiance poured down endlessly. The 10th heaven's lightning tribulation was much more terrifying than the 9th heaven. But Sure didn't provoke the true dragon, heavenly phoenix and others in the lightning tribulation, let alone touch that immortal stage. This was a layer of heavenly tribulation that wouldn't descend if not provoked. Just now, he provoked a few comparatively weaker lightning creatures, sending down tens of thousands of streaks of electrical light. This was a disaster. The entire mountain range flickered with lightning radiance, rubble flying everywhere, those enormous ancient trees all pulling out their roots and fleeing towards the distance. Sure resisted the lightning. At the same time, the space between his brows shone, his divine senses completely unfolding. He locked onto 2 heavenly deities, both of them transformed from enormous silver trees. Right now, the 2 were fleeing, rushing towards the distance. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Shure's lips, chasing over with extreme speed. He didn't want to completely eradicate them, not wishing to slaughter the innocent, but the silver blood devil tree race targeted him again and again, so he had to at least do something. He didn't wish to kill the old and young, only eliminating the clan's main fighting strength. These 2 heavenly deities were undoubtedly his targets. Sure quickly rushed over, bringing the lightning tribulation with him, chasing up to them soon after. This ended without any suspense. Hong. Sure in the lightning radiance didn't even have to make a move, and this heavenly deity was already blasted until its body fractured, and then its body and soul were wiped out. Chi, the everlasting immortal sword, pointed out, chasing after a heavenly deity that ran in another direction. Sword radiance shocked the world. This person turned around, turned into a sky-reaching ancient tree, about to seal the sword core and bring it away. Pong! Inside the sword core, lightning radiance erupted. This was the powerful lightning Dao Sure infused into the sword, and at this moment, it burst, immediately linking up the sea of lightning in the sky. Not good! This heavenly deity cried out loudly, quickly fleeing into the distance. However, it was still too late. Sure already eliminated the other person, now chasing over in this direction. With a raise of his hand, an enormous lightning Dao light sword formed, viciously hacking over. Hong! The mountain range was hacked through, turning into flying ashes. This person vomited blood from his mouth, still wishing to escape. However, Hao's real body arrived, meaning that the lightning tribulation did as well. Pooh! Hao blasted it flying with a single fist, forcing it to cough out large amounts of blood. Its flesh ruptured in the sea of lightning, ultimately turning into a charred corpse, thus losing its life. This region was in chaos. When Hao returned, the silver blood devil tree race were already all fleeing. He didn't wish to massacre this place, only bringing the lightning and bombarding this place, turning all of the mountain peaks into ashes. The ancient land of a race thus completely disappeared. Everyone was stupefied. This was but the silver blood devil tree race, known as a matchless holy land, yet it was destroyed just like that. Hao was extremely calm. He produced a jade cauldron, and then began to collect lightning tribulation liquid. It was because he didn't want to waste any more time and end things. Soon after, the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor and another sect master returned. On their bodies some blood. Did they settle things? This was what everyone was wondering. One had to understand that these two were chasing after the silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor. This was a great matter that shook up all of Immortal Ancient. What were the results like? He is quite cunning, fleeing too fast. However, he suffered serious injuries, his chances of surviving not high, at the very least unable to fight for a year or two. The 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor spoke, feeling a bit regretful. However, after carefully thinking about it, it was enough. After all, this was a sect master who was incomparably powerful. How could he be easily killed? If not for the curse in his body, the silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor definitely wouldn't die, able to live through it. However, Immortal Ancient was different. Once one received heavy injuries, their bodies would be corroded by the curse, easily falling. The blood on the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor and that sect master's bodies were all from that silver blood devil tree, not their own. Thus, the lightning radiance around Hao disappeared, the entire 10th heaven completely disappearing. In that instant, great banners fluttered about, formations sealed the heavens, surrounding him. This was a great formation the 8-armed soul race and a few other clans worked together to set up, something they discussed with Hao beforehand to protect him out of fear of outsiders stirring up trouble. At this time, 2 sect masters walked forward, both of them carrying looks of joy, their minds stirring greatly. Not every sect had sect master level figures, and those that could fight were even fewer. Now that there were 2 people standing guard here, it could definitely be called a top-level fighting force. Little friend has heaven-warping heroicness after all. Even able to make it through divine king tribulation, shocking past and present. 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor said with a sigh of praise. A true talent, a giant among men. Is little Dao friend married? I have a descendant who is incredibly beautiful, known as a world-shocking divine beauty. The other sect master was extremely direct, laughing loudly as he spoke. Their admiration was sincere, and at the same time, they really did wish to rope in this youngster, because their clansmen numbers were enormous. If they wanted to rescue all of them, how could 1 or 2 instances of lightning tribulation be enough? The 2 of them both wished to establish good relationships with Hao, because only then could they change the fate of their clan. Seniors do not need to be polite. Please dissolve your curses. Hao produced a jade cup, the cup extremely small, less than an inch in size. They both had a cup of lightning tribulation liquid handed into each other's hands. This senior is? He recognized Soul Race's ancient ancestor, but he didn't know who the other was. He is Beauty Clan's old clan leader. Soul Race's ancient ancestor said with a smile, accepting the jade cup, downing the 5-colored liquid with a single gulp. He immediately sat down to operate a mysterious art. Beauty Clan's expert didn't move, staying here to offer protection as to avoid outsiders attacking secretly. The 8-armed Soul Race's ancient ancestor had previously become muddle-headed, rescued by the bit of lightning tribulation liquid he offered up. Now, the 5-colored lightning tribulation liquid was clearly better than the last time, the medicinal effects even greater. That was why, even though it was just a small cup, it displayed tremendous use. In that instant, His body released waves of black haze that turned into dark light, burning here. Oh! A great roar sounded. The 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor opened his eyes, then rose up into the air, stirred up and excited. He couldn't help but release a great roar, shaking up the world until groups of mountains collapsed. The curse that had trapped him for so many years was now completely cleansed. Old friend, help protect me. I ought to do the same. Beauty Clan's sect master's voice was trembling a bit. When he saw someone he knew succeed, great waves stirred within his mind as well. A moment later, another great roar sounded, a second sect master neutralizing his curse. Shwa! At that moment, all of the great banners and formation stages were put away. This place became calm. These two great sect masters didn't need these things at all. They neutralized their curse, becoming far stronger than in the past. When taking action, they didn't have to feel any misgivings anymore. Fellow Dao friends, please step forward, Shihao said. He rushed towards the great sects that had previously always protected him, smiling towards those great sects he had relations with, preparing to gift out the lightning tribulation liquid. The 8-armed soul race, beauty race, and others all swarmed over, those people so excited they were shaking, incomparably hopeful. The two great sect masters stopped the chaotic masses, pointing towards the heavenly deities inside to have them walk up. These were the top-level fighting strength, so they should have their curse neutralized first. Soon after, this place overflowed with divine light. A few more heavenly deities immediately appeared, neutralizing their curses. Blood energy surged, shaking up this ancient place. This was a major event. No matter how many years passed, no one would forget that this youngster distributed lightning tribulation liquid, helping the natives neutralize their curses, making many people shed tears of joy. They didn't know how many years they had been waiting for this already, always wishing for the day they could return to normal, no longer bound by a mysterious power and become like those of the outside world. That day was recorded in the annals of history, leaving a heavy mark in this great era. Even though this great era had reached its end, it was still an extremely brilliant event. Everyone, we cannot feel optimistic about the situation yet. Immortal ancient remains have displayed cracks. Powerful experts of the outside world might enter. We have to think of ways to have the most powerful people neutralize their curse power first. Soul Race's ancient ancestor spoke. They had to start from those with the greatest strength as to cope with unforeseen developments. After obtaining their clan's agreement, quite a few heavenly deities immediately appeared, all of them sitting in the void, clouds and mists surging. Soon after, their curse power was neutralized. The natives from many great clans who came here received benefits. That is, those who were friendly to Shihao, none of them with the problem of their clan's heavenly deities secretly stirring up trouble. Of course, there were a few clans whose eyes were red, but they could only stare helplessly. These races had previously all either attacked Shihao or had disagreements with him, so they were naturally excluded. Soon after, this place erupted with activity. Shihao was crowded at the center, surrounded by a group of heavenly deities. Right now, that youth looked extremely great and divine. He helped a few people with their curses, naturally obtaining their sincere gratitude and support. Not good. Quite a few people who bore hostility felt fear. It was because more and more people gathered in Shihao's surroundings, heavenly deities standing in great numbers. How could they not be scared? In the end, there were even another 2 muddle-headed sect masters who were saved. For great sect masters stood together there, making others truly shocked, sighing with astonishment. Little friend, our Centaur clan and ancient fiend sect were always actively taking action to protect little friend. We must ask for help in neutralizing the curse power. The 2 clans couldn't sit still any longer. They hurriedly walked up, because they seemed to have been forgotten. I have previously said that Centaur clans Mayu and ancient fiend races Emoluo had tried to kill me, so it is impossible for me to give out lightning tribulation liquid unless they die. Shihao calmly said. You want to tyrannically abuse Immortal Ancient? Do you think everyone will obey your orders? Mayu transmitted sound. Just an outsider. By what qualifications do you have to act so unbridled? Lightning tribulation liquid is something everyone in Immortal Ancient needs. Doing things this way is forcing us. Mo Luo also transmitted sound. This time, Shurhao didn't have to speak, nor did the four sect masters say anything. A few heavenly deities directly took action, rushing forward murderously. Those two individuals' expressions changed, immediately fleeing for their lives. In the distance, the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces were all stupefied. Huang gathered such a great amount of power just like that? Regardless of whether it was Yun Shi Yuchan or the others acquainted with Shurhao, they were all shocked. This kind of force, if brought out from Immortal Ancient, would definitely stir up a great storm. It was because this power was still growing. As for facing tribulation, the reason why Shurhao obtained comparatively more lightning tribulation liquid was because the effects of the lightning tribulation liquid far exceeded that of the past, helping many people neutralize their curses. At this moment, he directly gifted a bit of the lightning tribulation liquid to the 8-armed soul race, beauty race's true deities and others. Little friend, do not be like this, it's too much of a waste. Soul race's heavenly deity urged, hoping to save a few more heavenly deities and make their strength greater. It was because if there was conflict with those of the outside world, they would be able to protect their clansmen. Soul Clan, Beauty Clan and the others had previously protected me sincerely. This precious liquid has to be distributed, Shurhao said. This was something he had to do. Those close to him were special. The clans that had previously made a great effort to protect him all obtained special care. When he did this, there would be even more people who came, hoping for the next time he gifted out lightning tribulation liquid. Sure enough, this triggered a commotion. More and more people rushed over, experts filling this place like clouds. There were heavenly deities everywhere, surrounding him within. This kind of alliance, this enormous strength, it will definitely stir up a terrifying storm in the 3,000 provinces. Someone sighed with amazement. This instance of lightning tribulation affected too much. Immortal Ancient's natives were all shocked because of this. As the years went by, who would be willing to step onto a path of muddle-headedness? Who dared to breathe under the shadows of death? No one wanted to have a curse tangling around them, all of them wishing for freedom and light. Now that there was this type of opportunity laid out before them, all clans naturally flocked over. Shurhao became the center of attention, surrounded by everyone. All eyes concentrated on him. Of course, it wasn't every clan that sincerely wished him well, with some just putting on an appearance for the sake of acquiring lightning tribulation liquid. It was because the various clans were all scheming inwardly. If Immortal Ancient remains split open, linking up with the outside world, once the great sects outside rushed in, there will definitely be great problems. They already realized that Shurhao's relationship with some of the inheritances of the outside world wasn't good, not ending until one side died. That was why a few sects' heavenly deities acted amicably on the surface, but it was unknown how they would really act at the crucial moment. Of course, there were a few great clans who truly bound themselves to the same war chariot as Shurhao. It was because they still wanted to save their clansmen, wishing well for Shurhao's future, believing that as long as he continued living, anything was possible. This was a type of gamble. If the sect masters outside slaughtered their way inside, a great clash might break out. However, if they could protect Shurhao, they would obtain generous reciprocation that would definitely be astonishing. Forget about even more powerful lightning tribulation liquid. Shurhao alone was worth the clan's protection. 3 strands of immortal energy surrounded his body. If he became a sect master level figure, who would be his opponent? Shurhao naturally knew that there were some who were seeking personal gain. Even though there were large amounts of experts around him, quite a few of them heavenly deities, there weren't that many true comrades. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Whoever brings back Ma Yu and Mo Luo's head, I can give the rest of the lightning tribulation liquid to their clans. Even though he had already given out quite a bit of lightning tribulation liquid, he still had a portion on him. Apart from the bit he gave the 8-armed soul race and beauty race, the remainder was given to those who truly exerted themselves. If they wanted lightning tribulation liquid, they had to prove their sincerity. There were some who already went out to chase after those 2 heavenly deities before, but most of them returned, more of a performance than actually investing any strength. Sure Hao remembered those who truly chased after them. Right now, he threw out this bait. A few people hesitated, but some didn't hesitate, once again chasing out. Centaur clan and Ancient Fiend clan's expressions changed, finding it difficult to calm down. Conflicted expressions appeared on their faces. Those were their heavenly deities. They didn't wish to see the two of them die. At the same time, there were some who inwardly cursed those two. If not for Ma Yu and Mo Luo's greed, intercepting Sure Hao to seize his immortal seed, how could it have ended like this? That day, Immortal Ancient erupted with disturbances. Sure Hao left for Soul Island. Right now, he completely stood together with the 8-armed soul race. Dao brothers, are you all really going to resign yourselves to this? It is just an outsider who criticizes our immortal ancient natives, relying on his lightning tribulation liquid to threaten the different clans and give out orders. How can we listen to him? That day, there were people who visited different sects, contacting them to join together in dealing with Sure Hao. It was clear that these were all those who bore hostility against Sure Hao. Powerful conflict had previously broken out between them. For example, the descendants of the 7 heavenly deities Sure Hao had previously killed. There were other experts similar to the Silver Blood Devil tree race. How could these people obtain lightning tribulation liquid from Sure Hao? That was why they did everything they could to incite disharmony and sow enmity against Huang. During this time, Ma Yu and Mo Luo even more so secretly visited a few ancient lands, hoping to wake up some slumbering sect masters and have them move out. Huang still has lightning tribulation liquid on him that can save your distinguished self. Having him in your hands is the same as grasping everything, making the clan flourish again. They were extremely directly, telling them that the curse can be neutralized, now no longer an issue. However, Huang walks too closely with Beauty Race and the 8-armed Soul Race. Based on their arrangements, there is no way to make them leave, only by forcefully seizing and capturing Huang. The places Ma Yu and Mo Luo sought out were all ancient lands that carried grudges with the 8-armed Soul Race and Beauty Race, all for the sake of stirring up conflict and hoping that they could restrain the 2 sect masters. They offered the temptation that they could kill Huang and directly acquire the lightning tribulation liquid, not having to die rigidly like a tree. It was because they had a substitute, for example Ning Chuan, who they were proactively contacting. A storm was brewing in Immortal Ancient, all sides unable to remain calm, all because of the lightning tribulation liquid. This led to the awakening of a few sect masters from their slumber. There were too many natives, clans towering in large numbers. However, sect masters weren't that many. If not dead, they went made or muddle-headed. Only a few could still appear. This was a violent commotion. Sure Hao naturally heard the news, his eyes becoming ice-cold. Those 2 had to die, actually daring to add fuel to the flame. That day, the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor personally moved. Those 2 were nothing more than heavenly deities, not placed in his eyes at all. No one expected them to actually dare stir up conflict, angering the elder. A great murderous intent surged, spreading through Immortal Ancient. There were some who saw sect masters clash, fighting above barren lands, fighting until the heavens collapsed and earth split. There was actually someone who could resist the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor, exceeding everyone's expectations. However, after the curse was eliminated, the soul race's number 1 expert strength became even more terrifying, able to take action without any restraint, winning over his opponent. Then a sect master bled. After his spiritual body was killed, this matter immediately triggered a huge commotion. That person disguised his spiritual body as the true body to tangle around the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor. His true body unexpectedly already secretly charging murderously towards Soul Island, truly about to attack and cut off Sure Hao, seize his lightning tribulation liquid. Only he miscalculated. Beauty Clan's sect master was overseeing this place, and the 2 sect masters rumored to have long left also appeared, still staying here as guests. Everyone knew that Sure Hao saved a total of 4 sect masters. In the end, there were 3 here. Hong. An intense battle broke out. This person's blood dyed the heavens. After losing an arm, he broke out with heavy injuries. The eight-armed soul race's ancient ancestor, after killing that person's spiritual body, found traces of Ma Yu and Mo Luo. He displayed power even from endless distance away, blasting their bodies until they split apart, almost exploding. However, he still didn't act and deal the killing blow in the end, instead handling the task to the heavenly deities who had been chasing after them all this time. Those individuals felt grateful. With those two heads, they could exchange them for lightning tribulation liquid. No, you all cannot be like this. We are heavenly deities, all immortal ancient natives. How could you do this? The two of them were horrified, couldn't help but cry out like this. However, those heavenly deities' expressions were all cold, long aware that these two had previously forfeited a great opportunity out of greed. They looked down on these two, suppressing and killing them without mercy. When the two heads were brought to Soul Island and displayed before Hao, he gave out the lightning tribulation liquid as promised. This matter's effects were great, the reactions of various clans different, all of their minds jumping. This was especially the case for the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces, all of them breaking out in cold sweat. Those were heavenly deities. Yet Hao didn't even have to take action himself. The heads brought before him just like that. Everyone trembled in fear. Right now, who dared offend Huang? If they truly made him discontent, just the slightest suggestion from him might have people fighting for his sake. That day, Gu Jianyun withdrew from Immortal Ancient, leaving quickly and decisively from this place. An ancient king, a powerful individual who had previously crossed lightning tribulation, ran just like that, not even leaving behind a single word. This made even more people's hearts tremble, feeling stupefied. Seal up the entrance. Don't let that little six kid leave, Hao said. When these words sounded, it triggered a huge uproar. Everyone knew that Huang was going to take action against Six Crown King Ning Chuan, already showing this type of intention. He was about to act decisively. Sure enough, there were heavenly deities who immediately walked out to search for Ning Chuan's whereabouts. Everyone knew that if they wanted to obtain lightning tribulation liquid from Hao, they had to display their sincerity. Even if they didn't kill Ning Chuan, they could still find his whereabouts and tell it to Huang. Of course, there were some who had long tied themselves to Hao's side, wishing to directly kill Ning Chuan, searching everywhere for him. Huang. Deep into the night, someone attacked Soul Island, almost breaking into Hao's place of seclusion. Fortunately, there were sect masters overseeing the place, stopping their attack. Hao frowned. The situation was a bit complex and dangerous. Even though in the eyes of the 3,000 provinces cultivators, he currently wielded tremendous power, a 20-year-old youngster already enough to order heavenly deities of all sides. He himself knew that he was currently propped up on a stove and roasted, things not all that optimistic. Once Immortal Ancient opened and the sect masters of the outside world slaughtered their way inside, he would most likely be in danger. Aside from this, there were other sect masters in this ancient land, for example, the one that had just attacked secretly, targeting the lightning tribulation liquid he had on him. It was because they bore enmity against the Soul Clan, so they had no choice but to forcefully seize him. If they continued like this, a slight carelessness might result in danger to his life. There was good news as well. The next day, a sect master paid a visit, already at the brink of muddle-headedness, asking Hao for help. There were now 5 sect masters that stood at his side. There are 2 or 3 sect masters that cannot be converted into friends, related to the heavenly deities you killed, close friends with the silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor. Beauty race's number 1 expert said. Hao frowned and said, I do not want to remain in Soul Island. Are there any places that can stop the steps of sect master level figures? There are a few places, but it's too dangerous, Soul Race's ancient ancestor said. However, when Hao heard him describe those places in detail, he was immediately moved. He wanted to search for opportunities to begin with and seize natural luck. It was now the perfect time to go on his way. Why did he enter Immortal Ancient? To temper himself and transform, search for all types of great treasures. He received news about a few secret places from the sect masters' mouths. Those areas were quite strange, the space not stable. It would be dangerous for cultivators at any cultivation realm. There is a heavenly deity tree? I have to go, Xianxia said. When he received news that there was a heavenly deity tree in one of the places, and that another place had the cave of an immortal, he was immediately moved. He had to pay them a visit no matter what. He had a feeling that he was going to leave Immortal Ancient soon. Before leaving, he had to carry out a final sweep of this place, seizing all possible natural luck. Sai only saw a single stalk of immortal medicine, that white tortoise carrying immortal. If I captured it, that would have been good. This was Xiao's desire. He really wanted a stalk of long-life medicine, bringing it out from Immortal Ancient. Let me tell you a secret. This world has 4 heavenly deity trees. Their attributes different. If they combine and produce the mother tree, they will become a true long-life medicine, Beauty Race's sect master said. What, there is this type of saying? Xianxia was stupefied. Correct, it is divided into earth, fire, wind, and water. It was originally an unmatched immortal medicine, but in the end, it was divided into 4 stalks by someone with tremendous magical force. Another sect master added. Xianxia thought for a bit. He had previously seen one that was together with the white tortoise carrying immortal. Now, he seemed to have obtained some information about another heavenly deity tree. How could he not be moved? When Immortal Ancient is cut open, that white tortoise will definitely appear. I need to think of a way to get that tree from it, Xianxia said. Reporting. Ning Chuan's whereabouts have been found, currently being pursued by several heavenly deities. Suddenly, someone ascended onto the island and reported this information. Xianxia originally wanted to leave, but when he obtained this piece of information, he immediately became extremely pleased, saying, I'll get rid of him first. Even Ning Chuan was being hunted down. The effects of this matter tremendous, shaking up Immortal Ancient. Everyone speculated that Ning Chuan was in a weak state, greatly affected by holy sacrifice, or else normal heavenly deities wouldn't dare chase after him. Xianxia knew that this person used the saint wood to break into the holy sacrifice realm, becoming a divine king. Cannot allow him to escape. Chase. Xianxia was in a rush. This was the best chance to kill this person. Otherwise, it would definitely be a great disaster. Are you going to personally take action? Beauty Clan's ancient ancestors' eyes moved, speaking like this. Xiao's mind was moved, revealing a look of surprise. I asked several seniors to head out as well to prevent him from getting away. Fine. Let's go and take a look. 2 sect masters were going to follow along and take a look to see what exactly was going on. They continued without stopping to rest, hurrying over to a small world to chase after Ning Chuan. That day, Immortal Ancient was thrown into chaos. The small worlds all began to clamor with noise, killing energy surging. Heavenly deities were chasing after Ning Chuan, stirring up great waves. The white-clothed 6-crown king. How shocking was this? Someone known to be unmatched in his cultivation realm from past to present, never having met someone who was a worthy opponent among his peers. However, now, he was in such a sorry state, being chased after by others. There were news that he was originally cultivating in seclusion, but he was unexpectedly discovered by others while in a weaker state, and that was why he ended up being chased by a few people for over hundreds of thousands of li. Huang arrived, going to personally kill Ning Chuan, that young supreme being who crossed heavenly tribulation and became a divine king is going to descend, about to settle his grudge with Ning Chuan. A major event is going to happen after all. Many people were discussing among themselves and full of expectation. They wanted to watch these 2 powerful individuals fight a decisive battle to the death. However, most people didn't see things in Ning Chuan's favor. It was because even though he was in the holy sacrifice realm, he still didn't cross heavenly tribulation again, so this bit already made him a bit inferior. The most important thing was that he was currently in a weak state. If he couldn't immediately recover, Ning Chuan would undoubtedly die. Who could withstand Huang's power? That was why the timing in his recovery was crucial. There were rumors going around the outside world that the white-clothed 6-crown king was going to die, that this supreme being with fine jade-like skin and a face that was even prettier than that of women was going to fall. What a pity it is with 6 Crown King. Could it be that he is going to fall here? He reigned victorious in 6 worlds, known to be an undefeated individual. This type of end is just too lamentable. Even the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces were all shocked, all of them revealing complex expressions. A majestic and heroic figure in their hearts had been smashed, making it difficult for them to calm down. Everyone felt that Ning Chuan might be finished. Appeared. Ning Chuan was locked onto by someone, appearing in Green Spirit Realm. Not good, he is undoubtedly dead. He is now being followed. His true body completely locked onto, unable to flee any longer. News transmitted outwards, leaving all sides shaken. Cultivators of all sides swarmed over. Shihao's group slaughtered their way over, their goal to end Ning Chuan's life. Hong! Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation rushed out. There was actually someone trying to kill Shihao. Sect master level fluctuations incredibly intense. In that instant, everyone became stunned, looking towards the sky with stupefied expressions. That was a hand that hid heaven and earth, incredibly large, several thousand li in size. It covered everything beneath it, including all of the spectators. That type of aura was too terrifying, powerful to the point of leaving others feeling suffocated. An unmatched sect master appeared, coming here to kill Shihao, suddenly displaying a vicious attack. "It's Ning Chuan!" Someone cried out. It was because that sect master appeared next to Ning Chuan, clearly traveling together with him all this time. At this moment, many people's fine hairs stood on end, breaking out into a cold shiver. This was a whole different situation on its own. Ning Chuan was conspiring together with a sect master, using his body as bait to guide Shihao over. Then, the most powerful sect master did everything he could to attack, trying to kill Huang in this way. The ones who were saying how 6 Crown King was going to fall earlier all became stupefied. Now they woke up, realizing that this was the burial ground prepared for Shihao. Correct, Huang hid in Soul Island, not only having a few sect masters, but also the great mountain protecting formation, difficult to kill him. Now it's different. The snake was drawn out from its hole, and now it was going to be killed. A great hand covered the sky, covering Shihao's location. Suddenly, in that instant, a sharp sword radiance rushed towards the sky, hacking towards that large hand, stopping the sect master's might. Hang! The expert in the sky was without fear, and there were others assisting him as well. A cold snort sounded, and then a golden war spear appeared, piercing down from beyond the heavens, the aura ridiculously powerful. It also rushed murderously at Shihao. It wasn't a single sect master that was like this. For the sake of killing Huang, the other side made ample preparations. Hong! Then this place erupted, 3 great sect masters appearing in the sky, including that silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor. There were 2 sect masters that protected Shihao below. It was clear that their strength didn't match up. Not right, hurry and leave. Suddenly, a shout sounded from above. A sect master grabbed Ning Chuan, quickly fleeing into the distance. Chase! There was someone that released a shout on the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 great sect masters appeared. Wasn't there information before that there were only 2 that came out with him? Why did all 5 appear? The silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor was furious. He invited helpers to suppress and kill Shihao, ending the 8-armed soul race and other clans' hope. Who could have predicted that things would change like this? The skies, a rain of blood scattered. There were sect masters that were injured. The 3 great sect masters were fleeing in a sorry state, not daring to stay here to fight to the death, quickly breaking out. Shihao appeared indifferent. Before leaving, Beauty Clan's sect master already warned him, and that was why he brought 2 sect masters to follow him. In reality, the great experts secretly all followed along. A single carelessness, and something unexpected might have happened. Shihao released a soft sigh. It was a bit of a pity that they couldn't capture Ning Chuan. The other party wasn't discovered, but rather leaked out his own whereabouts on purpose, colluding with sect masters, guiding him over. "I'll kill you next time," Shihao said to himself. Ning Chuan stepped into the holy sacrifice realm, his methods heaven-reaching. With sect masters sheltering him, if he deliberately went into hiding, it would be difficult to find him. He could only wait for another opportunity now. Soon afterwards, Xianxia secretly went on his way, rushing towards those places of great opportunities. This was an ancient land, the ground not covered by grass, no bodies of water. It was a great desert that lacked vitality. It was to the extent where not even a sun could be seen, constantly engulfed in great winds that blew sand and stone everywhere. There were a few cracks and a few black holes in the void that were currently blowing rarely seen black astral winds. These winds could split apart true deities, extremely terrifying. He received information about the heavenly deity tree a long time ago, news that he obtained from Burial Realm, to the extent where he even had a damaged ancient diagram. Today he obtained proof after all. The void in this place was unstable with another heaven and earth within it. These astral winds blew out from within. Xianxia stepped forward. He made his way inside, entering through a black void black hole, entering a strange place. As soon as he entered, there was a great void crack that hacked over, releasing loud noises as it flew over. It was as Beauty Race's sect master said, "This place too dangerous, the space unstable." When normal deities entered, there was a danger of being torn to pieces at every turn. Xianxia's flesh had experienced the most powerful heavenly tribulation's baptism, now entering the holy sacrifice realm. He was a divine king, so he was naturally without fear. He made his way over, rushing into the depths of this ancient land, seeing all types of ruined and desolate scenes. The great earth was scorched black, as if it had been burned through. It was unknown just how much endless time had passed, now without even a single blade of grass growing. Xianxia moved forward. Hong! Raging flames surged, making even his skin want to rupture. This was solar flame essence, incomparably resplendent, flourishing with golden yellow light. He hurriedly supported his only heavenly passage to resist. This type of flame was extremely terrifying, but he had experienced the baptism of heavenly Tao flames, long adapting to it, so he didn't encounter a disaster here. Otherwise, normal people definitely wouldn't be able to hold on if they entered. Along the way, he encountered all types of dangers. He was walking through a ruined ancient land. He truly began to doubt whether there was a heavenly deity tree here. I arrived. Finally, he saw concentrated lightning interweaving in the void, berserk thunder rumbling as it hacked down. This was a strange place full of berserk lightning that carried the attributes of heavenly tribulation. When Xianxia entered, he immediately understood. This place was too strange, some places having normal lightning, but some guiding heavenly tribulation that matched one's cultivation realm. What kind of place was this? It was too terrifying. If others entered, a single mistake would result in the death of body and spirit, simply impossible to withstand. Meanwhile, he crossed the most powerful lightning tribulation, so he naturally could make it through. Lightning poured down, filling everything between heaven and earth, rumbling as it crashed down. In this place, Xianxia saw a lot of shining fine powder on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this was bone powder. Heavenly deity bone powder. One could imagine what kind of disaster those who recklessly entered this place encountered, what kind of miserable deaths they experienced. It wasn't that every inch of space could guide heavenly tribulation lightning here. There was normal lightning as well. However, if one wanted to take advantage of this and enter, one would have to rely on luck. It wasn't something that could be predicted. No wonder not many people since the ancient times were able to pick heavenly deity fruits from this place. Xianxia said to himself, this was just too difficult. This region was extremely vast. Xianxia moved quickly, resisting the lightning tribulation, already traveling several thousand li. After making it through this region, the clothes on his body long turned into ashes. His skin slightly charred black, but it didn't hinder him too greatly. After a bit of rest, Xianxia continued on his way. Finally, he saw plants. The earth was no longer scorched black, no flames or lightning radiance. He saw a verdant and lush color. Unfortunately, he didn't see any heavenly deity trees here. After strolling around this green area, he was met with the separation of lightning again. Really is weird. Why is there so much lightning with the characteristics of heavenly tribulation? Could it be that a battle in immortal ancient great era ruined heaven and earth, bringing problems even to heavenly tribulation? Sure how charged forward again. 2 days later, he finally sensed a trace of abnormality. Up ahead towered a great mountain. It was incomparably massive, as if it was as tall as the heavens, reaching past the clouds. There was the aura of a powerful deity. There were plants here, yet there was a lack of powerful individuals, so this naturally made this place extremely strange. Sure how rushed into the sky, passing the cloud layer, seeing what was above the mountain. He immediately widened his eyes, releasing blazing radiance. He was immediately filled with a true feeling of happiness. There was an ancient tree that was upright and strong like a dragon, even thicker than the one he saw in Immortal Medicine Garden. The branches were resplendent, the rays of light dazzling. This was a heavenly deity tree. It was extremely tall, yet it was different from Immortal Medicine Garden's stalk. Its leaves were an earthen yellow, and when it swayed back and forth, it would be suffused with golden radiance. When the radiance flickered to its most brilliant, it would appear as if this was an ancient tree created from suns. The golden color carried a blazing radiance. Tens of millions of golden leaves fluttered and rustled about. What made sure how the most happy was that it was full of flowers, moreover many of them, not just a few like what he had anticipated. Apart from this, upon closer inspection, he unexpectedly saw a few fruits hiding beneath the tree's branches and leaves, shining like suns. Even though there weren't many of them, this was enough to leave him completely shocked. Those were heavenly deity fruits. This was an ancient divine tree with flowers and fruits. It was actually truly found by him. He really did find it. Sure how was shocked, feeling even more joy, when he saw that ancient tree that towered majestically above the divine cliff. His heart was full of excitement. He closed in step by step, able to sense the aura unique to deities from extremely far away. The ancient tree's golden leaves, flowers, branches, and fruits all flowed with dense spiritual essence. It was extremely tall and also extremely thick. The tree bark was cracked apart like palm-sized scales. The entire tree was a golden color. Youngster, you are quite the lucky individual, actually reaching this place. The ancient tree spoke. It was clear that this heavenly deity tree wasn't an ordinary medicinal herb, but a true, powerful creature. Just the fruit it produced alone was enough to make one become a heavenly deity, let alone itself. Senior and I have previously been acquainted. Sure how was extremely polite. He already saw that this ancient tree was much more powerful than the stalk he saw in Immortal Ancient Garden, because that tree suffered serious injuries, the trunk about to break. The tree before him was like a dormant golden heavenly dragon. Sigh, the heavens truly are unfair. Your strength already comparable to that of heavenly deities at such a small age, while I've cultivated for endless years in vain, unable to break through. The ancient tree said with a sigh. As a heavenly deity tree, it could produce great Tao fruit, making others become heavenly deities. How heaven-defying was this? However, it was restricted by the world itself, cultivation extremely difficult for it. Its road had long been broken, unable to become a true unmatched expert. Right now, he was just at the peak of heavenly deity level, a single foot in the sect master level. However, generally speaking, it was still more fortunate than other divine medicines, still having powerful strength. One had to bear in mind that regardless of whether it was the Void Sky Divine Vine, Tribulation Crossing Divine Lotus or other divine medicines, or even the White Tortoise carrying Immortal, a long-life medicine, even though they possessed heaven-defying medicinal nature, it was impossible for them to cultivate on a deep level, their strength not great. Even though we can cultivate, we are restricted from birth, unable to achieve long life. Meanwhile, Senior is a heavenly deity, yet has existed since the ancient past, great age continuous, able to watch his heavenly talents return to the yellow earth one after another, truly transcending above. Sure how said, "You have quite the way with words. My situation is nothing more than this, the bitterness I am aware of. If not for being planted in tribulation earth, I would have long been seized by another and planted like divine medicine, said the golden ancient tree. It was several dozen zhang in height, its branches lush and flourishing, entirely golden in color. There was a type of divine aura, its shining leaves supporting the clouds. It's nothing much, since you could come here, then the two of us are brought together by fate. I will gift you a heavenly deity fruit, help you stabilize your Tao and become a heavenly deity. Spoke like this. Shihao's mind was burning with passion. He naturally wished to break through as quickly as possible as well. Time didn't wait for him. The more powerful he was, the better. It was because he knew that chaotic times were coming, and only one's own cultivation was reliable. Only then could he live. He tactfully asked whether he could obtain a few more fruits. It was because he saw that this tree had more than one or two of those golden fruitus. As luck would have it, there is only one fruit that is mature. The others, if not only flowers, are still underripe, useless if taken. The golden ancient tree shook its head, its branches releasing walala sounds. Shihao humblingly asked what kind of effects there would be after eating the heavenly deity fruit. At the very least, it would prevent 100 disasters from invading, dirt and gas not approach the body, said the ancient tree. Apart from being able to immediately become a heavenly deity, there were these wondrous effects too. What does senior mean by 100 disaster from invading? Shihao asked. It can avoid lightning, stop flame tribulation, resist water calamity. The heavenly deity tree explained one after another. When Shihao heard this, the expression on his face immediately moved. It could avoid lightning tribulation. How could this be okay? He had to cross tribulation in every single cultivation realm, use it to temper his body. Senior, that lightning tribulation? Oh, I forgot. This great era rarely has lightning tribulation. These medicinal effects wouldn't affect anything. One does not need to worry. The ancient tree said. How can I not worry? I need to cross tribulation. Shihao said. What? You said you crossed heavenly tribulation? The heavenly deity tree was shocked. He thought that Shihao was lucky, unexpectedly entering from the outside world and not entering by resisting the heavenly tribulation. I already crossed heavenly tribulation 3 times. Shihao nodded. In that instant, he felt a powerful divine consciousness sweep over. Then, this ancient tree reached out a golden branch, placing it onto his shoulder. What powerful flesh! A primordial spirit that has experienced the cleansing of lightning tribulation. The heavenly deity tree immediately felt a different aura upon contact, feeling greatly shocked. Shihao didn't resist, because he had strength comparable to a heavenly deity. In addition, he saw that this old tree didn't carry any killing intent. Senior, you have stayed here for a long time, already becoming unfamiliar with the outside world. Are you willing to follow me? Shihao probed. Now, he felt like the heavenly deity fruit wasn't that useful for him. However, he could help the old friends close to him. This was definitely an unmatched divine tree. He was comparable to a heavenly deity to begin with, so if he ate the fruit, it wouldn't hold too much meaning. Moreover, if he couldn't guide the heavenly tribulation later, then that would be extremely troublesome. That was why he felt that cultivating on his own was still better. Suddenly reaching the heavenly deity level just didn't make him feel good. However, this tree still possessed extremely great temptation. If he could bring it back to Stone Village, make Grandpa Chief eat a heavenly deity fruit, then he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of growing older day by day. Stone Village had so many people, for example, if those uncles and companions all ate a heavenly deity fruit, not only would they become strong, they could also protect and watch over each other, not having to watch as their loved ones aged and died one after another. As for his own grandfather, the great demonic god, Shihao believed that he could cultivate to the heavenly deity level on his own. If he really couldn't, he could naturally take a heavenly deity fruit as well. That was why at this time he stared at the ancient tree. Unknowingly when, his eyes already released a green light of desire, truly wishing he could immediately dig this tree up. Youngster, what are you thinking? The heavenly deity tree began to shiver from being stared at. He always felt like this youngster wasn't of the kind sort, making it feel incredibly uneasy. Senior, the outside world is going to end up in chaos. the Archaic Alliance, desolate border, vast uninhabited region, and others, every single one of them are starting to erupt with chaos, the world about to enter disorder. This place of yours will no longer be a pure land. The space Immortal Ancient remains reside in has already developed a large crack, about to be linked up to the outside world. Senior has to make preparations. Xianxia said. What are you saying? What happened to the outside world? The heavenly deity tree revealed a serious expression, carefully asking. When it understood the situation from Xianxia's mouth, the old face that appeared on the trunk was incredibly overcast. These types of things happened in the outside world, Immortal Ancient even about to no longer exist. That meant that this ancient place that wasn't disturbed by the outside world would most likely become connected to the 3,000 provinces. It would be good if there was a path to that place of long life, the heavenly deity tree said to itself. However, it knew that this was most likely unrealistic. Senior, the younger generation wishes to lead the way, inviting Senior to go out. Xianxia said, feeling more and more passionate. With just your strength at the holy sacrifice realm, how will you protect me? There is definitely a group of sect masters outside. When the time comes, there will definitely be someone to seize me, plant me inside of a medicine garden. The heavenly deity tree said, Senior, I am only 20 years old, yet I already have this cultivation. What if I am given a few more years? One needs to look further. Xianxia said with a smile. He already set his resolution to bring out this ancient tree. 20 years old, comparable to heavenly deity. This truly was shocking. Even in the last great era, this was quite unordinary. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia didn't hide anything anymore, revealing 3 strands of immortal energy, forming a great Tao flower petal above his head. The sun and moon's essence shone, the essence of heaven and earth swirling and moving about. The Tao of heavenly laws were also echoing. The heavenly deity tree couldn't remain calm anymore. Shocked to the point of immediately jumping up, the roots pulled from the earth, breathing hurried. Its tree leaves shook intensely, the entire tree resplendent with golden light. 3 strands of immortal energy. You actually reached this step. Even in the last great era, few young supreme beings could be like this. This left it feeling deeply shocked, greatly moved. In this place where heaven and earth were changing, gradually reaching the end of a great era, he could actually still meet a genius cultivator like this. This truly left it shaken up. The heavenly deity tree's attitude immediately changed. Previously, it could remain calm, but now it was extremely stirred up, feeling that it encountered a ridiculous expert. Perhaps it could follow him out. Then the two, one old one young, began to discuss among themselves. The heavenly deity tree swayed about, those golden leaves releasing a bit of dew that carried faint wine fragrance, inviting Xianxia to drink a cup. This won't reject lightning tribulation, right? There is no need to worry. It is just the sweet dew of heaven and earth that has been brewed into wine, the old tree said. Even Xianxia never expected things to go this smoothly, already convincing the heavenly deity tree, having it quite possibly following him. The heavenly deity tree had some misgivings, telling Xianxia that it was too luxuriant, that if he followed at Xianxia's side, it would be too eye-catching. When the time came, there would definitely be sects fighting over it. It could shrink and hide in spatial magical artifacts, but this would affect his growth, the heavenly deity fruits easily coming off, so it wasn't a good way. Xianxia frowned and then said, Is there no other way? It was such a large ancient tree. Unless it was planted in heaven-mending sect, immortal palace, or underworld earth, these types of places, there was no way he could keep it in his hands. It would too easily draw the greed of others. If you can find all life earth, even if I shrink to a foot tall, I can still flourish inside, my Tao able to forge ahead, able to produce fruits again and again. I have all life earth, Xianxia said. He thought back to the earth he obtained from Jundao's hands, but he already gifted it to the little rabbit. The heavenly deity tree told Xianxia that there was all life earth in the depths of this ancient land as well, and it was also suspected to carry a great secret from the last great era. Xianxia went on his way. Since there was all life earth, then it was best not to pass on this opportunity. If he could find it, Then he'll be able to directly bring the old tree away, not having to worry about being discovered by others. The heavenly deity tree warned again and again that it was going to be extremely dangerous, not even it daring to charge forward. There was the most powerful lightning tribulation along the way. Xianxia smiled. He made it here precisely through the lightning tribulation, already crossing tribulation 3 times. For others, it might be a place of inevitable death, but he didn't fear it at all. Sure enough, in this mountain valley, there were some places that were extremely peaceful, plants verdant and lush, but there were other places scorched black, lightning pouring down endlessly. Xianxia frowned. The lightning tribulation in the very depths was terrifying after all, truly having the most powerful lightning hacking down from time to time. There were even some creatures formed from electrical arcs, baring their fangs and claws as they rushed at him. There were safe paths as well, but they would immediately be covered in lightning. If one wanted to make it through, if one didn't rely on great luck, then they had to have secret treasures or be powerful enough themselves. After advancing for several days, Xianxia saw a stone arch bridge that led into a pure land. The plants inside were sparkling and translucent, multicolored light flourishing. Xianxia stepped onto the blue stone, heading inside. In the end, the lightning blasted him until he was charred black. If it was an ordinary person, they would have definitely exploded on the spot. While still far away, he saw a bit of scenery in the distance. In the depths of the Pure Land was a piece of wonderful land with all types of irregular scenes. Brilliant, auspicious light flowed about, incomparably divine. All life Earth, Xianxia cried out with joy. At the same time, he was extremely shocked because that all life Earth produced many strange scenes, extremely mysterious. The most shocking thing was that the Earth was flickering with specks of multicolored light like a mirror, reflecting the figure of a woman. Why does it seem a bit familiar? Xianxia was immediately a bit stupefied, feeling like he recognized her. It really was strange. Why did this figure look a bit familiar? Upon closer inspection, he seemed to have met this person before. Xianxia muttered to himself, looking again and again. However, that was still a figure reflected by the all-life Earth, so it was a bit indistinct, not a true body. In the Pure Land, there were many plants, many of which were old medicines that were several tens of thousands of years old. No lack of holy medicines here. This place was full of sweet fragrance and flowing light, incomparably divine. Xianxia got closer. He supported his single heavenly passage, cautious as he approached. But there weren't any dangers here. Despite this being the case, he still acted extremely carefully. It was because this touched upon all life Earth, something that he absolutely had to be careful with. Its existence here was too important. It was rumored that it could nurture all living things, maintaining a state of undecaying. Even if a corpse was buried inside, after endless years, it would revive and resurrect. There was even less of a need to speak of its other wonderful uses. This type of thing was priceless even back in Immortal Ancient, normally speaking always grasped in the hands of unmatched experts. It was said that before Immortal's kings fell, they would always try to find this type of supreme treasure and bury oneself inside, yearning for the undecaying and a chance at resurrection. Of course, this type of revival wouldn't be as simple as a year or two, possibly several tens of thousands of years, perhaps even the length of a great era. When Xianxia thought of these things, his mind naturally trembled. Could it be that something was buried inside? In the past, inside the Immortal Medicine Garden, he had seen all life Earth as well, grasped by the white tortoise carrying Immortal. Back then, Xianxia had previously suspected that the long-life medicine might be produced by a great immortal king. However, there was no proof, only speculation. Now, he saw quite a bit of all life Earth before him, enough to compare to the amount in Immortal Medicine Garden, the scope about 1 zhang. Don't tell me that there is a female immortal queen buried underneath, Xianxia said softly, his mind becoming a bit nervous. He already walked forward, facing this expanse of divine Earth. All life Earth was like sand, each granule sparkling, suffused with blue light, and erupting with dazzling brilliance, creating a hazy expanse. Smoke rose like multicolored clouds, overflowing with multicolored light and essence. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was extremely pure and holy, not like earth, but instead like the combination of all types of precious gems that were crushed and then later stored here. Xianxia used magical force to separate the all-life earth, digging into it bit by bit, wishing to see what exactly was underneath. Suddenly, after undoing a bit of sand, he saw a snow-white jade foot. It wasn't large, but sparkling and pure white like a jade sculpture. Fucking hell! Even though he had previously guessed that there might be a corpse buried underneath, when he truly dug something out, he was still startled. Xianxia carefully touched it. It was soft and gentle, seemingly still possessing heat, full of elasticity. He couldn't help but sigh. All life earth was astonishing after all, able to prevent a creature from decaying. Even after all this time, it still didn't rot, still looking like it was full of life. Was it really an immortal king? In the present world, there weren't any immortals anymore. There was no way anyone could reach that step. There would never be that type of person seen again. There are no living immortals, but being able to take a look at a dead immortal isn't bad either, Xianxia said to himself. He wanted to see what an immortal king that was still intact was like, what kind of places they were different in. Only he was a bit suspicious. This immortal king didn't release any terrifying aura, nor were there any world-shocking fluctuations that were released. It was a bit different from the immortal corpses he saw before. Chi! Suddenly, a streak of sword light swept out, hacking at Xianxia's shoulder. With a pu sound, bloody light surged. If not for him dodging fast enough, his head would have been removed. This sword radiance was extremely sharp, able to hack through all before it. Xianxia's expression fell. He was already standing 100 zhang away, his movements incomparably fast. There are formations? His eyes flickered with radiance. He displayed magical force from far away, separating the all-life earth. This was originally a profound and complex formation, but due to some unknown reason, that formation was damaged, now already in a bad state. It seemed to have gone through flames, those formation materials all melting. Good thing something happened to it, or else it really would be troublesome, Xianxia said. This time he didn't act politely. After walking over, he directly grabbed that woman's ankles, directly pulling her out. It had to be said that this woman had a perfect body, her jade foot perfect, and then the pair of legs that were revealed were long and straight, snow-white like jade, wonderful to the point of leaving others in admiration. The lower parts of her legs were revealed, the crucial parts and others covered in dark gold armor. Her snow-white skin and armor flickering with dark light mutually reflected, setting off her body's magnificence. This woman was pulled out by Xianxia, her waist, chest, and upper body just as perfect as predicted. And now that it was in his hands, the body seemed even more flawless. This was an exceptionally fine woman, one who would truly tempt the hearts of the world. Even with Xianxia's picky eyes, he still sighed with amazement, becoming a bit absent-minded. It was a country-toppling beauty after all, her appearance extremely perfect. This woman was too pretty. Xianxia earnestly tried to pick a flaw, but he still couldn't find any. She was full of life, as if still alive, her skin warm, possessing astonishing elasticity. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, like a sleeping fairy, peaceful and serene, as if she would wake up at any time. This was a sleeping beauty. She didn't move at all, resting on this sand. Xianxia was sure that it was the first time he saw this person's appearance. What a pity that she died, or else this type of exceptional beauty might very well be a true immortal. If I could keep her by my side as a servant girl, just the thought alone would move one's heart, Xianxia said. Of course, this was just his own nonsensical wishful thinking. There was no way he could directly say this to a living true immortal, but saying a few sentences like this randomly was still okay. Something's not right. Xianxia turned pale with fright, taking 2 steps backwards. It was because he discovered that this woman's long eyelashes were moving, as if her eyes were going to open. Moreover, he felt a wave of extremely familiar feeling. How could this be? This woman, even though her appearance was matchless, a truly gorgeous beauty, he had never met her before. This appearance didn't match any of his acquaintances. Why did he feel such a familiar feeling? Ripples undulated. This woman shone, her flesh sparkling, and air began to pass through the end of her nose, starting to revive. Shihao was shocked. She was really going to come alive? It's not a mortal Dao aura, could it be? Shihao seemed to have thought of something, quickly taking action, making imprints and pressing forward, about to be pressed against her vitals. Shua! In that instant, this woman opened her eyes, her pupils deep like a starry sky, flickering with intelligent radiance. Her head of beautiful hair danced about, her entire being giving off an extraordinary otherworldliness. Pang! What kind of expert was Shihao? 3 strands of immortal energy surged, suppressing forward, surrounding her entire body, preventing her from escaping. This woman was too strange. He wanted to get the preemptive strike in. Chi! He never expected that this woman would have also cultivated immortal energy, her fine jade fingertips releasing a streak of divine light. Moreover, there was a terrifying stone bead that brought her body away, quickly evading outwards. Little thief, you dare mount a sneak attack on me. Right at this moment, this woman spoke up with anger, but also a bit of surprise. He felt more and more familiar. Shihao stopped his steps, becoming a bit dumbstruck, continuously staring at her. Eventually, he woke up, saying, "It's you." This woman was standing on the all-life earth, her figure tall and slender, almost the same height as Shihao. Her skin was snow-white and shining like ivory, curves rising and falling. She had a head of black beautiful hair, her figure impressive, possessing a type of world-shaking temptation. You ungrateful fella, actually coming to my place of seclusion, and even trying to plot against me. The woman was discontent, her eyes flickering with brilliance. Her long black hair reflected light like a mirror, scattering down to her waist, forming a black and white contrast with her fine jade-like skin. Together with the golden armor that covered the crucial areas, it gave her a type of completely unique exceptional style. Which, it really is you? Shihao was a bit speechless. He never expected he would dig up sky-severing sex which here. This young lady was opposed to Yu-chan regardless of whether it was in the lower realm or the higher realm. The two were always tangling with each other. Ever since he entered Immortal Ancient, Shihao knew that he would run into her sooner or later, but a few years passed in the blink of an eye with no news of her. Only now did he unexpectedly find her. Who would have thought that she would bury herself in all life earth? I am cultivating in seclusion. The witch gave him a look, her entire being giving off an astonishing spirituality, as if she was a crafty sprite, aloof and otherworldly. Why do you seem a bit different from before? Shihao had too many questions. The witch's temperament was exceptional, but her appearance was definitely different from the past. Truly hateful. After cultivating that heavenly art, the formation and my clothes were all burned away. The witch muttered, feeling great discontent. Fortunately, she wasn't completely stripped, the dark armor still remaining. Shua! White-colored clothes fluttered about, covering her body. However, it was still quite revealing, but she didn't mind this. Today can be considered our first true meeting, the witch said, her teeth sparkling, red lips bright. You evil woman. You, in the past, they were always spiritual bodies? Shihao's head was covered in dark lines. Truly was hateful. This woman was too lowly. Their many meetings were all with spiritual bodies? The first time they met was in the Northern Sea's Kuan Peng nest. Back then, she was a crafty and lively young lady. The second time they met was in Stone Country Imperial Capital. Back then a 9-tailed fox fairy. After that, she displayed 3 different appearances, just as crafty and beautiful, previously working together with How to capture Yu-chan. He thought that he had already seen the witch's true body in the 3rd meeting. This is my true body, always using spiritual bodies to contact you before. You are so crafty. If I'm not guard, how can that be okay? She laughed, her beautiful eyes moving about, a look of not being concerned in the slightest appearing on her face. Who was the one that was crafty? Shihao clenched his teeth. It was clearly this girl that was slippery like a loach. They already worked together so many times, yet she never revealed her true body. If not for digging her up this time, who knew when he would truly know what she really looked like? Sure how opened his heavenly eyes, releasing brilliant divine light, making sure that this wasn't a spiritual body but a true body. Little stone, you dare take advantage of me. The witch quickly moved her body, as well as released resplendent symbols to interfere with his heavenly eyes, preventing him from seeing through. You tricked me for so many years, yet you still have the nerve to say that I am taking advantage of you? Sure Hao's expression was unkind. Hey, we haven't met for a few years, so how are things with you and Yuchan? The witch changed the subject. She also took the initiative to wave towards him, smiling sweetly as she said, "Don't be so inflexible, old friends meeting again should be a joyous matter. I'll gift you a natural luck. You can have this all-life earth. I would have brought it away even if you didn't tell me to. I have a great use for it." Sure Hao wasn't in a rush to ask her why she was here. He produced a bone cauldron and began to collect the all-life earth. "And? Why is it so heavy?" After collecting only half, he discovered that something wasn't right. Even while exerting force, it was difficult to collect it all. "Let me give you a hand." The witch giggled. A few minutes later, Sure Hao began to sweat. The witch was also sparing no effort, just like him, expending a lot of foundational energy. Sure Hao's expression was unkind. "We just met. Yet you are already trying to exploit others. You even have the shamelessness to call me an old friend? Don't be so stingy. Back then, I gifted you a delicate and pretty heaven-mending sex holy lady. Yet you aren't even willing to help me move a bit of sand. Truly no conscience." The witch said. This earth definitely had something underneath that possessed a strange force, restricting the all-life earth, preventing it from being completely taken away. After who knew how much time had passed, Sure Hao collected 70% of the sand, and then he saw a human outline appear in the sand. He was immediately shocked, looking towards the witch. "The one laying below is the true owner, an immortal king?" Sure Hao looked like he had seen a ghost. This all-life earth truly having a creature buried deep inside. The witch was quite daring. "Don't look at me. If it wasn't for cultivating a certain heavenly art, you think I'll be willing to lay here? I need the all-life earth to make sure my body doesn't break." The witch rolled her eyes at him, muttering like this. "How did you come in here?" Sure Hao asked, not immediately digging this thing out. "I saw a blood-soaked heaven and earth source energy cauldron that carried people. It shattered space, and after chasing it, I ended up here," the witch said. She was quite relaxed, as if she wasn't concerned at all. Her large eyes moved about, small waist stretching, appearing extremely easygoing. "What did you say?" Sure Hao immediately thought of the cauldron he saw on the ancient altar at the bottom of Burial Realm's black abyss. It didn't belong to the past or the present, but it came for him. Where did it go? Sure Hao immediately grabbed the witch's snow-white arms. Hey, aren't you grabbing the wrong person? I am not Yuchan." She was graceful like an immortal, immediately moving over, glaring at him. "Look, just beneath the all-life earth," she added. Sure Hao was stupefied, looking beneath her feet with shock. The source energy cauldron that had always left him with great restraining fear was unexpectedly here, precisely underneath this all-life earth. How could Sure Hao not be shocked? "You aren't trying to dupe me, are you?" Sure Hao looked towards the witch. This witch was extremely crafty. Nothing she said necessarily true. Moreover, what was beneath the earth was clearly the sign of a human and not a cauldron. The witch's wonderful figure moved about, black hair scattered down, her large eyes intelligent, bright like a moon, aloof like an exiled immortal. At this moment, she revealed a smile and said, "What benefits are there in deceiving you?" She always wore a black-colored long dress in the past, her skin like beautiful jade, incredibly alluring. Now, her white clothes were even purer than snow. This type of otherworldly temperament was a bit different. "Are you trying to steal your enemy's style?" Sure Hao looked at her. Back then, just a few spiritual bodies were enough to deal with her. "Right. That little Yuchan girl. How is she now?" The witch's figure was tall and wonderful. She collected her beautiful hair, her eyes moving around, Her exceptional fairy-like appearance changed, immediately revealing a provocative and enchanting beauty that moved hearts. Hao looked at her. This witch was just like in the past, always cheery, slippery, a difficult character to deal with. Yu Chan's body back then wasn't a true body either, dividing into a main and second body. You should already know this, that we only captured the second body. Hao said. Io, so affectionate when you mention her. Could it be that you really did something crazy with her? I truly never expected this. Back then, you were just a little kid, not even reaching my shoulder in height, having such bad thoughts when you were so young you actually did do it? Yu Chan really is pitiful. Corrupted in the hands of a little brat. Truly the downfall of a fairy of this world. The witch's figure rose and fell. She shook her head, putting on a mischievous expression. However, her large eyes flickered with radiance. Extremely happy, clearly secretly taking joy in Yu Chan's disaster. Dark lines appeared on Hao's head. What kind of attitude was this? In the past, he indeed hadn't matured yet. His age not great, but his height definitely wasn't short. How could it only reach her shoulder? You are going to mock me as soon as we meet? Is that how it's going to be? Hao's expression was unkind. Staring at the witch, eyes sweeping past her ivory-like pure white body that was undulating with curves, grinding his teeth. Tell me, how is the one defeated under my hands? The witch was extremely happy. She is doing very well, Hao said. The witch seemed to have discovered a new world, her expression becoming strange, her long and curved eyebrows moving, starting to giggle as she said, "There really was an affair?" Those words immediately made Hao's eyebrows jump. He glared at her. I never expected that little brat back then would be so daring, truly daring to do bad things. The witch shook her head, continuously laughing. You should speak less nonsense. Embarrassed? I can tell with one look from your expression that something wrong definitely happened between you two. Aha. This really is interesting. I want to see how Yu Chan will try to act like a calm and untainted fairy before me next time I meet her. The witch's smile was extremely brilliant. Hao immediately became speechless. Only after a long time had passed did he say viciously, "Actually, I've always had quite the interest in you. How about throwing yourself into my arms? Little fella, get as far away from me as far away can be." The witch's smile didn't decrease, but she was quite calm. How much older are you than me? Hao walked a circle around her, and then said, Your body is quite something different from that sex fairy, all types of grace to it. Since the witch dared to ridicule and make fun of him, Hao naturally didn't mind taking advantage of her as well, take some liberties with her. Little thief, you should just go find your fairy. This ant doesn't have time to bicker with you. I have to cultivate and become an immortal. In the future, I wouldn't mind paying Yu Chan a visit. Haha. She smiled in a rather carefree manner, her tall body moving about, extremely easygoing, as if a tender and beautiful immortal devil flower was swaying gently, beautiful and seductive. Hao took action, grabbing forward at the witch's sparkling white lotus arm. 3 strands of immortal energy swirled. Hey, there's something more important. I don't want to fight with you. The witch activated immortal energy, and a stone bead appeared, displaying might. A mist appeared, bringing her in retreat. They didn't waste time starting to dig at this place. The all-life earth was collected by Hao and placed in that bone cauldron. Sure enough, the thing below had a mysterious power, pulling at the all-life earth, making it harder and harder to remove. Kangqiang. In the end, the true appearance of what was underground appeared. Immortal King? The witch was shocked, even her withdrawing her smile, treating this seriously, fearing that something unforeseen might happen. The bright and multicolored all-life earth below had a single person laying there, motionless. The armor was dim, full of cracks, not a trace of light. However, it gave others a mysterious, inviolable, pure and holy feeling. Even though it had long become damaged, it was still unordinary. Is it really an immortal king? Even Hao was moved. He always heard that only true immortals had all life earth. used to plant long-life medicine and bury one's body. It was extremely precious, able to maintain an undecaying state. Now, the legends proved true. Sure How revealed a grave expression, staring at the person below. Both him and the witch did everything they could to collect that shining earth, completely exposing that immortal body. A female immortal? Not right. There's no corpse. Where's the actual person? They suddenly trembled. That armor was extremely ordinary, as if someone was wearing it, not caving in as it rested in the earth. However, after all of the earth was cleaned out, they discovered that there was only an armor. It was in human form, yet there was no owner present. This armor had previously belonged to a woman. What kind of material is this? Could it be some type of immortal gold? Sure How touched it and then he pinched it. In the end, he discovered that even though this armor was long covered in cracks, he still couldn't move it. It was simple and ancient looking, not having any brilliance. However, there was no need to doubt that these were exceptionally precious battle clothes. If it wasn't damaged, it would definitely be world-shocking. It makes sense if one just thinks about it. In the past, there was an immortal Dao fairy that knew she was going to die, so she buried herself here. However, where is her true body? The witch said. Then, she turned her slender and elegant body, looked towards Sure How and said, "The all-life earth is yours, but I want this armor." Sure How gave it a try, but this armor didn't show any reaction, already half ruined. Apart from being sturdy, there wasn't anything else special about it. However, he knew that it was definitely strange. He didn't compete with her and nodded. It was because he also had a set of tattered armor, one that seemed to be related to the Lightning Emperor, so he might as well give this one to the witch. She was the one that discovered this place first anyway. There is a shower of light, ascension radiance. Did she ascend or ascend to heaven? The witch was shocked. Sure How was also shocked. This armor was shining strangely, a bit of light and mist drifting out from within, as if a perfect body scattered away here. This type of scene was a bit strange and also extremely shocking. When an unmatched expert dies, some are willing to leave behind a mortal envelope, while others wish to dissipate, return to heaven and earth. This is likely the latter. Sure How said. What a pity, to be able to reach that cultivation realm. She was definitely an exceptional woman of her era. Only to die silently and without any news like this, not even the all-life earth could do anything? Not even her name was left behind in this world. The witch sighed with amazement. Where is the heaven and earth source energy cauldron you spoke of? Sure How looked at her with an unkind expression. This evil woman was definitely using him to help her dig up this all-life earth. This armor originally possessed a mysterious power, sucking down on the immortal earth. However, now it no longer released a domain, returning to normal. Several years ago, I saw it fly over and enter this place. As for how it disappeared afterwards, I have no idea. The witch shook her head. She vowed that she wasn't lying, that she truly saw that cauldron, that she came precisely after following it here. Sure How believed that she wasn't lying. If she didn't see the cauldron, there was no way she could describe its appearance. The two of them continued digging, wishing to collect the remaining earth as well. Still not easy to dig up. Could it be that there's still something else below, sucking down on this earth? Sure Hao's mind was moved. The all-life earth was 1 zhang in width and also 1 zhang deep. After completely digging it up and collecting all of the earth, the two of them finally saw the very bottom, both of their expressions changing. It was a drop of blood, bright like a fire diamond, bright red and resplendent, divine multicolored light rushing into the heavens. As soon as it emerged, it released an immeasurable power. Sure Hao and the witch backed up, feeling incomparably shocked. What kind of expert was this exactly? It was just a drop of blood, yet it made their fine hairs stand on end, as if they were facing a stampede of vicious beasts. The drop of blood was resplendent and astonishing. Moreover, what they couldn't help but feel shocked over was that there was no killing energy. This was just a harmless drop of blood someone left behind, yet it unexpectedly had this type of mysterious pressure. if not for being comparable to the heavenly deity level. Xianxia believed that any true deity and others would be forced to kneel down here, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This was simply outrageous. Too shocking. What kind of blood was this? I've seen it before. This is the blood on that source energy cauldron. Bright red like a blood diamond, previously shining on it, illuminating the heavens. The witch spoke, a rare instance of not laughing, her expression serious. Xianxia opened his heavenly eyes, staring at this drop of blood. Unexpectedly, not able to see through it. It had wisps of chaotic energy swirling around it. He couldn't tell what kind of natural laws and order there were inside. Even the heavenly eyes were ineffective. This was a rare thing. Not belonging to the past. Not belonging to the present. Return to see me. What exactly are you trying to do? Xianxia said softly, his expression cold. Hong. Suddenly, this drop of blood erupted with surging energy, as if it sensed something, unexpectedly becoming like ocean waves, shaking up this place until space trembled, trembling greatly, about to collapse. What kind of person is this? The witch was shocked, widening her beautiful eyes and staring at that drop of blood. Comparable to Willow deity? Xianxia's heart was pounding. He had a type of feeling that if the Willow deity truly revived, it should possess this type of might. The person the cauldron was carrying descended in the all-life earth to recover, because this earth can prevent one from rotting, nurturing all life and objects. The witch came to this conclusion. Xianxia nodded. This should be the case. Did you see the owner of the cauldron? What kind of appearance did it have? Xianxia asked. Extremely blurry, not easy to say. The first time it seemed to be female, but fragments of time danced about, and then she became indistinct. Then, it seemed like I saw a male, the witch said without certainty. She felt that the cauldron was extremely sinister, as if it came from the past, making even time become unstable. It was difficult to say what kind of feeling it was. Hong. Immediately afterwards, that drop of blood became even more astonishing, releasing a sky-tearing fluctuation. In addition, it released waves of crying sounds, shaking heaven and earth. Vaguely, Xianxia seemed to have heard a magnificent army with thousands of men storm past, shouts of war shaking the heavens. Moreover, in that instant he saw a male, not extremely clear, but he seemed to be looking right at him face to face, standing tall from tens of thousands of realms away. He was like a heavenly emperor. Xianxia's gaze was like lightning as he stared at that person. He himself also surged with a wave of mysterious energy. The witch was shocked, because at that moment, she unexpectedly couldn't approach, pushed out. That aura was too terrifying, able to easily make heavenly deities and others bow down. This drop of blood was like an entire world, sky-shaking war cries sounding from within. It was as if there were great armies fighting within, moreover many of them unimaginably powerful figures. A drop of blood floated in the sky, as if reflected the past, present, and future. Xianxia didn't move, staring forward. There was an indistinct male figure who towered between heaven and earth. Above his head, a cauldron that released source energy. It was even flickering with 9 types of immortal gold radiance. This male wasn't moving at all. It was as if he crossed over endless time to gaze at Xianxia. Those eyes were incomparably deep, giving off indescribable mysteries and information. However, Xianxia couldn't understand it. His mind was full of apprehension, unable to see through the type of information the other party wished to pass on. He had a feeling that the other party really wanted him to know, but he couldn't understand him. Not existing in this world, not belonging here, no way to explain. He seemed to have vaguely heard a rumbling thunder sound. Immortal Tao, heavenly tribulation crashed down. This indistinct voice sounding in between it. Xianxia was shocked. He stared at that person, wishing to see through and understand him. That person was bathed in thunder radiance, expression becoming even more complicated. However, he just couldn't speak, unable to open his mouth. Was this really just a drop of blood? Why was it this strange type of scene? Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang through this battlefield, as if shaking up the river of time, interfering with the stability between past and present. There was a person sitting there, back to everyone. He was currently carrying out a technique, taking action together with others to push out a cauldron, making it rush out from a passage. Fragments of time scattered down like rain. That cauldron, is that the same one? Sure Hao revealed a look of shock. A sigh sounded. There was a female emperor, her style unmatched. In her hand was an immortal artifact that changed into a sword, a ring, a mask, releasing unmatched brilliance. She was also taking action, striking towards the passage, assisting that cauldron's flight. That's Chao Yusheng? Sure Hao was shocked. He saw someone else that was too similar to the little fatty. But he was even fatter. That person was in his middle years, a Taoist priest. He was also taking action and helping. Sure Hao saw gods and devils fall, blood dyeing the 9 heavens and 10th earth. The scene was too terrifying. A few great figures stood tall, fighting murderously. Time became indistinct, the stars turning, as if millions and millions of years had passed. Sure Hao's eyes were in pain as he stared in that direction, all the way until only a cauldron was left, resting not too far from him. There was one more person standing below the cauldron, figure even more indistinct. He was a heavenly whimperer who overlooked the 9 heavens and 10th earth. However, he couldn't open his mouth here. In front of him, the gods and devils all looked insignificant, too inferior, all of them needing to bow down, kowtowing towards him. He didn't have to display anger to exert intimidation. His heavenly emperor aura matchless. "What do you want to say to me?" Sure Hao couldn't help but shout. He had a feeling that this person came here to tell him some extremely important matters, but due to a few reasons couldn't open his mouth and say it. "Is it because you are only a drop of blood that you cannot explain anything?" Sure Hao asked. He felt that this matter was too important. He could feel a vague type of feeling that he had to understand and get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, there would be a great disaster in the future. Moreover, this type of great disaster would engulf the heavens above and earth below, the effects incomparably deep. Did this person come here to tell him? Why couldn't he communicate with him? The witch was pushed by a wave of power into the distance, unable to get closer, only able to watch. She was extremely shocked. What kind of person was that? Why was he so powerful? He exceeded any person she had ever met before. Far greater than a sect master, a heavenly emperor. The witch had this type of feeling. That person's aura was too great. Even though he didn't speak, just silently standing there, he could still overlook time and space, suppress the heavens. She was shocked. Why wasn't Sure Hao affected? Meanwhile, that person didn't look down on Sure Hao, instead seemingly trying to communicate with him, yet unable to all this time. Was there something wrong with this world? Or was she going crazy? How could there be such a terrifying expert in this world? Exceeding the limit. It was impossible to understand. Finally, the cries of war disappeared, all types of scenery disappearing. That person and the cauldron became dim, turning into a streak of flowing light, fading away. That cauldron from back then had visited this place. Only, the cauldron had long shattered the void and left, only leaving behind a drop of blood that reflected all types of scenes of the past. What he saw just now wasn't the real person and cauldron, all just engravings. Why? Even after so many years had passed, that person almost knew that someone was going to come here, coming here to see him. The witch was truly confused. All of the fluctuations disappeared. Only a drop of bright red emperor blood left. Sure Hao reached out his hand, wishing to touch it. This blood was extraordinary, making even deities tremble. However, for Sure Hao, it was extremely peaceful, not injuring him, not producing any reactions against him. "Careful!" The witch spoke out in warning, rushing over. Before she approached, she already felt all of her fine hairs stand on end. It was too terrifying. Sure Hao spread out his hand, wishing to place it in his palm. However, he was quickly stunned. His palm moved through the void, not touching that drop of blood. It almost didn't seem to exist. Why was this the case? It was truly incomprehensible. He tried several times, but he just couldn't grasp it in his hand. This blood was floating, accompanied by time fragments, as if it didn't belong in this world, as if it stopped somewhere in an eternal unknown place. These changes exceeded Hao's understanding. Why was this the case? Was this a drop of blood or an imprint? He almost couldn't say for sure, unable to see through it. However, there was one thing that he could be sure of, that it didn't belong to this era. This touched upon time and heaven and earth Tao, strange and astonishing. No matter how Hao took action, he just couldn't control it, unable to seize it from the fragments of time, only able to watch it rise and fall. Strange, the witch said. She thought for a bit, and then said, "How about trying to collect it with all life earth?" Hao nodded. He produced that bone cauldron. Inside of it was precious earth that released auspicious light. It moved. Both of them were shocked. This drop of blood landed on the cauldron, entering the all-life earth, thus disappearing. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. It was just too strange. How carefully and delicately stored the cauldron. Carrying it felt like carrying an immortal Tao mountain peak, feeling extremely heavy. The main reason was because of the pressure he felt inside. It was because he felt that this drop of blood was too important, trying to give him information. Even though he couldn't see through it right now, the day would come in the future when he will understand. He definitely couldn't lose it, which was why he treated it with such care. Was this a drop of blood from the future? Hao became silent. What was going to happen in the future for someone to go this far? Only after a long time had passed did he recover. He shook his head, temporarily putting this aside. "Hey, you're back. What kind of insights did you gain just now?" The witch was curious, asking him. "The heavens wanted me to discipline an evil woman like you, not wishing for you to stir up chaos in this world." Hao casually said. "Go die," the witch said. The two of them picked a few holy medicines in this ancient land, and then prepared to go back, no longer wasting time here. "So much lightning tribulation, yet you are actually unharmed. The most powerful lightning doesn't bring you any damage." The witch widened her beautiful eyes, revealing brilliance. They naturally encountered large amounts of lightning when breaking out. "I was born to be a heavenly emperor. What can this lightning count as?" Hao boasted shamelessly. Hong! A streak of lightning blasted his face, in the end producing an area of scorched blackness. His hair stood up strand by strand, his appearance as miserable as it could get. The witch was stupefied, and then roared with laughter. "The skin on your face really is thick. Not even thunder able to hack through it. Lightning unable to pierce through. Admirable." Hao operated the willow deity's divine method, eliminating the burn marks, restoring himself to normal. He raised his fist and smashed it towards the sky, resisting the lightning, bringing the witch out. The witch couldn't help but feel shocked as she looked at Hao's 3 strands of immortal energy. She had to admit that this fella now rose up. In the future, there definitely wouldn't be many who could match this youth. "How exactly did you cultivate those 3 strands of immortal energy? How many strands of immortal energy did you cultivate? And how is she?" she asked. "Secret. If you want to know, then be my servant girl for a few years. I'll teach you." Hao said with a laugh. "A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Hooking up with heaven-mending sex fairy is one thing, yet you even dare to speak randomly to me." The witch ridiculed, rolling her beautiful eyes at him. "Fairy on the left, witch on the right, if they are both servant girls, then I can also be considered to have defied the heavens, right?" "Haha." Hao laughed loudly. "You can stop dreaming. Hurry and walk," the witch urged. Her white clothes were pure like snow, figure graceful, clothes fluttering about. When she was calm, she was like an exiled immortal. When she smiled, there was a bewitching beauty. "What dreaming? In the future, I'm definitely going to suppress witches like you. When the time comes, don't come crying and screaming to be a servant girl at my side." 2 days later, they made it out, arriving at the ancient land where the heavenly deity tree resided. The witch was immediately stunned. On the majestic mountain, an ancient tree shone with dazzling golden light as if it was cast from cold. It was extremely luxuriant, divine fruits hanging from it. This was a heavenly deity tree. She recognized it, and then crazy desire appeared in her eyes, running forward to compete with Xianxia over the tree. Which, you dare stab me in the back? Do you want to immediately become a servant girl at my side? Xianxia shouted. Little friend, you really did find all life Earth? The old tree spoke, reaching out a golden branch and asking him. Correct. Xianxia produced a bone cauldron. I really am taking a great loss. Half of that all-life Earth belongs to me, old tree deity. Why don't you follow me? I promise that you'll exist throughout the ages, have long life and never decay. The witch shouted. With a schwa sound, the heavenly deity tree shrunk, becoming only a foot tall, entering the cauldron and taking root in the all-life Earth. It felt extremely comfortable, the golden light it released even more resplendent. Let's go, Xianxia said. The witch couldn't calm down inside. This hateful fella, the all-life Earth he took away was actually to subdue this old tree. Wasn't she losing out too greatly here? This won't do. Half of this tree belongs to me. The witch seemed to have gone mad, hanging by Xianxia's side without leaving, moving with him out from this ancient place. They returned to the normal small worlds. Did you really set your resolution to follow me? Willingly become a maid? Xianxia teased. Go die, go die, go die. The witch shouted. Hong. This world trembled greatly. Many of Immortal Ancient's small worlds all became unstable, as if everything was going to be split open. What happened? Xianxia's expression changed, asking those around them. It has been going on for many days already. The sect masters of the outside world are going to enter, about to break into Immortal Ancient. A native spoke, his expression panicked. Great changes were about to take place. Sect masters were going to descend into Immortal Ancient. This was definitely going to affect many things. Perhaps I should leave. I pretty much obtained all of the natural luck I can get. Xianxia said softly. He had to make a decision. He knew that there would be many dangers when leaving, that there would be an intense confrontation. When Immortal Ancient's great crack was completely opened, that was the time to escape. Of course, he had to join up with Immortal Ancient's sect masters, going to fight until he went mad. The outside world could not remain calm. The mysterious guests that did not belong to the 3,000 provinces, those youngsters, only a single person took action. Yet the heavenly deities of the 3,000 provinces were already forced back, no one his opponent. This place you all stay in really is declining. You're gonna try protect the desolate border like this. That young heavenly deity shook his head, looking down on the people here greatly. During this time, they traveled through many places throughout the 3,000 provinces. Yet in the end, they found that not a single heavenly deity was that youngster's opponent. For the higher realms, this was a type of humiliation. You all forget this ancient place's history by now, right? Not even knowing where we came from. This place truly has declined. That young heavenly deity shook his head, immortal energy swirling about around his body. Speaking such conceited nonsense, are you really going to challenge all of the heavenly deities under the heavens? Just wait a few more months. There'll definitely be someone who will come to defeat you. A heavenly deity from the higher realms said. This was a confrontation between heavenly deities, sect masters never taking action. It was because there were extremely powerful individuals among the mysterious guests as well. Good. Let me see who else in this ancient land is worth me trying my hand against. That young heavenly deity laughed in contempt. There is. 6 Crown King, exiled immortal, and Huang. If just one of them comes out, they will definitely be able to beat you. Only quite a few cultivators of the 3,000 provinces became silent. Would Huang even be able to come out? Would those sect masters let him go? A metal sword flew through the air, illuminating Azure Province. The sword of a heavenly deity hacked through the blue dome of heaven, as if a streak of unfading immortal light tore through all of eternity. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shaken up. Azure Province, everyone knew who it was that released that sword. It was the heavenly deity known as Sword King, a sword Dao heavenly deity whose name shook up the 3,000 provinces. He had cultivated the Tao for many years, already close to the next cultivation realm. The cold sword illuminated Azure Province. All experts in this province could sense it, all of them feeling great admiration inside. However, this battle had just started, yet it quickly came to an end. Kacha! In the sky, the sword light collapsed. A metal sword broke, dropping from the sky while carrying blood. Meanwhile, the other half of the sword turned around and shot into Sword King Mutai's chest, falling down to the great earth. Mutai was also defeated. That foreign visitor is too strong. Just what kind of identity do they have exactly? A few people sighed, developing a feeling of powerlessness. The heavenly deities of the 3,000 provinces were defeated group after group. Simply no one able to match this individual, to the extent where the most powerful couldn't even take 10 moves from him. This was too astonishing. There were heavenly deities that fell, as well those that were seriously injured. The foreign visitors traveled through hundreds of provinces, continuously challenging others along the way. No one was his opponent. Truly boring. Reputations was quite great. So-called number 1 heavenly deity of a Azure province or whatever, some sword king, but nothing more than this. Someone sneered from above in the sky. There was a great Tao flower petal above him that scattered down bits of Tao laws, the scene making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. That was immortal energy covering him, the most powerful embodiment of those who cultivated their Tao to this level. I already waited for several days. Why haven't your so-called heaven-warping geniuses returned yet? What were those people called again? Exiled Immortal, Huang? So dull. He had his arms behind him, as if he was a divine king patrolling the skies, appearing a bit impatient. Lin Tian, this is pretty much the best it'll get. In the end, this place has declined. Someone spoke behind him. There were 4 youngsters there, male and female, the men like dragons, full of vitality, the women like phoenixes, their magnificent styles unmatched, all of them extremely handsome and beautiful. Those 4 were all quite powerful, only better and not inferior to him. Even though they looked calm, they still gave off a mysterious, extraordinary aura. These individuals' ages weren't that great. Compared to normal heavenly deities, they were definitely ridiculously young. Too weak. A woman nodded. As she looked at the higher realm's heavenly deities, a cold intent appeared on her face, as well as an extremely clear expression of contempt. You all are too arrogant. The 3,000 provinces' heavenly deities' faces all became red. Being looked down upon like this truly left them without any face. Then just find someone who can fight against us. After traveling through the 3,000 provinces, we couldn't even find someone who meets half the qualifications. This already can't even be described with the word weak, but rather that you all are too insignificant. Another young male spoke, one who had a valiant bearing. There were 5-colored divine horns on his forehead. If Emperor Clanzi Gongzi came out, he should be able to stop you all. Only it is unknown where he is currently. A cultivator from Azure Province said softly. Many people were discontent. Looking down on the higher realms like this made a group of heavenly deities feel a wave of rage. Correct. If Yi Gongzi came out, he'd definitely be able to fight against you all. In the higher realms, there was an emperor clan with the surname Yi, this clan shaking up past and present. In a certain time, they were incredibly powerful experts like clouds in their history. In the archaic years, the clan's Yi Chenyu was a supreme being, previously slaughtering everyone under the heavens, sweeping through all before him, no one his opponent. Unfortunately, the moment before he became an immortal, he suffered a strange attack, mysteriously falling. One had to understand that after crossing Immortal Tao lightning tribulation, even the most powerful unmatched supreme being would have their strength wither. Those that could live were already incredibly rare, and they would be in extremely weak states. When suffering from plotting at this type of situation, corroded by a mysterious power, it wasn't that sovereign Yi Chenyu wasn't strong enough, but rather that the tribulation exhausted too much of his divine force. Since the past to present, the clan had produced many experts. In this era, there was an outstanding figure that even appeared to be named Yi Gongzi, someone who was known to be comparable to sovereign Yi Chenyu. He possessed heaven-warping talents. No one knew just how powerful he was exactly, but those who had traded blows with him believed that he was definitely the #1 heavenly deity in all of the 3,000 provinces. He had never suppressed himself, not intentionally doing anything for the sake of entering Immortal Ancient, allowing his cultivation to take him where he needed to go. What a pity! Yi Gongzi went to explore immortal Tao remains, walking through the great wastelands, isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, he would definitely hurry back. Someone said with a sigh, "What Yi Gongzi, if he is that strong, we'll see him sooner or later." Lin Tian felt disdain. In his perspective, the heavenly deities of the 3,000 provinces weren't anything special at all, that he alone could suppress and kill them all. Hung, do you truly think Yi Gongzi is gullible? Rumor has it that he is related to Sovereign Yi Qianyu. Once he returns, you all will know how formidable he is. Someone secretly sneered. At this moment, the others truly wished to immediately invite out the most powerful geniuses in Immortal Ancient. Being looked down upon by these foreign heavenly deities truly made them feel too embarrassed. Of course, the ones that left the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces feeling the most apprehension were still the 3 middle-aged men behind. They were deep and immeasurable. When they opened and closed their eyes, their pupils seemed to contain the cosmos and stellar streams, terrifying beyond belief. This was the reason why the 3,000 provinces weren't willing to ruin all relations. These 3 were too powerful, unfathomable, and enigmatic. If not for us coming to take a look at the desolate border you all are in charge of guarding, we wouldn't have even learned that the channel had been broken. When the great disaster rises again, it will affect the 9 heavens and 10th earth. Lin Tian said, full of contempt, not showing the heavenly deities of the higher realms 3,000 provinces any respect. We admit that you all are powerful enough, rarely meeting your match, but don't you think your words are a bit much? Now, I almost don't even hate Huang as much. Truly want him to come out from Immortal Ancient and fight against these people. The crowd clenched their fists. Even the disciples of a few great sects that bore hostility against Hao really wanted to invite that hateful Huang, inviting him here to fight. It was because they had already heard that he stepped foot in the holy sacrifice realm, becoming comparable to a heavenly deity, definitely having the strength to overlook others, possibly able to fight a decisive battle against these foreign vicious individuals. You all speak of the desolate border, about defending it, and then saying the world beyond. Who exactly are you all? An old heavenly deity asked. You all forgot the past, not knowing where you all are? Truly laughable and lamentable. A beautiful young lady spoke. There was a great Tao flower petal above her hair as well, one that scattered down chaotic energy. Tell us. The cultivators of the higher realms were naturally discontent. Laughable. The people of the 3,000 provinces really did forget about the past. At this moment, a middle-aged man that came from outside the 3,000 provinces spoke. When his eyes opened and closed, the nascent energy of all things were produced. 3,000 Tao provinces, this place has quite a history. What are you trying to imply? An old heavenly deity asked. This name was too old, not many people remembering it. People normally only called it the higher realms 3,000 provinces. What qualifications do you all have to act so arrogant? Aren't you all some savage creatures that previously fled towards the stars? There were heavenly deities that shouted like this. What a joke! You are treating us as the desolate stars barbarians. That middle-aged man shook his head, now confirming that the people of this realm had forgotten too much. The heaven and earth was originally complete, but after the battle of Immortal Ancient Great Era, this realm was ruined, because those creatures were too powerful. Another middle-aged man spoke, slowly narrating. The ancient world of the past had been broken through, becoming the 9 heavens and 10th earth, which was also 19 worlds of different strength. The higher realms 3,000 provinces was one place out of the 10 earths, the name being 3,000 Tao provinces. 9 heavens, 10 earths? Everyone began to tremble. There really was this type of saying, but they all thought that it was just an empty legend, never expecting that they really represented 19 ancient lands. However, now everyone became stupefied. Was what these foreign visitors were saying true? 3,000 Dao provinces. This was originally a rich and powerful place. I never expected that after all this time passed, it would fall to this extent. That middle-aged man said coldly. In the past, the supreme beings of the past worked together to support this place with 3,000 Dao, using it to suppress the desolate border. However, now, the great calamity is about to arrive, and it is definitely because of the desolate border the 3,000 Dao provinces are guarding. The bitterness of immortal ancient great era's battle will definitely reappear. When that time comes, what will we use to resist? There aren't even immortals to be seen now. Another middle-aged man from beyond this world spoke coldly. What are you all saying? Why are you trying to scare people? There were some who didn't believe. There were many that were incomparably shocked, their faces turning pale. It seems like the 3,000 Dao provinces has encountered major issues. The future great chaos will definitely start from this ancient place. One of the middle-aged foreigners spoke. Where is the desolate border? What kind of enemies are there? Is it scary? The people here didn't believe at all. The great immortal ancient great era where there was a group of long-life individuals, true immortals, it was because of them that it was destroyed. You tell me if it is scary or not. They broke the perfect heaven and earth into the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The middle-aged man shouted. Based on what he said, when that heaven and earth collapsed, the fine fragments and dust turned into the stars they now saw in the sky. Immortal ancient great era's enemy. They aren't a part of the perfect heaven and earth, needing to enter from the desolate border? Someone spoke out of shock. Defeated, the 3,000 Dao provinces is finished. A middle-aged man directly came to this conclusion, continuously shaking his head. The reason we came is just to select those we could use, asking the most powerful sect masters to join, also to train some youngsters to carry out a deeper level of cultivation. Only, it now seems like that'll be quite difficult. Based on what he said, great disturbances had happened in the 9 heavens 10 earths recently. The other worlds walked together, opening up the ancient transport formation. It was especially the case for the most powerful heavens in the 9 heavens, where there were supreme beings who proposed to establish martial manners or immortal academies and others, then selecting the most powerful young experts to train them. Goddess Academy, selecting the most powerful young heavenly deities in the 9 heavens 10 earths to continue their studies? Holy Academy, those who aren't the most talented unable to enter. The following pieces of information shocked the heavenly deities of the higher realms until they were all stupefied. Was what they said true? 3,000 Dao provinces was a place that had declined. Above it were still 9 layers of heaven. 9 heavens 10 earths. Just how vast of a world was this? If it was this type of selection of the best, the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces might not stick out at all. The 9 heavens 10 earths had more than 10 worlds, each of them flourishing from past to now. Just the thought alone left everyone shaken up. This selection of the best was truly something of a grand and magnificent scale. Everyone became dumbstruck, finding it hard to immediately digest all of this information. Some people wiped at their cold sweat. They finally knew that the skies were going to change. The 3,000 provinces were large enough already, yet it was just a single world. There were many other more terrifying ancient worlds. Now, the 9 heavens 10 earths supreme beings were all discussing with each other regarding how to deal with the great calamity, making preparations. It now seemed like the foreign visitors were just sizing up the cultivators of the 3,000 Dao provinces. Those youngsters weren't even the most powerful individuals. The 9 heavens 10 earths were all gathering to establish an academy. The most powerful geniuses that were selected, just how heavenly defying would they be? Everyone trembled with fear, their hearts greatly shaken. Immortal Ancient remains sure how and the witch walked together, drawing quite a bit of attention. Quite a few creatures revealed strange expressions as they watched from the distance. Just what kind of heaven-angering thing did you do? Why do I feel like they are a bit scared of you? The witch said strangely. Why don't you take some time to think about who you are talking to? I am unmatched in the world. Number 1 under heaven. They aren't feeling fear, but rather respect and adoration. Sure Hao said extremely narcissistically. Ha! My senses are sharp. Clearly heard others swearing, cursing a devil king like you. You even have the shamelessness to act so proud of yourself. The witch's voice was full of disdain. Her black hair hung down to her waist. She wore white clothes, skin snow-white and sparkling, face refined and beautiful. A single smile enough to topple a country. It was impossible for her not to draw attention even if she didn't want to. When Shurhao heard this, he looked towards the distant sky and said, "Archaic divine ape's descendant, do you want to offer your monkey brains to me?" There were several golden ancient apes. When they heard this, all of their faces turned pale, quickly escaping. They cursed in secret, never expecting him to sense it from so far away. "It seems like you are quite infamous in Immortal Ancient. Those divine apes were scared away with just a shout from you." The witch clicked her tongue, speaking in admiration. "This is a brilliant reputation won through battles. Back then, 7 great heavenly deities tried to kill me, but they were all sent straight to hell," Shurhao said with a laugh. The witch didn't seem too interested at first, but later on, she saw that all of the cultivators felt great reverence towards Shurhao. She knew that this was true, and that there was a great problem that she still didn't know about. Soon after, the witch saw geniuses from the 3,000 provinces, seeing some familiar people. She discovered that these people were even more scared of Shurhao, staying far away. The witch called over a few people she truly was familiar with. "Holy Lady, you've cultivated in seclusion for several years, only appearing now. We all thought that something unexpected happened to you." Those people were shocked, recognizing that she was Sky-Severing Sect's Holy Lady. "What Holy Lady? This is a witch we are talking about. Okay?" Shurhao corrected. Those people's expressions all became unnatural, their faces turning a bit stiff. This individual was too ridiculous, slaughtering the deities of Immortal Ancient until no one could say anything. Who wasn't scared of him? Why are you all so scared of him? Isn't he just someone whose cultivation was a bit stronger? Could it be that he will also eat you all? The witch was curious. Those people all wanted to cry. How could they dare speak bad about him in front of his face? However, this person really did eat experts frequently. From flood dragons to Paishio, and then to dragon sparrows, he ate whatever was strong. He had slaughtered out a great reputation during the past few years in Immortal Ancient, and he also obtained his great reputation through eating. It made those who saw him feel their legs and stomach cramp up, because none of them were humanoid creatures. "Hey, what are you all this scared for?" The witch was discontent. One of them transmitted in secret, saying, "Holy Lady, he really will eat us. Don't ask any more. I plead you to hurry and stay far away from him. Who knows if he is hungry right now or not? If he is, you will most likely be in danger." The witch almost laughed from annoyance. She saw that these people felt a great fear towards Shurhao, all of them ranting and raving in fear while standing near him, their bodies all uncomfortable. "Is he really that dangerous?" the witch asked. "He is. He even eats deities, let alone us. He is the most dangerous living being." One of them secretly transmitted sound. "You are a 5-colored deer, right? I heard that it's quite the mending food. Talking behind my back like this. Could it be that you want to donate some deer blood to me?" Shurhao asked. His divine senses were powerful. In such a close distance, he could seize these individuals' divine will conversations. When the 5-colored deer young lady heard this, her pretty expression immediately paled. She cried out loudly, her knees becoming weak, almost sitting down on the ground, her face as pale as snow. "All right, don't scare her anymore. All of you, tell me what is going on," the witch said. Soon after, she finally understood how savage Huang was right now, continuously killing heavenly deities, a group of heavenly deities sent by the outside world sects killed, their numbers at least 10. Moreover, there were a few powerful species that were all roasted and eaten. The witch's expression was strange. This fella really was savage. After not meeting him for several years, he became ridiculously powerful. 3 strands of immortal energy supported his body. Astonishing after all. Regardless of who it was that heard that this youth was treating heavenly deities as food for the first time, they would all be stupefied, even the crafty witch feeling a bit perplexed. What kind of treasures did you get from those heavenly deities' bodies exactly? Are you going to gift me any? The witch asked. I can treat you to a great feast, Xianxia said, naturally talking about heavenly deity flesh. They didn't waste time here, quickly leaving. Even though Xianxia currently didn't fear heavenly deities, he still didn't want to be attacked by some sect masters who harbored ill intentions. Kacha! The great crack that cut across Immortal Ancient's great void crack became even greater, shocking everyone. Xianxia frowned. He had to think of a way to struggle free. He returned to Soul Island, inviting his acquaintances, for example, Chao Yuxing the Little Rabbit, Chang Gongyan, Xuelin, Lani Chen, and others, discussing some matters with them. Then, Xianxia met with a few sect masters, speaking some of his thoughts. He wanted to cross tribulation again, help some of Immortal Ancient's experts neutralize their curses. You are still going to cross tribulation? Entering the heavenly deity realm. They were shocked, asking like this. No, how can it be that fast? If I continue to cultivate like that, my Tao foundation won't be stable. It is just too fast and violent. Xianxia shook his head. Holy sacrifice realm, a level where one suddenly became strong and suddenly became weak. There was no way he could cross this Tao threshold in one go. He still needed to solidify his foundation. He could guide lightning and forcefully summon lightning tribulation, and then withstand it to acquire lightning tribulation liquid. Xianxia felt that things were pressured. He had to gather some powerful sect masters to protect him at his side. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to slaughter his way out of Immortal Ancient. And how was he going to move the hearts of sect masters? It was naturally to give them what they desired most. All clans' eyes went red at the mere sight of lightning tribulation liquid. Difficult to resist its temptation. Of course, this didn't include those who already crossed his bottom line, the races whose relationship with him could not be reconciled. Little friend, you are going to cross Divine King Tribulation again? The 5 great sect masters were immediately shocked. One had to understand that Xianxia's tribulation was the most powerful heavenly tribulation. Being able to make it through once was a miracle on its own. Yet he wanted to face it again. Was this self-confidence a type of arrogance? Or was he not treating his own life as anything important? Everyone, please help protect me. Also, please tell Senior's old friends to come and watch, Xianxia said. He was implying that they could invite others, roping in sect masters to move together when the time came. The number of sect masters in Immortal Ancient were extremely few. If they didn't die, then they went mad. Those that could still be saved were already not that many. However, there were definitely some more people. When the 5 great sect masters heard this, even though they were worried for him, fearing that he would fail and end all hopes for their clansmen, they still felt a bit of excitement. If he really could continuously cross tribulation, then wouldn't that mean that they would no longer lack lightning tribulation liquid? Fine, we will invite some others. The 5 great sect masters left. Several days later, Immortal Ancient was shaken up. There was someone crossing tribulation, clouds everywhere moving. Heavens! How could it be Huang again? He's mad. How many days has it been since the last? He is going to face tribulation again? Don't tell me that he is entering heavenly deity realm. Immortal Ancient erupted into commotion, everyone feeling that this was inconceivable. Everyone was completely stupefied. Chao Yuxing, Chang Gongyan, Dragon Girl, and the others were all speechless as well. They stared at that figure in the sea of lightning in a daze. The witch's small mouth was completely open, also feeling as if she was looking at a ghost. This fellow was a bit too ridiculous. Facing Divine King Tribulation again. Was he tired of living? One had to know that the Divine King Tribulation was different from all other tribulations. One's cultivation in the Holy Sacrifice realm wasn't stable, possibly falling down to the Divine Flame realm while crossing tribulation. If they were struck by a streak of powerful lightning at that moment, then both their body and soul would be wiped out. Qing Yi also came. Yuchan also appeared in the distance. The two of them exchanged a look. Older sis Yuchan, has everything been well? When will you announce your marriage with Xianxia to the world? The witch waved her hand, smiling extremely happily, incredibly brilliantly. Yuchan raised her head, just happening to see the witch who went missing several years ago. She immediately clenched her teeth. If not for her, how could her other body have gotten tangled with How could have things become so complicated? Heaven-mending Sek's heavenly deity also heard this. He didn't feel angry, instead feeling rather happy, saying, "Chaner, do you really have a close relationship with Huang? Relax, there's no need to be embarrassed. This granduncle will bear witness for you. When we go back, the sect master can choose another holy lady and recruit Huang into our heaven-mending sect." Yuchan almost offended her superiors, nearly smashing her beautiful fist into her granduncle's face. She released a cold snort and then turned around. Her figure sparkled, bright like a moon, aloof and exceptional. Hong! Heavenly tribulation swept out, lightning radiance shooting out in tens of thousands of streaks, shaking up all directions. There were naturally many experts that arrived, but they didn't interfere. It was because when How crossed tribulation last time, it was obvious that those who got caught up would naturally also be struck by the lightning. The sect masters that were invited over were all nervous, but they were also extremely excited. It was because How crossed tribulation quite smoothly, not falling. Soon, he is going to succeed. When How was close to the end of crossing tribulation, the natives in Immortal Ancient all erupted into commotion. If Huang could continuously cross tribulation, then wouldn't that mean that everyone could be saved? Why isn't there a lightning pool? How was shocked. This truly was having high expectations for nothing. He made it through the lightning tribulation, but there was no immortal pool, no lightning tribulation liquid. He understood that the heavens would only grant that much. There was no way there would be unlimited lightning tribulation liquid, granting it only once every cultivation realm. This left everyone shocked. How released a deep sigh. The sect masters of all sides were extremely disappointed, but their eyes quickly lit up again. The individuals who were invited immediately flew over, willing to join How's side. It was because none of them were confused. This youth was too heaven-defying. Others didn't dare face tribulation, yet he dared to do it again, moreover succeeding. People like this weren't arrogant, but rather that they truly had extraordinary ability. If he entered the heavenly deity realm in the future, he would definitely make it through that most powerful heavenly deity tribulation. When that time came, there would definitely be their share of lightning tribulation liquid. Through this event, they could see How's incomparable potential. It was worth the cost to invest in him. This time, there was no lightning tribulation liquid. How's injuries couldn't be considered light. Unable to recover in the first instant, he sat there quietly treating his injuries. Hong! Heaven and earth moved, the lightning resonating. What is going on? This is a fluctuation coming from Immortal Ancient's great crack. Why does it seem like thunder? Someone cried out in shock. Crossing tribulation. There is someone else who is crossing tribulation. Soon after, news traveled out that Ningchuan was crossing tribulation, choosing to also start when How was crossing tribulation. It was clear that he was on guard against How and those sect masters around him, wishing to avoid them, and that was why he chose this moment. The opportunity has come. Let's slaughter our way over. How chose to take action, rushing in that direction in spite of his injuries. The sect masters all looked at each other in dismay, following along. The others were also shocked, all of them flocking over. Everyone knew that things were about to become lively. How slaughtered his way over to that small world, the group of people following behind him. How knew that this time, the silver blood devil tree races and other sect masters would definitely be guarding that place, that it would be extremely dangerous. However, he had the 8-armed soul race sect master and others, so he was clearly without fear. Kill! Under the cover of those great sect masters, How rushed into the heavenly tribulation. Others didn't dare enter, fearing this lightning, but he didn't care. He was going to kill Ningchuan and seize his lightning tribulation liquid. Sinner's blood descendant, you dare? The white-clothed Ningchuan's body was covered with bloodstains. He glared furiously at How. If he had a choice, he wouldn't cross tribulation here. However, The entrance that connected to the outside world was guarded by people sure how sent out, with sect masters' spiritual bodies watching over it, locking it down. In addition, the Silver Blood Devil tree race and the others demanded that he cross tribulation in Immortal Ancient, vowing that they would protect him. These people naturally had their own selfish motives, all for the sake of neutralizing their own cursed power. If they allowed Ning Chuan to escape Immortal Ancient, then things would no longer be in their control. Hong. As soon as Sure Hao hurried over, he displayed a matchless divine ability, rushing murderously at Ning Chuan. Heavenly tribulation surged, lightning radiance shooting everywhere. Ning Chuan's eyes were red. He was crossing tribulation, yet the other party dared to charge here and face tribulation as well, regarding him like a disgrace. Sinner's blood descendant. Hand over your life. Little six kid, you're nothing more than a fart. What sinner's blood? As for who hands over their life, we'll find out after this battle. Sure Hao's every movement carried matchless divine might. Hong. They fought until they weren't far from the lightning tribulation liquid. Sure Hao directly brought out a cauldron to seize it. You dare! Ning Chuan roared in anger. He also brought out magical artifacts to collect it, at the same time fighting ferociously against him. Why wouldn't I dare? Regardless, Sure Hao already seized some of the lightning tribulation liquid. When he took action now, he didn't feel any restraining fear, because he already obtained a great harvest. Kill! Ning Chuan shouted loudly. He, who originally had a fine jade-like appearance, was currently a mess. His entire body was covered in blood, fighting intensely against Sure Hao. While fighting a great battle in heavenly tribulation, not only did the two have to deal with the creatures produced by lightning, they also had to fight intensely against each other. This was especially true for the region around the lightning pool. Even though this layer of heaven was rather calm, there were many creatures here. Once they were provoked, it would become even more frightening. Reincarnation fist. Sure Hao shouted loudly. His fist shone, and at the same time, time fragments danced about, as if they blasted apart the past, present and future, erupting with his movements. Light surged endlessly, his entire being seemingly igniting. Heaven and earth seemed to be pierced through. The lightning was forced back, fragments of time disappearing. His fist carried divine chains of order, striking towards Ning Chuan. Heaven diagram severing past and present. Ning Chuan shouted. A heaven diagram rose behind him, the supreme being technique he had since birth. That diagram was engraved into his back. Within it the sun, moon, and stars, the starry sky and cosmos. Walala! This scroll unfolded, as if a great world was descending, surrounding this place. It was as if the two of them were standing in the cosmos, great stars moving one after another in the great space's darkness. Heavenly streams poured down one after another. Hong! Sure Hao went berserk, a fist striking through a star, rushing murderously at Ning Chuan. Break! Ning Chuan shouted. The void exploded, the universe broken apart. Sure Hao seemed to be separated on the other side of shore. Moreover, at this time, great stars rumbled, stars igniting one after another, illuminating the ice-cold universe. They smashed down on Sure Hao's direction. Humans had their limit. When one had to resist the cosmos, they just seemed a bit too insignificant. Sinner's blood descendant. Just a trifling being like you even dare take on the great universe as your enemy? Ning Chuan's voice was ice-cold. He was like an unmatched divine king that was overlooking the world, suppressing Sure Hao. Come back and talk big after you've truly refined a part of the universe. This is nothing more than some shitty scribblings, Sure Hao said. He opened his heavenly eyes, not being confused by what he saw. His reincarnation fist became more and more resplendent, blasting through the universe, smashing apart stars one after another, slaughtering his way over towards Ning Chuan. Cut apart the clouds in the sky and break through the ninth firmament. Ning Chuan's cold voice sounded. His incantation power and magical imprint combined. That heaven diagram swayed, the stars in the cosmos shining. Chi! In that instant, The stellar streams in the heaven diagram formed a stellar sky divine sword, hacking down towards Hao, hacking open the ninth firmament. At the same time, Hao's fist broke through the void's restriction, blasting through an expanse of stars, fighting his way over. Pooh! Blood blossomed, shooting out from Hao's shoulder. The stellar sky divine sword cut open his shoulder, injuring his flesh. Not good, someone cried out. Hao's well-being was connected to the lives and deaths of too many people. Quite a few natives were still depending on him for survival. There were some who laughed, partial towards Ning Chuan's side. It was because they discovered that Hao's fist was still a bit of distance from Ning Chuan in the end, not hitting its target. Haha, Huang is still a bit inferior to Ning Chuan, even though he could cross the most powerful lightning tribulation, so what? It still isn't enough. Someone laughed loudly in an undisguised manner. These included the Silver Blood Devil tree race and the others. They were all incomparably hopeful. However, Ning Chuan's expression changed. His body swayed, quickly moving backwards. Then he coughed out a large mouthful of blood, white hair appearing at his temples, aging a bit. That is, stealing time. The fist didn't arrive, but those time fragments still shot out, landing on Ning Chuan. A few people saw through this technique, all of them shocked. This was just the start, yet both of them were injured, especially Ning Chuan, who continuously coughed out blood. Huang's battle experience is too abundant. Blood was drawn from his shoulder, but that's nothing more than a superficial wound, the Tao not seeping into his muscles and bones. However, Ning Chuan suffered the power of reincarnation. The injury's deep. That isn't entirely the case. The strike Huang suffered was definitely not that easy to take. That is the stellar sky divine sword produced by the heaven diagram. The injuries definitely reached his bones. There were some discussing, analyzing this battle. Sinner's blood descendant. Ning Chuan's expression changed. The reincarnation fist was extremely sharp. Even though the fist didn't arrive, the time fragments still entered his body. The attack formless. His flesh was growing dim, his temples graying. A few wrinkles also appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, he stopped this type of transformation, not allowing himself to continue aging. However, there was one thing that was a bit frightening. The reincarnation fist was not only related to time, it also possessed astonishing destructive force, causing him to continuously cough blood. His injuries not light. Hao's bones released pi-pa sounds, sending that sword flying. Blood shot out even higher from his shoulder, clearly injured. However, his entire body shone, quickly healing those bones. Kill! With this roar, Hao's energy devoured mountains and rivers. The area below his feet shone, golden lotuses appearing all around him, planting themselves in the cosmos. He stepped on the sun, moon, and stars one after another, rushing towards Ning Chuan. Pooh! Behind him, the great stars formed by the heaven diagram were trampled apart one after another, as if a dragon or tiger was going on a rampage. He rushed murderously at Ning Chuan, unleashing a great attack. Hong! The two of them continuously clashed, fighting a life and death battle. They fought until they went berserk, both of them risking it all. Not good. Ning Chuan had just finished crossing tribulation, his body still extremely weak. He might not be able to stop Huang. Huang is too ferocious. Someone's expression changed. No harm. Huang had just crossed tribulation as well, and he hadn't had much time to recover either. Now, he even charged into Ning Chuan's heavenly tribulation. Heaven diagram suppress. Ning Chuan beckoned over, and then the heavenly stars moved about, all of them flying towards his hand. They then formed a great cosmostellar diagram, supported in his hand. Hong Long Long. It was as if he supported a universe, slapping towards Hao. This type of scene was too terrifying, as if he was a giant splitting heaven and earth apart, raising the universe in one hand, smashing it at a single person. Kuan Peng method of destruction. Hao turned into a Kuan Peng, rushing into the ninth layer of heaven. He unfolded his golden feathered wings, slapping the heavenly stars apart. The enormous body crushed the cosmos until it fissured. Still not enough, suppress. Ning Chuan roared. Pong! The entire universe was sent downwards, smashing down onto Shi Hao's body. Shi Hao's entire body flew outward, opening his mouth and coughing out blood, suffering serious injuries. This was Ning Chuan, his strength powerful, able to injure even Huang. He was fully deserving of his unmatched name as Six Crown King. Only, before others could even release a cry of joy, the battle situation changed again. The sky was full of golden feathers, and there were black-colored ocean waves that rose. Shi Hao stabilized his body, and then he displayed the Kunpeng's greatest profound mysteries. A black-colored great fish rose up from the waters, resonating with the golden Peng in the sky. One hand Great Yin, one hand Great Yang. Kun and Peng rose up together, displaying undying power. Kill! Following Shi Hao's light shout, he moved through the sky, penetrating the cosmos. He continuously took action, the Kun Peng magical imprints all striking down on Ning Chuan. Pooh! Ning Chuan flew outwards, his mouth coughing out blood. Again! Ning Chuan's forehead shone, dragon patterns covering it densely. He released a great roar, and then it was as if the void image of a true dragon appeared. He formed a fist imprint, releasing an ultimate attack. Do you think you are 10 Crown King wanting to display Dragon Fist? Come back after you learned the complete precious technique. Shi Hao sneered. Not right. Right at this moment many people were shocked. That wasn't a dragon. Even Shi Hao was astonished. Wind raged around this fist, terrifying beyond belief. A white qilin appeared, roaring with Ning Chuan's attack. The wind of a king stirred about, the aura matchless. The dragon patterns on the forehead were actually qilin patterns. Someone cried out in alarm. Ning Chuan had fooled everyone. He never displayed it in the past, only displaying this type of exceptional divine ability now. One had to bear in mind that the qilin precious technique was one of the vicious 10 exceptional arts. Just what kind of background did he have? This was his innate divine ability, something he had from birth. How could he directly inherit the qilin technique? Hong! Qilin fist, blood energy surging. The wind produced by the fist tearing through the heavens. It was too terrifying. Ning Chuan's appearance was normally fine and elegant like jade, cultured and refined, yet right now he had the aura of a king. His entire body was covered in blood, hair scattering down. His gaze was like cold electricity as he fought intensely against Shi Hao. Qilin fist? So what? With a raise of his hand, he operated the willow deity technique. His entire body erupted with golden light. When a fist blasted out, hundreds and thousands of golden divine chains of order struck out with his fist. The two fists collided. A hong sounded, blasting apart the heavens. In the end, the 10th layer's sea of lightning was guided over, making this place completely chaotic. Not good. Everyone became shocked. This sea of lightning was the most terrifying. Within it immortal birds, divine beasts and others. Once it erupted, it was difficult to resist. Apart from this, there was the immortal killing stage that was even more immeasurable. Huang, you dare! Ning Chuan berated. It was because while the two were fighting the intense battle, Shi Hao stole lightning tribulation liquid. Ning Chuan himself was also collecting divine liquid. Due to interference from both sides, both of them only acquired some of it. This made Ning Chuan fight until his eyes went red. It was because this was originally his. It no longer seemed complete even if a single drop was seized by Shi Hao, a type of humiliation for him. There was a whole pool of precious liquid, yet during this intense battle against Shi Hao actually seized more than him. Vicious 10 precious technique. Qilin divine ability reappeared. Ning Chuan's killing intent overflowed. A snow-white qilin roared after he produced a fist imprint, vivid and lifelike, rushing forward murderously. At the same time, there was the divine diagram on his back. Waves of flames surged beneath his feet, all types of precious techniques being displayed. To his side, a golden crow cried out. Dragons and tigers struggled. Of course, it was still the white Qilin that took the lead. The scene was extremely terrifying. Shao's fists shone, his left Reincarnation fist, right Lightning Emperor fist. Behind him was a golden willow tree. He rushed forward murderously. Not good. Right at this moment, those who were watching their great battle all cried out in alarm. It was because there was a true dragon that rose and a heavenly phoenix flying about in the 10th layer lightning world, diving down towards them. The two of them were fighting an intense battle, triggering great trouble. The creatures in the sea of lightning were provoked. Even though they were all produced from lightning, it was still as if they were alive, divine abilities immeasurable. The true dragon rushed towards Ning Chuan, heavenly phoenix towards Shao. The two were fighting a great battle, yet they still had to fend off the creatures in the lightning. It was becoming more and more chaotic. Aside from this, there were other creatures that were rushing forward as well, placing the two in a dangerous situation. Their bodies were covered in blood. Qi. This was especially the case when the immortal killing stage shone. Sword energy was released in thousands of streaks, sweeping through the heavens, causing both of their expressions change. They quickly moved out of the way. Pooh! Both of their bodies were brushed, blood flowing in streams. It was terrifying to the extreme. Right at this moment, the two of them seemed to have roared at the same time. It was because they both rose to their most powerful state, preparing to display their most powerful techniques. 9-5 Supreme being heavenly art. 8-9 Heaven's art. The two of them roared loudly, signifying the release of their most powerful extreme arts. These were techniques that supported other precious techniques. Now that they were all activated, it signified that their most powerful precious techniques were all going to appear. The 8-9 Heaven's art operated the Kuan Peng technique, Reincarnation technique, Lightning Emperor technique, Heaven Calamity Light, Willow Deity technique. This place surged precious techniques overlaying, absolutely incomparable in power. Even though this heavenly art had flaws, not perfect, activating it in Shao's current cultivation realm was enough. The flaws wouldn't affect much. Hong. Heaven and earth became chaotic, primal chaos surging. This was the scene the 8-9 Heaven's art produced. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 9-5 Supreme being heavenly art appeared, similarly terrifying. It supported many different supreme precious techniques, as if an immortal Tao Supreme Being was descending into this world, sweeping through everything under the heavens. After this attack, heaven and earth became blurry, nothing visible. Only much later did everyone discover that the two of them were both staggering, their bodies in tatters. Shao was already sitting in front of the lightning pool, seizing lightning tribulation liquid in an absolutely unrestrained manner. Ning Chuan's flesh is inferior to Huang's, suffering a great loss, someone said with a sigh. Huang has crossed divine king tribulation before after all. His flesh sturdy to an unimaginable level. He naturally has the upper hand. Everyone stared at this battlefield. There were some who became nervous, some who became excited. Ah! Ning Chuan released a great roar, flames burning the 9 heavens. That was his lightning tribulation liquid, yet it was being stolen by Huang right now. However, his injuries were too severe, his combat strength declining greatly. Hong! The immortal killing stage swayed, immortal light erupting. The 10th layer lightning tribulation faded, the lightning pool also becoming indistinct. Don't run. I still didn't finish collecting, Shao shouted, feeling extremely unwilling. Pooh! Ning Chuan in the distance was so angry he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was all his, yet Huang actually had this type of attitude. I am going to kill you. Ning Chuan roared furiously, his entire body's spiritual essence surging, erupting. He rushed over murderously again. I want to completely end your life too, Shao sneered. He put away the lightning tribulation liquid, directly slaughtering his way over towards Ning Chuan. A white Qilin rose up, releasing tens of thousands of streaks of light. It tore apart the heavenly domain and dove down. Ning Chuan's white clothes danced about, his face handsome without the slightest flaw, more beautiful than many girls, supporting this white Qilin. The Qilin released a great roar, charging over murderously. This was a great decisive battle. Great flames of rage burned within him. Sure how stole his lightning tribulation liquid. Simply intolerable. What was Six-Crown King? He emerged unmatched in 6 eras, known as the greatest in that time. No one at his cultivation realm or below could match him. Huang also displayed might, starting to fight with his life on the line. Someone sighed in admiration. Sure how rushed forward, supporting a Kuan Peng. It was incomparably massive, spreading its wings and splitting the skies. Golden light rushed out in tens of thousands of streaks, ocean waves flooding outwards. Hong! This was a world-shocking great collision that made even heavenly deities tremble. The divine force was incomparable, the natural laws between them endless. The two fought intensely, blood splashing outwards, divine light released in tens of thousands of streaks, bone texts interweaving, blasting apart the void. Kill! The heavenly tribulation ended. So how could the sect masters sit still? There were people who moved, their objective clearly the lightning tribulation liquid. The silver blood devil tree, rainbow giant tiger and other supreme experts rushed out together, truly wishing to immediately kill Huang, seize the lightning tribulation liquid he obtained. However, how could the 8-armed soul race's #1 expert, Beauty Clan's clan elder and the others just watch from the side? They came precisely to provide Sure Hao with support, protect him at his side. They rushed out together, rushing murderously at the silver blood devil tree and others. In reality, they all carried grudges to begin with, so this just happened to be an opportunity to unleash a world-shocking confrontation. Hong Long Long. Sect masters took action, making heaven and earth split apart. Cold winds roar, a blood rain pour down. Any random strike was enough to produce many heaven and earth strange changes. In the surroundings, everyone trembled, their legs and stomachs cramping up, unable to stand still. All of their faces were pale white like snow. There were some who couldn't take the pressure, dropping from the sky. In that instant, experts fled in disarray, rushing towards the distance out of fear of being caught up in the blast waves. Everyone hid at the limits of the horizon, watching this exceptional confrontation. Huang, he defied the heavens, actually crossing heavenly tribulation together, seizing a large half of the lightning tribulation liquid, domineering to a ridiculous degree. Is there still heavenly reason? He can just casually cross tribulation, never dying. He succeeded again. Everyone could only sigh with praise. This type of extraordinary practice truly felt ridiculous. One had to understand that that was the most powerful divine king tribulation, something normal people couldn't understand. This was a 9 deaths 1 life heavenly tribulation, yet Huang could repeatedly cross it. It truly made others feel like he is a monster. This fella is so strong, the witch muttered, her beautiful eyes flickering about, as if this was the first time she discovered Sure Hao. The young man was a promising talent when he was in the lower realm, while today he could be considered to truly be shining, forcefully facing Six-Crown King, shaking up Immortal Ancient. On the other side, Yu Chan also revealed a look of shock. The legendary Ning Chuan, the unmatched king that was known to be unrivaled in 6 eras, was stopped by the brat she detested. Moreover, from the looks of it, Ning Chuan was even injured, losing most of the divine liquid. This truly left others feeling a bit alarmed. Everyone present released a sigh. Huang's rise was already unstoppable, rushing up in one world, crushing the 9 great heavens. This was an undefeated legend. The two of them fought intensely, not affected by their surroundings. Sure Hao wasn't worried at all, because his side had more sect masters. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan also forgot about everything else, not showing any more misgivings, erupting with true rage. Those two have trump cards. I feel like both of them can escape under the hands of sect masters, which is why they are fighting a great battle. Chang Gongyan said, coming to this conclusion. Dragon Girl, Chao Yuxing, Xue Lin and the others all nodded. These two were extremely powerful individuals, representing a battle at the peak of this era. Hong! Sure Hao's palms slapped forward, carrying endless power, as if it could strike down stars from the sky. Heaven overflowing radiance engulfed the heavens, illuminating the eternal. Dong! Ning Chuan used the Qilin fist, fighting a bloody battle against him. Fist met palm, symbols rising and falling like ocean waves, violently surging up and down. Sure Hao didn't display the 8-9 heavens art, while Ning Chuan didn't use the 9-5 supreme being heavenly art, because these two methods were too astonishing, the consumption tremendous. They needed a long time of preparation to complete, or else casually releasing them wasn't as efficient as just using unmatched precious techniques. Generally speaking, that was a technique that supported precious techniques, and not a true offensive divine ability. Chong. Reincarnation symbols appeared in Sure Hao's hand, condensing into a divine sword, the light intimidating. It hacked forward. Dang! A massive Qilin staff appeared in Ning Chuan's hands, a derivation of the precious technique. It brandished over, colliding with that divine sword, sparks flying everywhere. This battle represented the highest level of confrontation at this cultivation realm, making everyone's hearts and minds tremble. Hong! The reincarnation sword and Qilin staff clashed. This was not only a clash of magical force and Tao, but also a comparison of vitality and will. The two of them fought until they went berserk. Sure Hao's hair flew about chaotically, a layer of gold appearing around his body as if cast in gold. He erupted with power, his right hand holding a divine sword, left hand a fist as he rushed murderously at Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, the 6-crown king on the other side had also lost his previous aloof expression, fighting until his eyes were red. Qilin patterns were on his forehead, on his back the heaven diagram, his entire being erupted, using the most powerful fighting strength. Ning Chuan and Huang are going at it, truly fighting a life and death decisive battle. What? Two exceptional heroes are clashing? Go! We cannot miss out on this. We have to go watch. News got out, spreading in all directions. Many small worlds in Immortal Ancient knew about this, and quite a few people hurried over. They knew that this was likely the final battle of Immortal Ancient's end. Perhaps it could even be said that this was the final exciting battle. He is fighting against 6-crown king. Can he win? When Yunxi found out, she was a bit stumped for words. She then rushed towards that place. Huang, is he really going to defy the heavens? No one can stop him. And now, he even went out to challenge 6-crown king. There were ancient freaks that released a great sigh. One had to understand that, in their hearts, Ning Chuan was unmatched. Now, an up-and-coming youngster was actually powerful to this extent. The geniuses of the 3,000 provinces were all moved, hurrying over. They were going to watch this ultimate battle. This was true for Immortal Ancient's natives as well, every single one of them rushing towards that small world. It was because apart from the two great geniuses that were there was also lightning tribulation liquid making their blood surge. More and more people came, this small world becoming packed with people. Kill! The two geniuses tore at each other, the fight vicious to the extreme. Sure Hao became more valiant the longer he fought, his fist strength world-shocking. When his fist smashed outwards, even the moon would explode if it was struck. They fought risking everything. They already fought bloodily for over 2,000 moves, both of their consumption great. Both of them had just crossed heavenly tribulation, not having time to recover. It was because there was no time at all. If not for the fact that they both drank a bit of lightning tribulation liquid, the bones in their bodies would all be broken. This was especially true for Sure Hao. He faced tribulation 2 times just now, currently extremely exhausted. Fortunately, the lightning tribulation liquid's effects were astonishing, allowing him to recover quite a bit. Ning Chuan was furious. This was his lightning tribulation liquid. He felt incomparably aggravated when he saw the other person drink it. Sinner's blood descendant, filthy blood flows through your body. You are just like you ancestors, shameless and without virtue. Accept death, Ning Chuan roared. You so-called dog fart 6-crown king. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Sure Hao's eyes released cold electricity. Both of them displayed secret methods, displaying the most powerful attack. Suddenly, Sure Hao released a grunt, his entire body becoming golden, releasing divine auspicious brilliance, turning into a heavenly dragon and charging forward. Not good. Ning Chuan's expression changed. The precious technique he released was actually disappearing with the wind, breaking down, quickly disappearing, unable to reach Shihao. Magical immunity. This was a strange method, and right now, it displayed astonishing ability, immediately causing Ning Chuan's heart to churn, his expression changing on the spot. Shihao had this type of ability, but after coming to Immortal Ancient, he never truly used it, because he was waiting for an opportunity, leaving it behind for a guaranteed kill. If he casually displayed it, others would be on guard, difficult to truly display its exceptional effects. Only when he ran into Ning Chuan today, when both of them had already fought bloodily to this extent, did he suddenly display it. Sure enough, all of the precious techniques Ning Chuan displayed temporarily lost effectiveness, as if they lost magical force, having their Tao shaved off. His eyes glared with anger. What is going on? What happened? Everyone cried out in alarm. Ning Chuan's body grew dim, precious techniques all disappearing. Meanwhile, Shihao's radiance flourished, all types of precious techniques appearing. Hong! The Kuan-Peng fist was truly domineering. When it descended, it carried an expanse of golden feathers, and there was also a boundless black sea surging. It was terrifying to the extreme. This fist's power flooded outwards, blasting Ning Chuan until he flew outwards. He lost the protection of natural laws and precious techniques, taking this attack forcefully with his flesh, relying on his fists and other parts to block this attack. Kacha! He first spat out a large mouthful of blood, and then the sound of bones fracturing continuously sounded. His body almost exploded, suffering serious damage from this attack. Chi! Shihao raised his hand. A golden willow tree appeared behind him, and then along with the display of his secret technique, hundreds of golden divine chains of order flew out. Pu sounds rang out, some of them impaling Ning Chuan's body, causing his entire body to bleed. The scene was too horrifying. Heavens, what is going on? Why did Ning Chuan suddenly lose? Many people cried out in alarm. Ning Chuan's eyes were ice cold, doing everything he could to resist. More than 10 bloody holes appeared on his body. Even though he struggled free, this injured his foundation, the wounds truly severe. Kill! Shihao roared. Like a heavenly horse leaping over the moon, he already arrived, a foot trampling downwards. Lightning erupted endlessly as he stamped down towards Ning Chuan. This time, he displayed the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. Kacha! 5-colored thunder hacked down. Ning Chuan's white clothes were burned to ashes. The crown of his head struck with lightning. If not for his arms protecting it, he would have most likely been in danger. Despite this, his powerful flesh was still damaged, scorched black and cracking. His bones were fractured and muscles torn. His condition extremely terrible. Yun-Shi just happened to rush over. Just like many people, when she saw this scene, she was incomparably shocked. Was Ning Chuan being suppressed and beaten by Huang? Huang, you've angered everyone, Ning Chuan roared. His left arm was shining, becoming sparkling and resplendent. It was accompanied by immortal energy and immortal light. The fluctuations it released went from weak to powerful, becoming terrifying to the extreme. Everyone became shocked, including sect masters and others. The magical immunity was actually broken. Shihao's mind was shaken. What was that? True immortal hand bone. Someone cried out in alarm. Everyone could clearly sense that immortal Tao aura. That hand of his was special, immediately becoming transparent. The bones inside swirled with immortal light, the power world-shaking. It was precisely because of this that the hand bone revived, forcefully breaking Shihao's magical immunity state. Hong! Ning Chuan pressed his palm forward. His body was trembling, the entire arm contorting, moreover releasing a kacha sound. It unexpectedly broke. Using this hand bone placed an unimaginable burden on him. It was because he was forcefully using immortal Tao power. This wasn't an ordinary true immortal bone. Within it was condensed the most primitive, most powerful imprint. Otherwise, how could it display this type of power? Everyone shivered inwardly. Hong! Heaven and earth shattered, not much able to stop it. Even sect masters' expressions changed. This place became nothingness, returning to primal chaos. Sure Hao moved away. His speed was too fast. He sensed the aura of danger, a single warp bringing him to the edge of the horizon. Ning Chuan, hand over your life. Then he circled his way back, attacking Ning Chuan murderously. It was because he already saw that this hand bone was too tyrannical, even Ning Chuan, who was powerful to this extent, finding it difficult to operate. At this moment, Ning Chuan's face was snow-white, his entire body's spiritual essence almost sucked dry. That arm's bones were broken at several places. He released a sigh. After crossing tribulation today, he still hadn't solidified his cultivation. He was careless during this intense battle, putting him at a disadvantage, one mistake after another. He had to leave. Otherwise, he might be killed by Huang. Hong. He supported the true immortal hand bone again. It blasted through heaven and earth, tearing through the void. It was useless even if sect masters sealed down the void. One could imagine just how unordinary this hand bone was. The only flaw was that its consumption of divine force and Tao was too great, and the burden it placed on the body was too much. For the sake of activating that hand bone, his own arm was even broken. You won't be able to leave. Sure Hao followed, chasing after him to hunt him down. That day, Immortal Ancient was shaken up. Huang chased after Six Crown King, leaving all sides greatly shocked. All eyes were focused on this matter. He finally reached that step, able to sweep through Immortal Ancient. Some of the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces released a sigh of admiration. Even Ning Chuan was defeated, running like this, so who could match Huang? Who could stop his footsteps? Ning Chuan continued running, finding it hard to calm down. He was filled with rage. This was the first time he had to run away from a cultivator at the same level as him, an utter humiliation. Six Crown King lost. He was injured by Huang like this, forced to run. I can't believe it. White-clothed Ning Chuan, undefeated legend, he lost today, suffering a defeat. It truly is regretful. Many people were discussing behind them. This place had already erupted into chaos. This battle shocked all sides. All geniuses from the 3,000 provinces shaken up. Huge waves were stirred up. What kind of figure was Ning Chuan? He overlooked all experts from past to present, those of the same level unable to defy him. He dominated 6 worlds. Who at his level could compete against him? Today he was defeated. It was as if inscribed steel collapsed, making others release long sighs, at the same time feeling a bit of disappointment. The white-clothed legend was going to end here? Quite a few people who felt respect towards Six Crown King now felt extremely uncomfortable. However, what they saw was reality. Those two left, one chasing the other, disappearing from everyone's view. Previously, Ning Chuan coughed out blood, receiving serious injuries. Anyone with eyes could see this. Chase! The sect masters all moved out, chasing after them. Lightning Tribulation Liquid was where all of their hopes rested on, so they couldn't allow it to be lost. The 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor, Beauty Race's clan elder, and the others were comparatively better off, already having their curses neutralized, now just showing consideration for their clansmen. However, the other side's Silver Blood Devil Tree, Rainbow Giant Tiger, and others' eyes were already red, chasing after the two. Unfortunately, their numbers were smaller, not a match for the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor and others. Who? Eventually, a sect master on Ning Chuan's side was killed. It was because Sure Hao's side had the numbers advantage. With all of them taking action together, who could stop them? Ning Chuan, where are you going? Inside a certain small world, Sure Hao and Ning Chuan rushed out from the void, exchanging attacks in this world. Ning Chuan wanted to use the immortal bone and slap Sure Hao to death, but the consumption was too great. Moreover, that ferocious attack might not necessarily hit his opponent. As a result, after thinking it over, he could only run. Only how could Sure Hao give him this chance? He tangled about, killing intent surging, chasing him relentlessly. Hong! Sure Hao raised his hand, his palm shining. An expanse of lightning rushed out, striking forward. Ning Chuan's body trembled. No matter how fast he wasn't faster than lightning. His entire body trembled greatly, body charred black. He was angered to the extreme. "You can't run," Shihao shouted. Ning Chuan became more and more angered. For all of his life as a cultivator, the word run was rarely associated with him. But today, this was reality. He could only run to treat his injuries. Chi! Several dozen willow branches rushed out, golden light shining resplendently. It was as if several dozen golden divine chains pierced through the void, penetrating Ning Chuan's back with piu-piu sounds. He staggered, releasing a loud cry. There were a few bloody holes that ran through his body. But he didn't turn around, still running. "Ning Chuan, don't you feel like this is a type of humiliation? Do you dare fight a decisive battle against me or not?" Shihao roared. "Hong!" Suddenly, when Shihao got closer, Ning Chuan turned around, releasing an attack again. His hand became sparkling and translucent, releasing brilliant radiance, the bones in his flesh clearly visible. Immortal light flew out, the aura terrifying. That palm slapped towards Shihao. This time, Shihao still dodged, but he also took action, producing the 10,000 spirit diagram to resist the fluctuations. And it was stopped. Shihao was shocked and happy. So, Shihao left behind an afterimage in his original spot. With the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand, he cut through the multicolored light surging over, rushing forward fiercely. Hong! He produced a fist imprint, smashing it forward. Pooh! Blood sprayed out from Ning Chuan's mouth. His body trembled, because the imprint seemed like one sent from an ascended immortal, appearing extremely quickly, smashing into his chest. This left him shocked. Huang actually went against the power the immortal Dao hand bone released as he rushed over. This was a bit outrageous. It was precisely because of this that he received serious damage again. Ning Chuan's chest was blasted through by the fist imprint. Blood poured out like a fountain, surging without end, forming a dark red expanse. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, several of his chest bones were broken, a large bloody hole appearing in his chest, one that was connected straight from front to back. 6 Dao Supreme Being Bracelet, Ning Chuan said softly, producing a bracelet. They were all sparkling. This was his supreme treasure. He appeared 6 times, the precious bones of the most powerful enemies he killed each time left behind. Only after saving them for 6 eras did he obtain 6 most powerful Supreme Being True Bones. After refining it for many years, this Supreme Being Bracelet became unimaginably powerful. It was because they weren't dead, still possessing life force, coexisting with Ning Chuan's flesh, growing all this time. One could imagine what kind of terrifying might would be produced if 6 types of Supreme Being Precious techniques were activated at the same time. The expression on Shihao's face changed, moving out of the way. Heaven and earth itself seemed to have been blasted through. Shihao sucked in a cold breath of air. He previously obtained a secondary bracelet. It now seemed too far away from the main bracelet, the 2 items' power not things that could even be mentioned in the same breath. You are researching the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art, using this bracelet to study it? Shihao's expression moved. He was shaken up until his blood and qi surged. Those 6 precious techniques almost hit him. Ning Chuan didn't say anything, his eyes ice cold. After releasing this attack, he began to flee for his life again. Hong! Shihao unleashed his single heavenly passage. Immediately afterwards, his reincarnation technique, Heaven Calamity Light, Lightning Emperor Secret Technique, Willow Deity Precious Technique and others all appeared. Carved into the single heavenly passage, the radiance produced dazzling. He chased after Ning Chuan again. When the 2 exchanged attacks, Shihao's single heavenly passage shone brilliantly. It was as if a great golden bell was rumbling. Many bone texts appearing on this bell wall, for example the Kuan Pong, Lightning Emperor, Reincarnation, and others. These were the embodiments of his precious techniques. Hong Long. When the 6 Dao Supreme Being Bracelet smashed into Shihao's heavenly passage, it was as if thunder crashed down, rumbling without end. Pooh! Ning Chuan coughed out blood, once again fleeing towards the distance. It was because he was injured, his injuries much worse than Shi Hao's. If he continued fighting like this, he would become more and more on the defensive, and eventually be killed. In the end, Ning Chuan used the immortal Dao hand bone again. He didn't slap it towards Shi Hao, instead aiming it at the crack that appeared in Immortal Ancient. A huge explosion resulted. The heavens was about to explode, that great crack releasing divine law radiance. It was terrifying to the extreme. Kacha! The great crack was opening up, becoming larger and larger. This heaven and earth were about to be torn open. Not good. The sect masters of the outside world are going to enter. Soon after, someone cried out loudly. That immortal Dao hand bone sped up the widening of this crack. Not good, there are weapons of sect masters that directly flew inside. They really are going to slaughter their way into Immortal Ancient. The news that could be heard along the way were extremely bad for Shi Hao. Hong! Suddenly, a great quaking erupted. That great crack exploded, shaking up Immortal Ancient. Right at that place, someone was attacking it from the outside. However, that crack quickly closed again, forcefully closed by natural laws. Only Shi Hao clearly saw a few figures just now. A few sect masters were right outside. Ning Chuan took action, this time, incomparably berserk, not sparing any cost, allowing his own muscles and bones to tear and snap. He still activated the immortal Dao hand bone, while those outside were also attacking. Hong! This time, when the crack appeared, Ning Chuan rushed out without any hesitation. Shi Hao cried out loudly. This was bad. This place wasn't far from the opening earlier. It was extremely fragile. Today, Ning Chuan successfully broke out. Shi Hao turned around to leave, searching for the sect masters in Immortal Ancient. Time was too pressing. He knew that Immortal Ancient was going to split apart, the sect masters outside about to rush in. Finally, he found the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor and others. They quickly returned to Soul Island. Shi Hao didn't beat around the bush, quickly producing the lightning tribulation liquid. He took a bit himself and then he began to distribute it. This time, for sect masters he didn't recognize were invited over. They accepted Shi Hao's lightning tribulation liquid excitedly, immediately drinking it, and then sat down to neutralize the curse. Together with the 5 sect masters that had freed themselves previously, they now had 9 sect masters on their side. This was a great gathering of power. With so many sect masters together, Shi Hao immediately felt some more confidence. With these sect masters, he should be able to make his way out. As long as he could make it through the openings trial, he wouldn't have to fear anything else. Hong! Suddenly, a tremendous sound rang out. It was as if the sky and earth were flipped upside down, rubble flying into the air. That noise was too loud. All of Immortal Ancient remains shaken up, then rumbling violently. At this moment, great Dao natural laws all appeared, expanses of bone texts interweaving. That great void crack finally exploded. Immortal Ancient was linked up with the outside world. Those outside are entering. A great shout sounded, shaking up everyone. In reality, this was the case for every place. The natives were all terrified. Their calm lifestyle was shattered, now intersecting with the 3,000 provinces. Hong Long Long. Heaven and earth trembled violently, the void splitting apart. There were experts that charged in. Immortal Ancient could not stop the footsteps of the sect masters of the outside world at all. Seniors, please lend me a helping hand in leaving Immortal Ancient, Shi Hao said. And suddenly Shi Hao became shocked. He was swept through by a streak of light, immediately disappearing from the 9 great sect masters' faces. Little friend, little brother, the 9 of them were shocked. Did someone take action? Something was wrong. They were completely stunned, because this type of radiance was everywhere in Immortal Ancient. They all rushed up, bringing the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces away from this place. 3,000 great Dao flower petals sent all of the surviving geniuses out. They are leaving to where they came from. Soon after, they realized that Immortal Ancient's training had concluded. Those 3,000 great Dao flower petals shone, sending all of the cultivators they brought in back out. Huang, where is he? Quickly come out and accept death. The people outside entered Immortal Ancient, with someone immediately starting to look for Huang, wishing to kill him. Soon after, the sect masters that came and the heavenly deities all noticed this scene. Streak after streak of light swept over, wrapping around the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces and disappearing. There were some that rushed into Immortal Ancient's depths in search of natural luck and opportunities. There were some others that immediately withdrew, rushing towards the 3,000 great Tao flower petals. Their reactions were too fast. As sect masters, their strength were incredibly terrifying. As soon as Sure Hao and the others rushed out from the doors formed from the immortal Tao flower petals, intense fluctuations immediately sounded all around them. A group of sect masters and others descended. These people were too frightening, able to travel unhindered under the sky. They could cross endless distance in an instant, not being slower than the geniuses who came out from the immortal Tao flower petals. In that instant, someone locked down heaven and earth, imprisoning the void, stopping everyone from leaving. It was because the sect masters of the outside world knew that some people obtained great natural luck and were mixed in the crowd. Of course, the main objective of those who rushed here was still to capture Huang. He had on him the immortal seed, the immortal scripture, defying dragon scale, and other things. They couldn't let him go. Apart from this, a few great sects hated him bitterly, coming here just to kill him. Huang, you can't escape. I want to see who will save you. Someone said coldly from far above. Sect master pressure released, shaking up all sides. Great mountains towered one after another, endless ancient trees reaching into the skies. There was a great savage feeling that filled this place. This was the uninhabited region, a place of danger and mysteries. Many great peaks seemed to touch the sky, clouds swirling around them. There were some old vines that were as thick as mountain ridges, winding about mountain peaks one after another. Currently, the immortal Tao flowers were brilliant, 3,000 flower petals swirling with auspicious light, every single leaf a door that connected to Immortal Ancient. The atmosphere was nervous. The geniuses of the 3,000 realms all came out, returning along the path they entered from. Not far away from them, sect masters descended one after another, locking up this place. Where is Huang? There were geniuses that said softly, since the sect masters all came for him, they shouldn't trouble the others, right? Wu, it's my great Peng race's descendant. Hurry and come over. A great golden-winged Peng gestured towards a youngster. Iron blood divine tree race's descendants. All of you come to where I am. An old tree also spoke, calling the geniuses of that clan. In that instant, many geniuses were guided away, returning to their seniors. They all released a sigh of relief. Of course, during this process, there were many powerful divine wills that swept over. They were searching about, seeing if they had any issues, scanning them one by one. Everyone knew that these sect masters came mainly for Sure Hao. Where was Huang? Everyone looked at the crowd, wishing to find him. Suddenly, a gloomy mist appeared. Then, an endless sea of departed spirits surged, drowning out this place, disturbing the peace of heaven and earth. This place overflowed with black mist. Chilly winds whistled angrily. The sea of departed souls roared, surrounded by a deathly aura. 10 Crown King. A genius cried out in alarm, but his voice came to a grunting stop, exploding from a slap. 10 Crown King took action. He was also fearful of the sect master's plotting, because he had immortal ancient scriptures on him, obtaining natural luck. He produced a spatial magical artifact, producing this sea of departed spirits. Hong. Immediately afterwards, the great earth was torn apart. The void shattered. The exiled immortal also took action. In his hand was the heavenly horned ant's single horn, tore through the void, fleeing into the distance. Even though there were sect masters imprisoning the void, this horn could still break through. At this moment, many geniuses rose up, borrowing the chaos to escape. Only many of these people were destined for disappointment. Several large hands moved through the void, stopping them. A few grabbed on the spot. Hao held the 10,000 spirit diagram in one hand, the other holding the defying dragon scale, taking precautions. He stood in the black mist, also moving about, preparing to escape. He originally wanted to borrow the sect master's strength to flee from this place, but he was unexpectedly transported here. A figure appeared not far out, blue hair falling down onto his shoulder, body tall and slender, build strong. His face was sinister and handsome, a pair of eyes moving about intelligently. He was also moving carefully. Hao ended up together with him, the two of them giving each other a smile. However, their smile quickly froze. You are Huang. You are that dragon poop man? When these two voices sounded, both of their expressions became ugly. It was because they knew that the other person had cultivated heavenly eyes, able to see through their true bodies. Hao frowned. At this moment, he truly felt the urge to kill as to prevent his identity from being leaked. It was difficult even for sect masters to cultivate heavenly eyes. This was something unrelated to cultivation realms, purely relying on talent. This fella actually cultivated it, definitely unordinary. Hello, brother, that the dragon showed concern for. Hao greeted. He naturally recognized this person. This was a heavenly evil, his strength world shocking. All those that had titles like Heavenly Evil and Heavenly Monarch were definitely heaven-defying. Normal people wouldn't dare take on this type of title. Back then, when Immortal Ancient had first opened, this Heavenly Evil, due to his greed, ended up having dragon poop rain down on him, his entire body buried below. It was hard for Hao to forget even if he wanted to. In reality, back then, many people were shocked, not daring to believe that scene. On the other side, that blue-haired male's face fell, his face distorting, almost erupting with a string of curses, truly angered by Hao. Shut the fuck up. The blue-haired male's sinister and handsome face was covered in cold frost. Guqian's face was bright red. Back then, he truly was unlucky to the extreme, targeted by a dragon, that lump of dragon poop driving him mad. He truly wanted to knock it down and kill it. Now, someone brought up the past, truly making the veins on his forehead jump. Hand over the immortal Tao scripture you obtained, Heavenly Evil Guqian said. Why should I? If you don't give it to me, I'll immediately scream that Huang is here, Heavenly Evil Guqian said while snickering. The dragon poop man is here. He has an immortal Tao scripture in hand. Hao screamed. Then, he activated a golden realm shattering symbol, directly leaving through the opening the exiled immortal tore open. This was a divine symbol those sect masters worked together to refine for him. More powerful than normal realm shattering symbols. Its power incomparable, terrifying to the extreme. It wasn't enough even if sect masters locked down the heaven and earth. Huang, you dare harm me? Heavenly Evil Guqian roared with anger. Several large hands reached down, divine might matchless, aura surging like stellar rivers. Auho! Suddenly a draconic cry sounded, the roar echoing through this place. Winged dragon! That terrifying winged dragon from the past appeared again. The sect masters here immediately shivered inwardly. This dragon was too powerful, his blood energy overflowing like a great sea. Moreover, there were some powerful creatures behind him, for example the Yazi, nine-headed bird, and others, not a single one of the kind sort. They all came from the uninhabited region's depths. Hong! Heaven and earth collapsed, ghosts wept and deities howled. This entire place erupted. Heavenly Evil Guqian was grabbed, and there were other geniuses that ended up in the dragon's claws as well. You dare? Let go of my clan's disciple, a sect master roared. The horned dragon arrived. It originally wanted to slaughter its way into Immortal Ancient, but now it changed its mind, deciding to intercept the geniuses and seize natural luck from their hands. Powerful creatures from the forbidden region appeared, throwing this entire place into disorder. Hong! A great battle erupted. In the distance, Hao borrowed the golden realm shattering symbol to flee far into the distance. However, his body suddenly trembled. The void shattered, and he fell out. And he was shocked. A mysterious formation severed space, stopping everyone who wanted to escape. This person is Huang. Someone cried out in alarm. Then, he immediately became excited, roaring with laughter. When Shihao raised his hand, he already saw several dozen geniuses were cut off, all of them talents who were extremely sharp before. Their methods ferocious, carrying strange mysterious treasures on them. They were cut off after they fled here. In reality, there were several dozen great formations in this region, all of them set up by sect masters for the sake of stopping those geniuses. It was because this was the last time Immortal Ancient was opening, and the final great natural luck was appearing. That was why these sect masters didn't spare any expenses, using endless heavenly materials to lay formations and stop these people. It really is Huang, we ran into him. Haha. Really unexpected. Truly great luck. Laughter sounded continuously. They didn't have heavenly eyes, but there was someone who was quite good at sensing one's soul. Recognizing that he was Shihao. His aura and fluctuations were completely the same. Huang ought to be handled by my clan. Dao brothers, do not interfere. Someone said. I was clearly the one that discovered him, so Dao brothers, please let go and let me bring Huang away. Someone else said. Shihao's expression became unpleasant. What did these people treat him as? He wasn't even suppressed yet, but they were already fighting over him. Did they really believe he was like captured prey? Haha, masters of little sects like you all might not even be that much stronger than Huang. I think it's still better if you hand Huang over to me. Someone walked over. An enormous white tiger. Huang is here, he appeared. A heavenly deity shouted, transmitting into the distance. Huang! The void shattered. There were immediately several large hands that reached over, grabbing towards those below. Then their true bodies came over. Pong! Several individuals clashed, trading a few blows. Ha ha! An elder among them laughed loudly. His body dried up, skin wrinkled like old tree bark. His hair had pretty much all fallen off. Even though he was laughing, his eyes were incredibly deep. On his head was a pair of black-colored bull horns. His aura astonishing. He was Celestial Clan's Dao protector. In the past, he had previously taken action against Shihao. He was first defeated by Peacock Clan's Divine Lord, and then he had his pair of bull horns removed by Qi Daolin, inflicting serious injuries. Now he came again. Huang, I really managed to hold on until you came out. The heavens have opened their eyes, allowing me to eliminate my clan's future misfortune. Ha ha ha. He was incredibly happy. Shihao didn't expect that he would be among the first experts to rush here. His eyes became ice-cold, glaring at this elder. Wasn't an old thing like you going to die in meditation? Why are you still alive? Shihao said. He naturally didn't have any good things to say. In the past, he had escorted Yunxi for tens of thousands of li, fighting intensely against the war clan, blood dyeing his battle clothes, showing this type of kindness to the celestial clan. Yet in the end, he was captured in the city of heaven, treated as a prisoner. Not only did they slander and humiliate him, he almost died in that black prison. Shihao didn't wrong them, and it could be said that he actually did them a great favor, but this clan bit the hand that fed them. After all these years had passed, they unexpectedly came again. The heavens pitied me, giving me a chance, allowing me to eliminate you and leave this world without worries. Celestial Clan's Dao Protector said. You can even shout such shameless words. Look into your consciousness and ask yourself if I did anything to wrong your Celestial Clan. Shihao berated. Perhaps you did show our Celestial Clan a bit of grace, but now you must be killed. If you are allowed to grow up, the Celestial Clan will be in danger. For the sake of protecting the Celestial Clan, you should still just die. So-called kindness, grace, you should just discuss it with others in your next life. The lips of Celestial Clan's Dao Protector opened and closed, secretly transmitting sound, smiling coldly. Shameless old thing. What else could Shihao say? Blood surged, his mind filled with anger. He truly wanted to immediately kill him. Celestial Clan's Dao brother, your age is too great. There is no need to move. Either way, you only want him dead. So just hand him over to me. Someone spoke. Heavenly Country's vice sect master arrived. In addition, a war chariot rumbled in the distance, blood trickling out. Heavenly Country's sect master was fighting intensely against the winged dragon, and when that was done, he would hurry over. Sure How stared at them, his heart extremely cold. Ghost Grandpa in the lower realm had been plotted against by Heavenly Country's people, killed, and now he was also tangling with this sect. There was a grudge between the two that could not be dissolved. Cold air blew about, a white bone mountain descending. At the very top sat a male, his skin snow-white, gray hair scattered about, complexion morbid. However, who dared look down on this person? Underworld Lord arrived. Huang. A junior like you have startled my clan's lord. Not even death is enough. Someone from Underworld clan shouted. Holy Sacrifice Realm, not bad, having this type of cultivation at your age. Talent is truly world-shaking. However, so what? Underworld Lord said, his void calm. As long as you don't reach our level of power, you will eventually return to the earth. So what if you shock past and present? I can kill you with a single finger. Dao brother, you only need his corpse. So hand the living person to us first. Someone laughed loudly. Sword Valley, Fire Cloud Cavern and Phantom Drake Dao Gates people walked over. There were people in all directions, powerful sect masters overseeing this place, making sure How fall into a dangerous situation. How was he supposed to escape now? Chi. In another direction, multicolored light flowered like a great river, accompanied by tens of thousands of types of Dao fragments. Chaotic energy surged, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. World Tree Sapling. Even sect masters' hearts were moved, a few of them carrying looks of joy, swooping over. They knew that was 10 Crown King. However, the heaven and earth all shattered, opening a terrifying passage. 10 Crown King's little tree broke through everyone's restrictions, wishing to escape. That little tree was too terrifying. The Dao laws it released not any inferior to Ning Chuan's immortal hand bone, making all sect masters feel endless restraining fear. The most important thing was that the world tree could neutralize formations. 10 Crown King was unexpectedly going to break free. You won't be able to leave, someone shouted loudly, a large claw slapping down, wishing to forcibly seize the world tree. Beast seized Lord, someone cried out in shock. That was the Lord of 10,000 beasts, an extremely powerful individual. He unexpectedly came as well, targeting the world tree sapling. Heh! What if this old one wishes to bring him away? Someone else said coldly. A snow-white stone arch bridge appeared, traveling over the tens of formations and reaching here. A gentle power carried 10 Crown King onto the bridge. Emperor Clan. Someone cried out in alarm. That was someone from the present age Emperor Clan, unexpectedly appearing like this, directly bringing 10 Crown King away. It seemed like the relationship between the two was quite good. Does this mean that 10 Crown King came from an Emperor Clan? With a schwa sound, that stone bridge disappeared just as fast as it came, vanishing in an instant. Even if someone wanted to stop it, they still couldn't. It was just too fast. However, how many dared to provoke them? The present world Emperor Clan, that represented one of the greatest powers. Even Beast Sees Lord, the sect master known as the Sovereign of Beasts, didn't give chase. What a pity! A world tree sapling was brought away just like that. However, only the present age's Emperor Clan can protect him. Otherwise, normal people really wouldn't be able to hold on to it. Everyone released a light sigh, feeling extremely unwilling. Then, the sect masters of this region targeted Sure How. There's not much that can be said. Junior, hand over the Jade Dao book, and then you'll be let off easy. Fire Cloud Cavern's elder said coldly. This was to humiliate him. With his strength, he could naturally suppress Sure How and then seize the immortal Dao scripture he held. But he was now actually demanding Sure How hand it over on his own. Old thing, don't try to feign importance just because you're old. In the end, I encountered quite a few disciples from Fire Cloud Cavern, but all of them were disgustingly lacking. Moreover, every single one of them insufferably arrogant, saying how they were going to suppress the sinner's blood descendant or whatever, laughable. Sure How wouldn't compromise, nor would he cower back. It was because even if he didn't fight back, the other party still wouldn't let him go. Especially Sword Valley, Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, and others. They were all the most ancient great inheritances that had suppressed the sinner's bloodline all this time. How could they let him go? Ha. Interesting, just a trifling divine king. Yet you believe your talents are enough to travel unhindered under the skies? You are still far too lacking. Right at this moment, an elder became impatient, forcefully taking action. He was someone from Phantom Drake Dao Gate. A palm descended, as if an elder was disciplining unworthy heirs, pressing down from above. Dao friend, be a bit gentler. Don't kill him too quickly, Celestial Clan's Dao protector said. Hong. Sure Hao held the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand, defending himself. In that instant, 10,000 spirits surged. All types of walking beasts and divine birds surged, stopping the strike. Good stuff, what is this? Why is its defensive power so great? There were immediately people who were shocked, becoming more and more pleasantly surprised. This was a supreme treasure. Just hand it over, Celestial Clan's Dao protector said with a cold laugh. His palm opened up, grabbing towards Sure Hao like picking up a little chick, wishing to deal with Sure Hao like this. Get lost, Sure Hao berated. His other hand activated the defying dragon scale, holding it in front of him. Chi! A dragon figure surged, holy light covering the sun. A violent clash erupted, everything in front of Sure Hao surging. If not for the 10,000 spirit diagram shining, all types of creatures protecting him, he would have definitely been crushed to death here. Don't ruin my underworld heaven-warping divine corpse. In the void, on a white bone mountain, Underworld Lord said coldly. In his eyes, Sure Hao was already a corpse, inevitably buried in Underworld Earth. In the future, there would be a terrifying creature with 3 strands of immortal energy who would awaken. You are Huang. A berating voice sounded. Divine Temple's people arrived. This was a middle-aged man who was incredibly dignified like a lord of deities. He overlooked Sure Hao. I killed ancient holy child. Do you want revenge? If you don't want any face, then just come, Sure Hao said directly. Even with a group of sect masters all around him, he was still fearless, let alone acting weak. It was because even if he cowered, there was no good end. He was better off just doing as he wished, not wronging himself. How daring! How many years has it been since someone spoke to me like this? Divine Temple's expert's voice was ice-cold. Sure Hao sighed inwardly. His preparations weren't enough for these changes. He already roped in 9 sect masters to help him leave Immortal Ancient, never expecting that the immortal Dao flower petals would directly bring him away. His body was now in a dangerous situation. How was he supposed to escape? He didn't have a world tree sapling, difficult for him to break out of these formations and create a passage. The 10,000 spirit diagram, despite being extraordinary, could only passively defend. If I didn't see incorrectly, that is a portion of the true primordial record, 10,000 spirit diagram. Right at that moment, Western Sect's sect master also arrived, his 6 zhang golden body imposing and magnificent. Turns out to be this supreme treasure. Good. Someone laughed loudly and said, he has the 10,000 spirit diagram, immortal seed, jade book, everlasting immortal sword, and his corpse is even targeted by Underworld clan. Like this, there are enough good things to divide among us. Stop wasting time. Just send him on his way. Celestial Clan's Dao protector took action again. He feared that something unexpected might happen if things were dragged on, truly wishing to immediately end Sure Hao's life. Hong! In that instant, several large hands reached over, suppressing Sure Hao below. The 10,000 spirit diagram was sparkling white, producing all types of ancient beasts and divine birds. They roared, splitting heaven and earth, resisting those great hands. Pooh! Sure Hao coughed out large amounts of blood, almost exploding on the spot. Even though the 10,000 spirit diagram was extraordinary, in the end, he still wasn't a sect master. Even with such a powerful supreme treasure, he still received heavenly injuries from these individuals' boundless fluctuations. Chi! Hao turned into a streak of flowing light, quickly running, using the 10,000 spirit diagram to protect himself, opening up a void passage. However, the formation shone, cutting off his path ahead. He was quickly stopped again. The sect masters behind him were all extremely calm, not fearing that he might get away at all. It was because they already knew that he had no chance. Hong! A large hand reached out. Underworld Lord took action, his snow-white palm carrying black mists, shattering heaven and earth, sending Hao flying once again. With a wah sound, a large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Not bad. This flesh is extremely strong, the most powerful body I've seen in his cultivation realm. In the future, it will definitely be an unmatched great corpse, Underworld Lord commented. He was extremely carefree. This strike was only to size up Hao's strength. This was extremely humiliating, treating Hao like goods, as if he was being picked out from a batch. Enough. Stop wasting time and just slap him to death in one go as to avoid leaving behind a disaster. Luofu True Valley's elder spoke. They suppressed the sinner's bloodline, so they definitely couldn't allow this later generation genius to rise up. Hong! This palm slapped over, splitting apart heaven and earth. If not for the 10,000 spirit diagram shining, Hao would have directly turned into bloody paste, not having a chance to live at all. Wah! He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, his entire body flying outwards. Hao was angered to the extreme. His hand shone, an ancient talisman appearing in his hand. It was deep and immeasurable, something that he discovered back then by the three-world coffin. At that time he obtained many ancient symbols, only he had no idea what type of use this one had, always carefully holding on to it. At this time he didn't hold back anymore, activating it. Chi! A penetrating divine light flew out, and then with a pu sound, it blasted through Luofu True Valley's elder. Blood splashed everywhere, making him release a great cry. What? Everyone became stupefied. This change was too sudden. It was just a younger generation, yet he seriously injured a glorious sect master. Hao was also shocked. This ancient talisman was strange after all. He held it in his hand, carefully inspecting it. There was a crack that appeared on its surface, clearly because it was used once. Dao friend was too careless. Everyone, be more careful and kill him, Celestial Clan's Dao protector said. Hong! Right at this time, Divine Temple's expert took action, operating the 9 heavens 10th earth scriptures. The great Dao sound flooded over towards Hao like a sea, immediately blasting him until blood came out from his 7 apertures. Hao was about to activate the ancient symbol again, but there were others that took action, not wishing to fall behind. They wanted to directly seize the supreme treasures on him. This immediately placed Hao in a life and death situation. He couldn't even withstand a single sect master, let alone several people rushing at him together. Pong! Hao suffered serious injuries. His body flew outwards, blood dyeing his body red. Zhang! A metal sound rang out. Hao was shaken up by the formless sword energy of Sword Valley's expert, his body now covered in cracks. Pooh! Celestial Clan's Dao protector laughed loudly, the bull horns on his head shining, sweeping through Hao, making his bones all break. Then Underworld Clan, Beast Sea, Sun God Palace, Demonic Sunflower Garden and other sects experts moved, desiring Hao and his precious artifacts. This 10,000 spirit diagram is a great treasure. I don't want anything else, just this bone, someone shouted. It was because everyone saw that the 10,000 spirit diagram was truly extraordinary, its value priceless. This alone helped a holy sacrifice realm youngster hold on all this time, not dying, living until now. It was truly outrageous. Hong! Another fist imprint flew over, sending Hao flying. Wah! He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, violent fluctuations spread. Then, crackling and snapping sound rang through the air, a large number of people descending. What? That's Ming Han. No, that's my clan's exceptional talent. In that instant, the sect masters here were all furious. It was because large amounts of corpses fell from the skies, all of them their later generations. Who was this? It was too vicious, immediately offending everyone here. A few people's murderous intent overflowed into the heavens. Meanwhile, at that time, a golden-robed elder who had white hair but youthful complexion, his outward appearance not bad at all, appeared, descending from the heavens. Qi Dao Lin. Someone clenched their teeth, recognizing this notorious Dao master. Correct, it's me. Qi Dao Lin swept his eyes over everyone here. Did you all forget the words I said? You old bastards that still aren't dead dare try to kill my disciple. So I'm using your own methods right back, wiping out those elite disciples of your clans. Qi Dao Lin spoke in a tyrannical manner, his eyes staring at everyone here. Just you alone, yet you dare show yourself? Right at this moment a bronze immortal palace trembled, this shout sounding. There is also me. At this moment, golden wings covered heaven and earth. A creature that was 10,000 zhang tall appeared, accompanied by chaotic energy, towering between heaven and earth. Undying existence. Everyone cried out in alarm. I've already said before that whoever dares to touch Huang, whoever I will kill, the undying existence shouted, possessing a world-shaking domineeringness. He loosened his large hand, and then a group of heavenly deity corpses fell, all of them experts from different clans, killed by him in passing just now. Dao Master! Shihao shouted. Right now, his entire body was covered in blood. Quite a few of his bones fractured. He was seriously injured. This time, the 3,000 Dao flower petals forcefully brought him away, preventing him from moving together with the 9 sect masters, all of his plans amounting to nothing. This unforeseen development almost caused him to die. At this moment, when he saw Qi Dao Lin and the undying existence appear, hurrying over to rescue him, Shihao felt hot blood surging, his eyes becoming sore, overwhelmed with emotions. At the crucial moment, 2 great experts took action for him, forcefully facing those sects. How could he not be moved? How could he not be stirred up? How could hot blood not surge? Good, worthy of being the disciple Qi Dao Lin attached importance to. Just a single person, yet managed to hold out until now. Qi Dao Lin laughed loudly, his golden Dao robe fluttering about. All types of bone texts were released, bringing Shihao over. He stood guard in front of him, not allowing others to injure him. You are quite formidable, stirring up such a great disturbance in Immortal Ancient. We already know about some things. The undying existence also revealed a rare smile. His figure was taller than 10,000 zhang, the clouds beneath his shoulder. It was as if he could support both heaven and earth. There was golden hair on his body. Behind his back a pair of enormous golden wings. To this day, few people knew what race he was exactly. However, Shihao vaguely guessed at a few things. I thank Senior for his praise. Shihao offered his courtesy towards him. Right now, his heart could not remain calm at all. This type of exceptional expert even came all for his sake, so how could he not feel gratitude? Haha, youngster. You really aren't bad. Formidable. Forcibly slaughtering out an unmatched path in Immortal Ancient, dominating the disciples of all sections. Truly far exceeded my expectations. Qi Dao Lin was extremely happy and carefree. He truly was happy, a happiness that came from his heart. The disciple he forcibly seized from Goddess Academy displayed such brilliance in Immortal Ancient, rising up in one world, defeating all experts in his way. This truly far exceeded his expectations. One had to understand that back then, Qi Dao Lin had previously said that Shihao's foundation was too shallow, not like those ancient freaks who had accumulated for several eras, that his ranking should be around 20 to 30. Of course, back then, he also purposely lowered his expectations again, wishing to stir up Shihao. However, he still felt that Shihao would reach top 10 at most. Who would have expected that Shihao swept through Immortal Ancient, standing on equal footing with 10 Crown King, Exiled Immortal, and others, becoming known as the most powerful. Very good, we are not alone. I believe that the day will come when you will reach our ranks. The time won't be too long, too far away, the undying existence said. His figure reached the clouds, feet trampling mountains and rivers. On his back were golden pung wings, chaotic energy pervading the air. His eyes were like golden lamps, as if he was a giant that had existed since the opening of this world, his voice resounding through this place. Everyone became shocked. These words were truly of great praise and approval. How old was Huang? He was just 20 years old? However, he already had high hopes placed on him by the undying existence, treated as someone of the same level. One could see just how much importance was placed on him. One had to understand that the undying existence was incredibly arrogant, not placing even the sect masters of different sides in his eyes, completely without fear, daring to challenge the heavens, taking on many great sects of the higher realms as his enemy. Yet today he actually attached such importance to a youth before him. Forget about how great Hao's battle accomplishments were. Even if he was completely unknown, these words would have been enough to shake up everyone under the heavens. This area of the uninhabited region was extremely vast, surrounded by 3,000 great Dao flower petals. There were many cultivators, and at this moment, all of their expressions were moved, immediately becoming noisy. Everyone knew that Huang was even more formidable than they had imagined. Just from this commentary alone, if he didn't die today, then he would definitely become one of the higher realm's most terrifying rulers. Do you not fear that the wind will strike your tongue? A cold snort sounded. The expressions of the sect masters here all fell, carrying endless killing intent. Qi Daolin, you evil being, back then, you were able to luckily escape with your life. Yet today you dare brandish a blade at us? Fire Cloud Cavern's master shouted. In the past, Qi Daolin had stolen from all different clans, his talents exceptional, learning all types of extreme arts. He had previously even entered many of the enemy sects that had infiltrated Supreme Hall to learn their techniques. Later on, as he rose up, these things were exposed, creating a huge uproar. Many great sects from the 3,000 provinces chased and encircled him. However, Qi Daolin was also formidable, 9 deaths 1 life, but he still escaped. Today he was completely at their level, not fearing these giants anymore. Qi Daolin, you truly don't know the difference between life and death, killing our younger generation, bringing about such destruction. You are just one person, yet you offend all of our inheritances. In my opinion, there is no place left in the 3,000 provinces left for you to seek shelter. Celestial Clan's Dao Protector shouted with an overcast face. You all wish to kill my disciple. So what's wrong with what I did? Qi Daolin released a short shout, coldly berating them. I had previously said that anyone who dared to bully those below them, try to kill my disciple, I will wipe out all of their descendants, so I only did what I promised. You all should be glad that my disciple still isn't dead yet. His words sounded like a divine drum, ringing through the horizon, shaking up many people's ears until they were ringing with noise, their bodies in great pain. Still dare act so arrogant. There is no place under the sky left for you to stay, Underworld Lord said coldly. Since you insist on taking us as your enemies, then you won't be able to leave today. Just die then. Divine Temple's expert spoke. This was quite the influential figure, incredibly powerful. Haha. There are some things that should be done and some things that should not be done. When a man of character speaks, then they have to stand by their word. Those who dare try to kill my disciple, so what if I take all of you on as enemies? At worst, I'll just unleash a great massacre, slaughtering all of your disciples. Qi Daolin was incredibly domineering as he spoke. It was just that straightforward. Now that things reached this state, he still had this type of attitude, not cowering even with sect masters from all sides surrounding him. You are courting death, Fallen Divine Ridges Mo Zun said. Fallen Divine Child had been killed by Hao, so this person hated this bloodline bitterly. In the past, this expert from Fallen Divine Ridge already had a grudge against Qi Daolin. His disciple Fallen Divine Child had previously taken action, paying Supreme Being Dao Right a visit to defeat Qi Daolin's disciples, carry out a great humiliation, chasing all of them away. However, in this era, Fallen Divine Child was suppressed and killed by Hao, completely defeated. How could this expert from Fallen Divine Ridge not feel hatred? New grudge and old hatred were added together, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. What, you all still aren't willing to accept the results? My disciples defeated all of your disciples. No one his opponent, forcefully suppressing all sects. Qi Daolin spoke extremely powerfully, his voice great. He roared with laughter. He truly felt incomparably carefree today. Even though he knew that the path ahead was dangerous, not likely for things to end that well, but he still felt extremely cheerful. It was because he already learned about everything Sure How did in Immortal Ancient, looking down on all sects on his own, slaughtering these people's disciples until they were trembling with fear, making Qi Daolin feel comfortable to the extreme. Supreme Hall's remnant evil, being allowed to escape was your luck. After establishing a so-called declining Dao right, you still dare appear. Can forget about obtaining forgiveness. In the distance, a bronze palace trembled. Chaotic energy surged. A middle-aged man walked out from within, black hair scattering about, eyes flickering with silver radiance that pricked at one's soul. Many people became shocked. Immortal Palace's number 2 appeared, a terrifying sect master-level figure, someone who rarely met his match. Laughable, your Immortal Palace had previously joined hands with many powers in the past, and only then were you all able to fight the first master until both sides suffered greatly. If not for having others help, who would have been able to kill my master? When he spoke up to this point, Qi Daolin's eyes became red. When the past was mentioned, Supreme Hall's downfall was brought up. His heart felt extremely pained. In the end, he laughed again, saying, I still haven't recreated Supreme Hall, and the chances aren't that great, however. My disciple can definitely do it. These words made Immortal Palace's number 2 figure's eyes become incredibly cold, killing energy pervading the air. He understood well that the youth couldn't be left alive. He cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, shocking past and present. If he was allowed to live, it would truly be an unimaginable disaster. Remnant evils just struggling whilst at death's door, you all can just be executed and accept death. Supreme Hall had long fallen, becoming ruined ashes in history. He coldly spoke, pressing forward. Haha, Supreme Hall has its ups and downs. The day when it will become glorious again will come. As long as there is someone, even a single person, it will still be unmatched under heaven. I am not a true Supreme Hall disciple, but from today on, my disciple is. After speaking, Qi Daolin looked at everyone, staring at those sect masters, saying, My disciple killed your Immortal Palace inheritor until he was split up and in pieces, and then he killed Immortal Palace's ancient freak until he fled for his life, all of them falling. What qualifications do you have to say that we have declined, that we aren't enough? Your Immortal Palace, and all of you sects, what do you all count as? Many sect masters were furious. This Qi Daolin was just a younger generation, yet he dared to ridicule everyone here, making many of them feel as if their faces were falling off. However, everyone had to admit that this era's Supreme Hall picked up a treasure. Huang's talent, this type of combat strength, this manner of handling matters, was precisely the most suited for the one-man, one unmatched great sect's style and glory. All of their disciples were defeated, not his opponent. Right now, it was useless no matter what they said. Then just die, you foolish younger generation. Immortal Palace's number 2 figure spoke. He was about to be the first one to make his move. Brat, are you acting as if I don't exist? Get lost and call your master over. Right at this time, the undying existence suddenly spoke, releasing a great roar, shattering the heavens. Great winds stirred about, roaring angrily. Chaotic energy spilled out. Everyone was immediately frightened. His blood energy was just too terrifying. In reality, Immortal Palace's number 2 figure was extremely powerful, but there was no way he could show disdain towards Qi Daolin, only purposely trying to insult him with his senior status. Now, the undying existence used a similar high status, the identity of an elder, to berate him, saying, Back then when me and your master traded blows, you were still sucking on breasts for milk who knew where. The undying existence berated in an extremely grave and domineering manner. This sentence alone made the face of Immortal Palace's number 2 figure darken. This was a type of humiliation. An expert like him, who was the glorious figure of a generation, high above all others, living for endless years, was actually ridiculed and mocked like this by another, treated like a disappointing grandson. It truly was shameful and hateful. What? You can't take it? I'll suppress you with a single hand in a bit. The undying existence swept out a look, saying coldly, exuding a truly tyrannical and imposing manner. In the distance, heaven-mending sect master stood in the void, Yuchan beside him, as well as her granduncle. Sect master, are you going to take action? Yuchan's beautiful eyes moved, white clothes exceptional, asking the sect's supreme being. Yuchan's granduncle hurriedly spoke, saying, Sect master, I feel like you should take action. That Huang is unordinary. Even in immortal ancient great era, he would be one of the most stunning figures. If we offer him a hand, forget about him being included in our family, just having a bit of relationship will bring great karma for us. Of course, this is on the premise that he lives. Yuchan rolled her eyes, glaring at her granduncle. She didn't have this type of intention when she asked the sect master if he was going to take action. On the other side, the witch was slender and elegant, crafty and intelligent. She was also asking sky-severing sect's supreme being, saying, Sect master, are you going to rescue Huang? At the same time, a silver-haired woman was also speaking up, saying, Old ancestor, that person saved me. Your distinguished self has to help him. She was Xuelin, her silver hair shining, hanging down to her waist. Close to her was an elder with white hair but youthful complexion, her spirit still youthful. This was the Snow Phoenix race's old ancestor. There were a few experts underneath the heaven who were incomparably great, and this individual was definitely one of them, possessing Phoenix blood, living for an endless time, strength astonishing. Master, are you awake yet? What? You woke up? Hurry up. There's someone who needs to be saved. In the distance, Chao Yuxing shouted. There was a small old man in front of him who was dizzy, as if he was going to fall asleep. However, even though there were some external powers, no one took action. Meanwhile, inside this place, both sides bore hostility, a great battle starting. Everyone moved together. What undying existence, what supreme being Tao right? Nothing more than two people. Suppress them all. Celestial Clan's Tao protector shouted. Disciple, this old fella is after you, appearing every time. Today, I'll chop up some beef tendon meat for you to eat, Qi Daolin said. He brought Shi Hao with him, instantly disappearing. With a schwa sound, he broke free from a few people's obstruction, slaughtering his way over to the Tao protector. Both of his hands shone, slapping out an expanse of bone texts that were incomparably dazzling. Celestial Clan's Tao protector roared angrily, doing everything he could to resist. Back then, he was extremely powerful, having a great reputation in the archaic era. But now he truly declined, his blood energy withering up, no longer possessing the heroicness of his past. Pong! The two exchanged blows, precious techniques rushing into the heavens. An enormous barbaric ox's void image appeared on the other side, its roar shattering heaven and earth. Hong long long. The heavens collapsed and earth split. Sand and stone rushed everywhere, mountain ranges fracturing. This was a bull roar. It shook up the uninhabited region, shocking many people until they trembled in fear. Many youngsters coughed out large amounts of blood, their bodies flying outwards. If not for their seniors being there, hurriedly providing aid, there would definitely be quite a few people who died. Celestial Clan's Tao Protect was actually a barbaric ox. Old cow. Bullying my disciple again and again. Do you think my bloodline is that easy to bully? Qi Daolin shouted. His palm shone, releasing tens of thousands of streaks of bone texts. A dong sounded. The Celestial Clan's Tao Protector trembled, blood trickling out from the corners of his lips, body greatly shaken. Qi Daolin released a light scoff, quickly rushing over. His 5 fingers were refined into a divine sword, hacking forward. Roar! The Celestial Clan's Tao Protector released a loud shout, unable to maintain its human form any longer, completely forming a bull body, no longer just a void image. The black bull horns on its massive head releasing dark light, hacking out with sword radiance. At the same time, it roared while trampling heaven and earth, making space cave in. Charged over. Barbarous charge. It looked simple, but it was a terrifying offensive attack, its strength extraordinary. It charged forward ferociously with full force. Once it made contact with its opponent, they would directly be crushed into bloody past. Chong. Right at this moment, a noise sounded. Qi Daolin's entire right arm turned into a heavenly sword, his flesh like immortal gold as it hacked down, striking against one of its horns. Kacha sounded. The bull horn snapped and fell off. Disciple, take this and use it as a bugle horn, Qi Daolin said. This was a black-colored bull horn, incredibly massive and sticky with blood, falling over. It carried a barbaric aura, the enormous horn of a terrifying expert. Sure Hao didn't hesitate, thanking loudly and directly putting it away. Moo! The barbaric ox released a roar of anger, its eyes bright red. It was as large as a mountain, immediately trampling many mountain peaks, making the mountain range collapse. Charged over again. Pooh! Qi Daolin took action again, a sword hacking out. Bright red blood flew out, a piece of bull sinew falling, collected by Sure Hao again. This old bull really is slippery. Qi Daolin laughed coldly. The Celestial Clan's Dao Protector suffered heavy injuries twice, directly fleeing into the distance and hiding behind the great sect masters, no longer fighting. Moreover, no one would say anything bad about him because he was already injured, participating in the great battle. The Celestial Clan's Dao Protector's face was incredibly gloomy, feeling that there would definitely be a vicious battle today. Even though there were only two great experts on the other side, it would become more and more terrifying. It was because those two people would fight with their lives on the line. Even if they were going to die in battle themselves, they were still going to drag a few down with them. Even though the old cow had lived for a long time, it still didn't wish to be killed by others, fearing that the other party would put up a life and death struggle. As such, before the battle reached its climax, it took action first, and then after it was injured, it righteously hid behind its side. With so many Dao friends here, what can you two count as? Everyone, we'll take action together. Fire Cloud Cavern's Cave Master said. Fire Cloud Cavern, Sword Valley, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, and others all stood opposed to Sinner's bloodline, the grudge impossible to dissolve. They wanted to kill Sure Hao. Even if there were two powerful individuals protecting him, they still wouldn't cower. Then killing it is, not a single one will remain. Cut them all down. Immortal Palace's number 2 expert said coldly, already joining in the battle. On this side, Divine Temple's expert, Fallen Divine Ridge's Devil Sovereign, as well as other sects' most powerful individuals, every single one of them joined in. At this moment, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. Supreme being Bloodline's remnant evil, hand over your life. Immortal Palace's number 2 figure released a roar, producing the human immortal imprint and slapping forward. At this moment, a powerful human immortal void figure appeared, overlooking everything below heaven as if it was going to erase the world. A tremendous pressure surged. Do you dare fight me alone? Qi Daolin released a shout. In the past, he needed to avoid Immortal Palace's 2 strongest individuals, but now, he took the initiative to challenge this person. I came today to kill you. Where would I have the time to fight a decisive battle against you? Just quickly die. Fire Cloud Cavern's Cave Master shouted, already following Immortal Palace's expert and attacking together. Qi Daolin, your disciple killed mine. Today, I will kill you. Fallen Divine Ridge's Devil Sovereign spoke incredibly coldly. Kill! Immortal Palace's expert even more so released a loud shout. Are you bullying us because of our smaller numbers? You all can just all come at me. The undying existence spoke. A great sleeve moved, making heaven and earth collapse, unexpectedly slaughtering into the crowd, taking action against many people at the same time. Quite a few people in front of Qi Daolin were stopped. Only Immortal Palace's number 2 and Fallen Divine Ridge's Devil Sovereign fought intensely against him. 9th Heaven's Art. Qi Daolin's voice shook heaven and earth. This was the method that he created. Even though it still wasn't complete, having flaws, it was a method that could support many precious techniques. At this moment, he took action with full force, fighting a great battle against his enemies. Hong. Different divine abilities were released together, resplendent as if stars in the cosmos exploded one after another, igniting in the darkness, carrying an eternal brilliance as they hacked forward. Immortal Palace's number two's expression changed. Even someone as powerful as him trembled. Even though Qi Daolin had white hair and a white beard, he was just too much younger than himself. However now, he unexpectedly produced this type of method too astonishing. Supreme Hall's sect-suppressing method had already been lost in tradition, but Qi Daolin established this type of technique himself, making others feel a restraining fear, setting the resolution to eliminate him. Hong. Ghosts cried and deities howled, the heavenly dome shattering. A rain of blood poured down. These were all irregular phenomenons of heaven and earth, appearing when powerful individuals fought, making this place change greatly. The 8th Heaven's art was extremely powerful, stopping those two great experts. Qi Daolin fought risking life and limb, fighting a decisive battle against them, blasting fallen divine Ridge's devil sovereign until he coughed out blood. Kill! Only there were just too many on the other side. Fire Cloud Cavern's cave master finally slaughtered his way over, cutting Qi Daolin off and attacking him. You all have forced me to unleash a great slaughter. On the undying existence's side, the situation became more and more terrifying. Golden light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks. He moved his pair of enormous wings to resist the group of enemies. Hong. The heavenly domain split apart, the great earth caving in. The void was disappearing, primal chaos surging. The undying existence relied on a pair of enormous wings to stop everyone's attacks. And he also released a great roar, rushing forward murderously, grabbing Phantom Drake Dao Gate's Vice Lord. Pooh! A sound rang through the air, shocking everyone until they broke out in cold sweat, all of their expressions becoming unpleasant. A flood dragon was forcibly torn apart by him, and then with a crush of his grip, turned into bloody paste, body and spirit wiped out. No one dared believe what they were seeing. This undying existence was just too ferocious. They had just traded blows, yet a terrifying expert was already killed. Hong! A cold snort sounded. An individual arrived from the distance, a divine sword in hand, one man, one sword standing tall between heaven and earth, as if even the 9 heavens were going to be hacked down. That type of aura was too terrifying. Sword Valley's Valley Lord has arrived. Someone cried out in alarm. This person was a giant, an individual who cultivated the Sword Dao to the extreme, known as Sword Dao Unmatched. He unexpectedly came as well. Undying back then. It's not like I didn't fight you before back then. Today you came to act viciously. Do you want to be suppressed again? Sword Valley's Valley Lord said. Hong! The undying existence released a long roar. When he raised his hand, he displayed an unmatched fist imprint, a fist smashing over. With a dang sound, the other party used the sword to stop this fist. At the same time, a group of people took action at the same time, all types of precious lights shining. Hong! The undying existence was incredibly heroic, killing another person, blood dyeing the skies red. However, he didn't have that good of a time himself. His blood and qi surged, blood trickling out from the corners of his lips. After all, he wasn't just facing 1 or 2 sect masters. Fighting me as a group? Just like back then. The undying existence released a sneer. He roared, shaking up mountains and rivers. It was as if he was transmitting sound, calling experts over. Hong! This heavenly domain exploded, an elder arriving slowly, landing on this earth. What? Is this his second body? Someone cried out in alarm. Everyone knew that Immortal Palace grasped the primary-secondary body cultivation method, though damaged. The true method was created by this undying existence. The reason he was known as Undying was because his second body almost never appeared, ensuring its undying status. If his main body were to die, his second body would transform a step further, becoming even stronger. At the same time, if the second body died, the main body would be like this as well, able to continuously temper itself, reach the extreme. The undying existence's method was who knew how many times better than the damaged technique Immortal Palace obtained. Things don't look that good. Could it be that he cultivated this method to the limit, going to merge into a main body? No, that's not correct. It's still not perfect, only soon. We will kill him today, not give him that chance. A few people's eyes flourished with radiance, all of them revealing killing intent. This was a chance, a rare opportunity when his main and secondary body both appeared. If they could completely kill both, then they would completely destroy this terrifying individual. It's you, Senior. Inside the battlefield, Sure How was shocked. The elder that dropped from the sky carried a benevolent smile, not looking like the undying existence at all. However, Sure How recognized him in an instant. Back then, for the sake of obtaining Immortal Ancient's qualification, the so-called token, he had visited a place called Kuan Gate to purchase it. There were only an elder and a youth there, the token sold to Sure How then. Now, he immediately recognized that this elder was that incredibly drunk old man. This left him shocked. It was actually the undying existence's second body. Haha, Kuan Peng child, it's been some time. Are you finally going to use your true body? Let me have a taste. Not too far out. Someone shouted loudly, voice extremely cold. Heavenly Country's Lord came. In his hand a divine sword dripping with blood, standing on an ancient war chariot. Kuan Peng child, I want to see just what kind of great wind and waves you can stir about, just how powerful your true body is after merging the two bodies. Western Sect's sect master also walked over from the distance. Kuan Peng child. These three words were as heavy as a mountain, causing great waves to stir in everyone's hearts. This was just too shocking. Actually the child of the Kuan Peng. This left all of the experts stupefied. Even Sure How was dumbstruck. Even though he had his suspicions, when he obtained verification, he was still a bit stunned. The undying existence's origins were just too great. No wonder there were rumors that he was born from an egg, that when he was still inside of the egg, it was still sealed in the primal chaos, only emerging 1,000,000 years later. It was all for the sake of being immersed in the great nascent energy and its innate Tao laws. Who could carry out such a great task, using 1,000,000 years just to create a single descendant? It was something only the Kuan Peng, Heavenly Phoenix, or one of the other vicious 10 unmatched experts would do. Kuan Peng child, you were suppressed in the battle back then, yet you didn't learn repentance. Are you coming back to incite more trouble? It will be difficult for you to escape from suffering and defeat. Someone said. The world seemed to have become dark, extremely oppressed, yet it also seemed blazing hot. This was a large black sun, massive, pitch black, and possessing a type of soul-sucking, spirit-severing vicious force. Black flames were released from it. Inside of that great sun sat a black-colored figure, killing energy surging outwards. It was demonic Sunflower Garden's lord, some calling it the Demon Lord. This was an extremely formidable creature, its reputation with the plant system cultivators too great. It had been intimidating the higher realms 3,000 provinces from the past until now, experienced endless battles without dying. Long, a war chariot moved over, carrying an ancient and desolate energy, as well as heaven-reaching killing intent. Heavenly Country's Lord was also giving a powerful demonstration, saying, even if it was the true Kuan Peng that resurrected, so what? In his hand was a blood-dripping divine sword. His entire figure was indistinct, extremely vague, as if he didn't exist in the world. No one dared look down on this person, because he was the present world's most formidable assassin leader. It was to the extent where some speculated that he was the reincarnation of the last great era's murderous supreme being, an individual that hadn't declined all this time. It was because in the archaic battle, there was someone who saw him fall with their own eyes, but for some reason, he reappeared in the world, his murderous energy not dissipating. Heh! The undying existence laughed. With a bit of peculiarity, coldness, and mockery, he said, if the Kuan Peng was in this world, would any of you dare come? Ha ha! Someone roared with laughter. Sword Valley's Valley Lord's aura was matchless. With a sword in hand, he said, the Kuan Peng even died. So what is the point in saying all of this? No matter how glorious he was, it is still a thing of the past. A wave of shocking heavenly sword radiance rushed into the heavens, tearing through the clouds, hacking apart the heavens. That was the embodiment of unmatched sword Tao. Sword Valley Lord's might suppressing all directions. You overrate the Kuan Pang too much. In the past, it wasn't like no one saw it before. There were some who even participated in that battle. Someone said coldly, a dragon moved through the sky. It was absolutely massive, every scale several zhang long. Eyes like blood ponds, body like a mountain ridge. It carried clouds and bloody light, possessing a baleful energy as it dove over. This was Phantom Drake Dao Gate's Gate Lord. This Sex Vice Gate Lord's body had previously been ripped apart, so it personally came. Kuan Gate's Elder, which was the undying existence's second body, now put away his smile, becoming incredibly serious. Even you all think you can kill the Kuan Pang? If not for those two creatures that participated, hung. This cold snort sounded as if thunder exploded, making the heavens split. Many cultivators' expressions changed. Just what kind of secrets were there from the battle back then? There were just too many mysteries of the past, many people not knowing about it at all. The truth had long been covered. If not for those two crippled creatures that survived behind your backs, how would any of you dare stir up great calamity and chaos in the desolate border? Kuan Gate's Elder shouted. When Shihao heard this, his mind was shaken, finding it difficult to stay calm. Too many things happened back then, only the few elders who personally experienced it knew about the inner details. Meanwhile, this seemed to be related to the sinner's bloodline's glory and shame. Haha, you think too much. If there really was that type of unmatched creature, suppressing you with a turn of the hand, would you dare come right now? Sword Valley Lord laughed loudly. What is the use in speaking so much? Just directly suppress and kill. Heavenly Country's Lord spoke. The war chariot moved, displaying a great divine ability. Bloody mist surrounded this place. A great battle unfolded. Hong! That war chariot smashed over like a furnace refined from a star. It was incomparably enormous as it crushed down. It was entirely scarlet red, metallic light cold, carrying blade scars and sword holes. These were the traces left behind after endless years of battle. It had previously crushed moons, destroyed suns, traveled across the starry sky. Dang! The undying existence took action. The golden wings behind him moved, heavenly winds stirring about. An expanse of light blades flew out, all of them hacking down on that ancient war chariot. Hong! The war chariot shone, killing intent roiling. A sea of blood appeared in its surroundings, skeletal remains like mountains, the scene extremely miserable. This was the killing disaster it had brought about during its past wars, and it now reappeared. Endless creatures howled in grief, their resentment gathering on this war chariot, propelling it, serving as its slaves. Kill! Heavenly Country Lord's body was indistinct, but it didn't disappear, instead releasing a full-powered strike head-on. The blood-colored killing sword hacked over, pouring down like a heavenly river, grand and majestic. He didn't attack from the darkness because there was no need right now at all. With so many people here, each one using a great divine ability was enough to place the other party in a dangerous situation. Sure enough, following a chong sound, Sword Valley Lord also moved, similarly with a sword, severing the 9 heavens. A part of heaven and earth came rumbling down. This type of scene was horrifying. He brandished the sword with a single arm, as if he could hack down the 9 heavens, making a part of the sky fall and form a realm, suppressing the undying existence. This was Sword Realm, the peak of the Sword Tao. It produced a world, forming divine earth to suppress and kill the enemy. This world surrounded the opponent. Sword energy weaved about within, shaking up all sides, all of them hacking down towards the undying existence. Oh! The undying existence released a great roar, the golden feathers on his entire body exploding. On its divine wings, endless golden heavenly swords flew out, hacking down towards all directions. Kung Chong sounds rang out, the golden radiance filling every inch of space. In that instant, the world became brilliant. The undying existence and two great experts thus fought fiercely, terrifying fluctuations shocking the entire earth. At this moment, even that heavenly sun was swaying, the stars about to be hacked down. What are you all still waiting for? Take action. Quickly end the battle. Phantom Drake Dao Gates Gate Master shouted. His enormous dragon body shone, the scales all moving about, primal chaos surging. It opened its mouth, spitting out a dragon bead that turned into a precious artifact, attacking the undying existence. Dang! Kuan Gates Elder moved, brandishing his fists, displaying the Kuan Peng's profound mysteries. A fist smashed on the dragon bead, making this place split apart. The mountains and valleys all turned into powder. Even with great formations sealing up this place, bone texts everywhere, they still couldn't stop these terrifying fluctuations. Kill! In the skies, golden radiance flashed, an ancient golden vine appearing, winding over, tangling towards the undying existence. This was the Sun God Vine Temple's lord, an ancient vine. Hong! An enormous black sun moved about, multicolored light shining. Demonic Sunflower Garden's lord turned into a black-robed Taoist, supporting the black sun, sending it crushing down. Flames raged as it tried to kill Kuan Peng Child. Then, Luofu True Valley's expert, Underworld Earth's giant and others all moved. At this moment, murderous energy overflowed, shaking up past and present. A group of people took action, even those as powerful as the undying existence had to avoid these attacks, not willing to be surrounded and attacked, or else he was going to be in a terrible situation. Haha! Undying, you still want to run? The second body even appeared, so today you can just die. We won't have to worry about you not dying ever again. Someone laughed loudly. Giants from all sides took action, working together to lock down this place. Kill! The undying existence released a great roar. His body was as tall as the heavens, the 10,000 zhang golden body towering into the clouds. When he roared like this, he blasted even the moon in the heavens above until it swayed, almost falling down. Oh! A silver giant tiger appeared, throwing itself at the undying existence. Before the large claw even arrived, the strong winds already tore through a mountain ridge, earth and stones rushing everywhere. Pooh! The undying existence turned around angrily, the Kuan Peng wings behind it flickering, displaying an expanse of golden feathers. All of them shot into that enormous silver tiger. Blood flew in all directions, the white tiger's corpse flying outwards. Undying, except death. There were too many giants. Heavenly Country's lord, Sword Valley's lord. They both released exceptional sword radiance, causing quite a bit of blood to erupt from the undying existence's body, the blood shooting high up into the air. The undying existence moved its body ferociously, entire body covered densely in symbols, releasing golden light, sweeping in all directions. At the same time, he faced the flood dragon that swooped over. This was precisely Phantom Drake Dao Gates Gatemaster, colliding with it. Even though his body suffered the attacks of others, blood blossoming, one of his hands tore off a large chunk of flood dragon flesh, ripping it right off along with its scales, blood dripping everywhere. At the same time, a bloody river descended from the heavens, dyeing the great earth below in red. Kill him! Today is the best opportunity, a white rhinoceros shouted. There were no weak individuals here, sect master level figures all rising up, surrounding the undying existence. He might not be able to live through this. Ho! The undying existence roared, unfolding its enormous golden body, charging forward like a demonic god, unleashing a bloody slaughter, directly smashing into the white rhinoceros. Dong! Heaven swayed and earth moved. The white rhinoceros' defensive strength was extraordinary. When it was struck, it was as if a drum was struck, dong-dong sounds echoing outwards, yet difficult to break through. Meanwhile, its horn was incredibly sharp, piercing through the void, rushing at the undying existence's chest, about to penetrate through. Kill! The undying existence released an ice-cold shout. His arms unfolded, forcibly raising the mountainous white rhinoceros, and then exerted force, tearing it apart, blood crazily pouring down on him. The rough skin, thick flesh white rhinoceros with astonishing defensive power, precious technique shocking, was suddenly torn apart like this. It left everyone stunned. The 10,000 zhang tall golden figure tore apart the enormous, mountainous rhinoceros. This scene made many experts tremble in fear. However, during this process, a few sect masters' attacks also landed on the undying existence's body, making him stagger, body almost explode. N9 eradication undying technique. Someone cried out. No wonder he dares act so crazy. He actually cultivated this type of extreme secret method. The expressions of some of the sect masters' faces became unpleasant, and at the same time, their eyes became brilliant, coveting that precious technique. 9 eradication undying technique was an ancient divine ability left over from the last great era. The inheritance able to prevent one from falling to disaster, neutralizing death and granting life. For example, just now, if it were others that were swept by the joint attacks of a few sect masters, they would have died on the spot. However, the undying creature, even though seriously injured, he didn't die, quickly recovering. Hong. On the other side, Kuan Gate Elder's divine bravery was unmatched. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, he still charged murderously into the crowd, not collapsing. Kacha! Kuan Gate Elder's eyes suddenly released 2 shocking beams of symbol light, tearing apart the void, blasting through the space between a sect master's brows. Kuan Peng child, you still dare act vicious? Everyone, do not hold anything back anymore. Quickly eliminate him, someone shouted. I want to see just how long you can act vicious for today. Just with you two, no matter what you do, it will be difficult to escape. You dare take everyone under the heavens as your enemy? At this moment, the sect masters' faces all fell, killing intent surging. Ancestral uncle, do not worry, I'm also here. Right at this time, a great golden-winged Peng flew over, covering the heaven and earth, golden blood energy surging, sweeping through this place. I am here too. At the same time, a green heavenly Peng swooped over, tearing through everything like rotten weeds, shaking up the sun and moon, mountains and rivers, slaughtering its way over. Great golden-winged Peng, green sky Peng. Do you all want to get caught up in muddled waters? Take on all sects as your enemies? You all should understand that this is a common enemy of many sects. Are you all trying to block the flow of heaven and earth, interfere with the will of all sects? Sword Valley Lord shouted. No matter who it is that comes, they still cannot change the situation. Heavenly Countries Lord shouted. Is that so? Someone said softly, the voice not loud, yet it shook up all sides. In the sky, golden willow branches floated down one after another. Great golden-winged Peng and green sky Peng were all the Kuan Peng's descendants. Even though they weren't its direct children, their bloodlines were still extremely pure, especially these two creatures who were even more terrifying. It was because they were only separated by a few generations, close to the Kuan Peng child, calling him their ancestral uncle. These two divine birds had brilliant reputations in the higher realms, the two clans also incredibly powerful. Normally, few people dared provoke them. However, even though they possessed enough bravery, their abilities great, it still wasn't enough to make all of the sect masters feel restraining fear. After all, they were just two great experts. When the golden leaves fluttered down, everyone's expressions changed, especially a few of them, whose expressions became even more unpleasant. It was because they had seen it before in the lower realm. That type of aura was extremely familiar, impossible to mistaken. It's that existence. Didn't it enter that gate? How could it appear again? The sun god Vine's expression was the most unpleasant. In the past, it had part of its body directly severed by this individual, forcing it to flee for its life, returning to the higher realms. Impossible and impersonation. It has already rushed through the primordial gate. Impossible to still be alive. Another person shouted. Who is it that is messing around trying to play God? Someone berated. None of them believed it. feeling that someone was playing tricks. Shurehao's mind was moved greatly, almost screaming out. It was because those were the willow deity's leaves. There weren't many leaves in the sky, but every single one of them was sparkling and translucent, golden radiance surging into the heavens, releasing powerful fluctuations as they floated in the void. Just some deceitful trick. There is no way that person can appear again. You can't do anything to me. There was someone who didn't believe, a bloodbat shouting here. It moved its wings, possessing a pair of black fiendish wings, glaring with its red eyes, its snow-white teeth awe-inspiring. This was a sect master. Even though it wasn't a 3,000-province great sect giant, it was still quite formidable, its cultivation not weaker than that of those well-known experts. Right at this time, a golden leaf flew over, turning into a stream of light. It was too fast, golden light smashing apart the void as it closed in on the bloodbat. The bloodbat cried out loudly. When it opened its mouth, scarlet ripples shot outwards. This was its precious technique, a sound great divine ability. It shook up this place, shattering heaven and earth. However, it was completely useless. That golden leaf flew over, blasting through the scarlet ripples, and then pierced through the space between its brows with a pu sound. Ah! The bloodbat released a loud cry, the blood between its brow surging. It struggled with everything it had, but the radiance in its eyes quickly dimmed. The expert of a generation was killed just like that, dying under a single golden willow leaf. The expressions of everyone on the scene changed, all of them shaken up. A few people felt horrified. It was just a golden willow leaf, yet it could take the life of this super-powerful expert? How great of a divine ability was this? This place became momentarily silent. Many people closed their mouths, not uttering a sound. This was especially the case for a few extremely powerful giants that had previously went into the lower realm to fight against the willow deity. They deeply understood how terrifying it was. One had to understand that during that battle several years ago, the willow deity was just a single individual, yet it challenged everyone. Many sect masters went down to the lower realm, attacking him together, yet it was still useless. In that type of situation, it slaughtered in and out alone. Despite being surrounded and attacked by many, it still killed several sect masters, seriously injuring many. That battle left long-lasting effects. For example, the current underworld lord was able to control several pieces of Earth in the higher realms precisely because the willow deity killed an underworld earth chaotic ancient corpse, a giant. From then on, no one competed with underworld lord over those pieces of Earth, and that was why he was able to successfully control them. During that battle several years ago, the willow deity challenged the masses, killing sect masters, triggering huge waves in the higher realms. It was because it was too terrifying and extraordinary. There were some who suspected who it was, but there were others who didn't know. However, later on, many sides investigated, finding a few clues. Everyone discovered with horror that the willow deity might very well be a ruined body that had never recovered to its peak. It was because in the ancient era someone had seen it undergo rebirth, and there were even some who saw it turn into a seed. There were some who heard that after who knew where it went through, it encountered a calamity that had never existed before. The tree suffered immortal Tao lightning from the 9 heavens, almost killing it. The present world willow deity was at a low point of its life, being able to survive a miracle of its own. Being able to gradually recover was something that left even more people in shock. Back then, a willow deity that hadn't recovered to its peak yet could fight all sides. So how could they not feel restraining fear? After several years had passed, if it appeared again, it might perhaps have become even more powerful. Senior, is that you? At this moment, a 5-colored peacock appeared. It had an enormous body, bright and gorgeous feathers that illuminated the heavens. It arrived from the sky, gazing up into the heavens. It was Peacock Divine Lord. He quickly turned into the figure of a man, the human body standing in the sky with an expression of reverence. Everyone became stupefied. Even someone as powerful as the peacock race's lord had this type of expression, making others feel more and more respect for the willow deity. Only a few people understood that the reason Peacock Divine Lord could rise up was because it had seen a willow tree during its youth, granted a drop of 5-colored divine liquid. This was the reason why it exceeded its clansmen, ultimately soaring into the sky. The desolate border is going to become chaotic, flame beacons everywhere. There is no need for internal friction. All sides, just withdraw here. In the void, a peaceful voice sounded. Golden willow leaves fluttered about, making this place appear more and more divine and auspicious. Right at this moment, a bronze immortal palace shook, releasing an aged cough sound, as if a giant was about to revive. Dang! At the same time, a great bell sound rang in a long and drawn-out manner. A simple and ancient Tao bell appeared in the heavens, massive and mysterious, chaotic energy seeping out from it. The great bell's walls was a without character. At the same time, Western sect's sect master, who had remained quiet this entire time, displayed an imposing precious image. Walking forward, he immediately reached out many arms, forming the 1,000-hand ancient monk. The situation became more and more complicated, the giants of all sides appearing. I don't believe it, it's definitely not that person. No one can appear from the primordial gate, the unmatched supreme beings that entered before all died. Sword Valley Lord spoke, his right hand holding a sword. Swirled waves rippled out, allowing him to stand above his sword Tao. At this moment, someone shouted from the distance, reporting to Sword Valley, that indeed isn't the willow tree from the lower realm. It came from immortal ancient remains. When these words sounded, this place couldn't calm down. This place immediately greatly shaken up, all sides surprised. Gu Jianyun appeared from the distance, saying, Immortal Ancient has remains. A mountain range a few natives guard. Within it a branch of their guardian spirit ancient ancestor. Precisely this golden willow tree. Gu Jianyun spoke out because he hadn't returned from Immortal Ancient remains for that long, understanding some of the secrets and truths. Correct. It isn't the willow tree the seniors saw in the lower realm, just a broken branch. At this moment, Ning Chuan also appeared. Meanwhile, at his side were a few other experts, among them a giant among the natives, Silver Blood Devil Tree. This ancient tree spoke up, claiming that this was precisely what the 8-armed soul race, centaur race, and others protected, a branch that had already become dormant, no longer waking, not a complete ancient tree. Ha ha ha! There were immediately people who laughed loudly, the corners of their lips revealing expressions of ridicule, their moods immediately becoming much more relaxed. As expected, even if it wasn't the main body, this broken branch was perhaps extremely formidable as well, but it definitely couldn't fight a prolonged battle because it didn't have roots, at most release a few attacks. Shao's heart sank. He also guessed at this. This was likely the golden branch in the Pure Land. Even though it was like a heaven-reaching ancient tree right now, it wasn't the real willow deity. He had previously conversed with it in the ancient land, already understanding that as endless years passed, even though this branch had some of the willow deity's imprints, they were going to fade away soon as well. After all these years had passed, it had never remained awake for a long amount of time. That was why Xiao never planned to ask for its assistance when fleeing from Immortal Ancient this time. It was because it became silent again after that discussion. Only, he never expected that it would come at this time, making everything unnecessarily complicated. Undying, Qi Dao Lin, and that ruined willow tree. I want to see how you all will escape, Heavenly Country Lord said coldly. Xiao released a sigh, fully aware that this branch couldn't fight for a long time. However, Qi Daolin and the undying existence were both extremely calm, not showing any signs of disappointment or dejectedness, still holding their fighting spirits high. Everyone, you should know when to forgive and let others go. Right at this time, 9 figures appeared, precisely the 8-armed soul race, beauty race, and other sect masters. 9 giants hurried over from immortal ancient remains. From this, Gu Jianyun and Ning Chuan's words were verified. The floating golden willow leaves were related to the 9 great sect masters. They asked the willow tree remains to take action. Hang! Underworld Earth's people released a cold snort, unaffected by this. Immortal Ancient's natives, You all should keep to your own roles, so we can all live together in harmony. If you stop us, then that is the same as going to war against the higher realms 3000 province. Sword Valley Lord said. Are your actions indicative of taking us as your enemies? Divine Temple's powerful individual said with a deep voice. Can you represent all of our higher realms 3000 provinces? The great golden-winged Peng shouted. The green sky Peng spread its wings, nodding there, willing to move together with the undying existence. Everyone, the great calamity is about to start. All sides enveloped in flames of war. It is best if we cease all conflict. At this moment, someone spoke from the distance, a snow-white old tortoise. At this time, heaven-mending sect and sky-severing sect also appeared, not too far out, also about to declare where they stood. The matters already reached this state. Quite a few top-level figures arrived, the situation becoming more and more complicated. There were some who wished for a ceasefire, while others' hostility grew deeper. Ha ha ha. 9 sect masters came, playing around with a tree branch and trying to fool us with just this. Today, there has to be an explanation. There is no more kindness left. Heavenly Country's Lord spoke. Correct, this is all because of Huang. There naturally has to be an explanation, Underworld Lord said. Death fog surged, killing intent overflowing. The sinner's blood descendant must die. Sword Valley Lord was extremely direct. Of course, there were many people who even more so wished to kill Qi Daolin and the undying existence. Right at this moment, the undying existence smiled in a rather brash and wild manner. Just you all? Yet you want to intimidate me? Just now we were already without fear. Now that we have this group of Dao friends here, what is there left to be scared of? Qi Daolin also laughed loudly. Hong! The undying existence took action, fighting against them again. Now the pressure he faced decreased. After all, the great golden-winged Peng, green sky Peng, and 9 immortal ancient natives sect masters descended, all of them standing by their side. Hong! Suddenly, heaven and earth split apart, gods and devil howling. This world seemed to have collapsed. Not far out, that bronze immortal palace trembled, releasing auspicious brilliance. It trembled intensely. Everyone knew that Immortal Palace's #1 Supreme Being was going to revive, completely recover, returning to this world again. Ha! Undying, immortal ancient natives. I want to see just how you can stop our suppression. An ancient voice sounded from the Immortal Palace. After that person revived, he directly exerted this type of power, his words shaking all sides. At the same time, 2 cold streaks of lightning shot over from the palace, looking at Qi Daolin and Sure Hao, saying, Supreme Being Dao Right will disappear like smoke into thin air. Immortal Palace's Lord revived. This is a truly grand occasion. Since it is like this, we will completely suppress the sinner's bloodline. Sword Valley Lord said, pressing forward with a sword in hand. You think I fear you? All of you can come at me. The undying existence roared. This old one, since I revived, entering this world again, everything will naturally be suppressed. Inside the bronze immortal palace, that aged voice sounded. At the same time, the bronze immortal palace swayed, quickly arriving, descending here. Auspicious energy surged. Immortal energy overflowed. The scene exceptionally shocking. He was going to directly suppress and kill the undying existence Qi Daolin, Sure Hao, and others. At this moment, the golden willow tree rushed over to stop the bronze immortal palace. Let me! Sword Valley Lord and Western Sect Master took action at the same time, attacking that willow tree. Qi! As if there was a light of ascension, a white-clothed figure appeared here, rising from the vast uninhabited region, walking elegantly on ripples. Around this individual were 3000 spheres of light, every single one of them a world. Many countries rising and falling, deities and devils knelt in worship. Dang! It reached out a hand, slapping on the bronze immortal palace from far away, blasting it flying. At the same time, with a beckon of its hand, that golden branch shrunk, becoming a branch, appearing in its hand. With a light sweep, Sword Valley Lord cried out loudly, the divine sword in his hand breaking, his entire person bleeding, flying outwards. Willow deity, Sure How cried out. This wasn't its branch. The willow deity itself had reappeared. Chi! Golden branches flew out like divine chains of order one after another, rushing towards Western Sect's sect master. Western Sect Master's 1,000 hands moved, his projection heaven shocking as it struck towards the golden branch. Pooh! In the end, in that instant, some of Western Sect's 1,000 hands were directly pierced by the golden branches, falling off. This scene shocked everyone. The bronze immortal palace swayed, smashing over. Auspicious light surged again. Dang! That white-clothed figure released another palm, striking it until it rumbled. It flew out diagonally, crashing into the great earth. Willow deity. This time, it really was it. Arriving through the air from the vast uninhabited region's depths. White clothes fluttered about, magnificent style unmatched. This was precisely the willow deity. It displayed this unmatched magnificence the moment it appeared, sending that ancient bronze palace flying with a single slap, moreover injuring other sect masters. Hong! The bronze palace was slapped into the ground by a single palm. Even though there was still a huge distance between the palm and the mountain peaks, they all collapsed, rubble flying into the sky. When the copper palace tumbled about, those mountains all exploded. The plants blasted into pieces, void caving in. The scene was strange and terrifying. One had to understand that this was one of the higher realm's 10 great weapons. It looked like an ancient palace, but it was actually a weapon. The mountain region caved in. When it descended, it tore through everything in its path, nothing able to stop its fall, as if the great stars smashed down from outer space. This was a heaven-collapsing earth-splitting scene. Smoke and dust swept high into the sky, rushing into the clouds, shaking up the heavens. This scene was incredibly terrifying. It was just a bronze palace that descended, yet it was many times more vicious and forceful than the attacks of the various sect masters. One had to understand that there were many great formations laid here, numbering in the several dozens. They were set up by different sect masters, yet right now they were all struck through. The copper palace smashed into the great earth's depths, erasing large amounts of bone texts. An enormous black abyss appeared there, deep without bottom, pitch black, extremely frightening. This was just the first blow that was exchanged, the first strike. Yet there was this type of scene, making the minds of experts on all sides greatly shaken, resplendent symbols appearing in their eyes as they stared in that direction. That is Immortal Palace's supreme being. He had witnessed the rise of the imperial court, the prosperity and declines of emperor clans, always standing above all others, known as an undefeated ancient legend in the higher realms. A few people spoke quietly in shock. The legendary unmatched Immortal Palace supreme being, only now did he wake up, yet he encountered a ridiculously powerful opponent. When the palm descended, the sect's bronze palace was even smashed into the ground. What kind of scene was this? In this place, that person transcended above. The snow-white clothes were flawless, shining bright like a moon. Strand after strand of white mists spread into the surroundings, and in this person's surroundings, there were 3,000 spheres of light, every single one a world. Every single sphere of light was a heaven and earth of its own, within it many ancient countries. There were countless gods and devils within, prostrated in worship, sounds of chanting sounding. Countless gods and evils were praying respectfully under those countless skies and realms. This type of scene enough to shock past and present, an unimaginably fantastic and grand scene. On the other side, Sword Valley Lord stood in place, broken sword in hand. Blood trickled out from the corners of his lips, expression extremely unsightly. Who was he? A sect master from the 3,000 provinces, a higher realms giant, yet in the end he suffered this type of setback, injured after just starting to trade blows. Towards this type of existence, something like this was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. During the endless passage of time, just how many were able to easily injure him like this? Western sect master's hands closed, his mouth chanting incantations, stabilizing his 6 zhong golden body and no longer backing up, releasing the magical projection. Just now, he produced the thousand-hand ancient monk, using a Buddhist extreme Tao enlightenment from the last great era, yet he still suffered a great loss. Fortunately, the magical projection wasn't a true body. H's main body wasn't blasted through, only some of the 1,000 arms that were constructed from magical force broken. Despite this being the case, it was still enough to leave Western Sect's sect master greatly shaken. It was because several years ago he had traded blows with the willow tree in the lower realm, yet the other party was definitely not that ferocious back then. Only a few years had passed, yet the changes were so great. It seems like the rumors are true. He might very well have something to do with the last great era, a remnant unmatched existence. Western Sect's sect master said softly, his expression grave and serious. Willow deity, you returned? Xianxia shouted, feeling incomparably excited, his emotions surging up and down like great waves, finding it difficult to control himself. This separation immediately lasted several years. He never forgot about it. It was precisely because of the willow deity that Xianxia had all types of accomplishments. Back then, the great wastelands were in chaos, but the weak and dying willow deity saved Stone Village. When Xianxia was young, the willow deity had never passed down to him a great method, but it helped guide him, letting him see a vast and greater world. Xianxia never forgot what the goal he was striving for was. The day would come when he would enter the willow deity's world and fight alongside it. He originally thought that after the willow deity entered that Tao gate, he would never come out again. Only when he was powerful enough could he then go looking for it. Today's meeting left him shocked and joyous. The willow deity glanced back, white mists surrounding its human body, still difficult to see its true form, not even the heavenly eye enough to see through it. However, Xianxia could feel that it was smiling. Is it the true willow deity that returned? Or is it another? Xianxia said softly, standing in the distance with his fists clenched, quietly waiting for the battle to end. He was confident in the willow deity from the past until now, and then to the future, there was almost nothing the willow deity couldn't do. He was invincible. A deafening Kung Chong sound rang out. Below that black abyss, the copper palace that was full of green copper rust erupted with mottled brilliance. It was as if an immortal artifact that was sealed for endless years was awakened, its power incomparable. It left the earth, rushing out from the black hole's depths. There was always a rumor that this was an immortal Tao precious artifact. Even though it looked like a building, it was actually an incomparable supreme treasure. It was rumored that it was ranked close to the very front of the 3,000 provinces' 10 great weapons. It was to the extent where there were even rumors that it was like the three-world coffin, its origins astonishing, related to the last great era. Dong! The copper palace shone, appearing on the surface. It released chaotic energy, and there was auspicious light that surged. That ancient green rust stains could not hide its extraordinariness and mysteriousness. Many imprints appeared on the copper palace, vivid and lifelike. Plants, bugs, beasts, birds, deities, sun, moon, stellar streams, and others. Everything that should be there was there. Everything was accompanied by mist. Willow tree, you are still alive. An aged voice sounded from within the copper palace, carrying dignity, as well as a type of forcefulness. His voice shook up the void until it distorted, mountains and valleys in all directions splitting. The blood energy of an entire era's supreme being was spreading, his regular voice alone creating this type of scene. Forget about others, just the sect masters' minds were greatly shaken. This old man was too powerful, extremely formidable. Remnant immortal root, you managed to live until this world, but this is already no longer your great era. You will never reach your peak here. That ancient voice from within that copper palace became more and more forceful. Everyone, move together and cut down this tree, Sword Valley Lord said. Correct, with so many of us here, is there a need to fear a single individual? Just kill it. Phantom Drake Tao Gate's Gate Master shouted, its enormous dragon body dancing about in the sky. All of you retreat here. I will not take action. The willow deity spoke towards a few people, having them leave. However, he didn't look at Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Immortal Palace and these other inheritances masters. His expression was calm, no emotions to be seen. However, it still made others feel a great fear. This moved a few people's minds, also making some become more nervous and grave. Sure, we were going to leave to begin with. However, the sinner's blood descendant, as well as Supreme Hall's remaining evil Qi Daolin, have to give us an explanation for this. Luofu True Valley's master said. Now that they reached this state, there was no way things could be reconciled. They wished for the different sects to join together and kill this powerful enemy. If they missed out on this, then it would be hard to encounter another opportunity. It was because now that experts from all sides gathered, it was the best chance to deal with the undying existence and willow tree. Is that so? None of you are willing to leave unless that youth remains. The willow deity's voice was still just as calm. There has never been anyone who could ask this old one to do anything. I do as I please. How can my will be restricted? The Copper Palace's elder said with a cold and deep voice. Since Senior is going to take action, we naturally won't fall behind. Go up together and cut this tree down, a sect master said. Meanwhile, Sword Valley Lord, Phantom Drake Dao Gate Master, and the others rushed up together, starting to surround and attack the willow deity, wishing to kill it here. Regardless of who it is that comes, it will be difficult for you to leave this place. The sun god vine had half its body severed by the willow deity back then, so it naturally bore a great grudge. You won't be able to save that youth. Our will for him to remain represents the great will of the 3,000 provinces. You alone cannot change much, another person echoed. The willow deity smiled, but it was a bit cold. You all are showing quite the impressive display, willing to go to the end against a single youth, not willing to let it go. Since that is the case, there is no need to say any more. A fight it is. Haha. Where do you think this is? There has never been anyone who could face the sect masters of all sides. Even someone as strong as you will fall when trying to do something so heaven-defying. Fire Cloud Caverns people said. Kill. Underworld Lord was extremely direct, speaking here. That youth will inevitably die. He dares kill my heavenly country's outstanding talent. Naturally cannot be let off. Heavenly country's Vice Lord also spoke. Then all of you can crawl over and accept death. The undying existence roared, already moving to fight against these people. Kill! A great battle erupted. Everyone took action together, activating precious techniques. Time immediately became chaotic, heaven and earth as if it had just opened. This place was simply about to explode. Undying existence, Qi Daolin, and others naturally resisted with everything they had. However, it was still the willow deity's area that was the most intense, murderous intent surging to the extreme. This was just the start, yet there was already bloody light that splashed outwards. Dang! The higher realm's supreme treasure bronze palace shone, suppressing towards the willow deity. Others frantically attacked, not holding back, using their lives' most powerful divine abilities. Only that immortal palace shone, unable to injure the willow deity. When it descended above its head, it was stopped. Chi! A streak of golden light flew out. A golden branch that was who knew how thick instantly pierced through the void, arriving before Sword Valley Lord, targeting him again. Chong! This time, Sword Valley Lord released an attack that was enough to cut down the sun, moon and stars, the sword radiance rushing into the heavens, making even the heavenly domain about to rupture. However, that willow tree was still unaffected. Even though sparks flew in all directions, this sword was stopped, its body not severed. Moreover, the golden branch was like a divine whip, penetrating everything in the way, arriving behind it. The golden branch curled, and then the broken sword in his hands shattered, turning into metal fragments. Then, this branch pierced through his body, nailing him in midair. It was too fast, everything happening incomparably fast. Someone as powerful as Sword Valley Lord, the sect master of an area, couldn't even stop it. The symbols protecting his body completely scattered, his entire body flying outwards. Of course, he was moving horizontally while nailed in the void, his body dripping with blood. Pooh! Then that golden branch shook. Sword Valley Lord's entire body exploded, forming a blast of bloody mist in the void. This left everyone shocked. It was too sudden. Chi! Another golden branch appeared, the thickness of a wrist. It shot through the void, penetrating an expanse of symbols. An expert from Underworld Earth released a loud cry, the death scythe in his hands exploding. Moreover, a light pung sounded. The space between his brows was impaled by a golden branch, primordial spirit erased, directly killed. Hong Long Long. In the sky, that bronze palace trembled, crushing downwards with heaven overflowing symbols. There was immortal Tao energy that pervaded the air. Meanwhile, at this time, Willow Deity's body didn't move, but thousands of golden willow branches rushed out from behind it, turning into divine chains of order, supporting this ancient copper palace. Then, it released a light grunt, stopping this palace, moreover wrapping its branches around it, binding it in place. Hong! The thousands of golden branches wrapped around the bronze palace, and like a sledgehammer, it was brandished about, smashing forward. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a higher realm's supreme treasure, yet it was now used by the other side. Pooh! A flying snake race sect master was immediately smashed rotten, killed on the spot. Someone as powerful as Sword Valley Lord, an individual who had traveled unhindered his entire life and trained the sword Tao to the extreme, was still blasted apart, dying here. The vicious and domineering flying snake race sect master, someone who was unstoppable when facing all other opponents, was also killed, his flesh turned into a bloody paste. These types of figures died one after another, so how could everyone not be alarmed? How could they not be shocked? Everyone felt a great fear. Willow Deity's power made all of the sect masters' expressions change. This was extremely terrifying. Those were all giants, heaven-warping individuals who had lived for an endless amount of time, tempered by endless blood and flames, truly great figures. However, it wasn't difficult for the Willow Deity to kill them at all, nor did it suffer any unendurable price, directly killing them in a clean and efficient manner, making all sides shiver inwardly. Its white clothes were exceptional as Willow Deity stood there. Around it, 3,000 worlds turned into spheres of light, moving around it, rising and falling. The scenes inside the great worlds could be seen one after another. Their natives praying, gods and devils kowtowing, all spirits offering sacrifices. It was mysterious and extraordinary. Immortal Palace's senior, you need to suppress it, someone shouted loudly. Willow Deity grasped the copper palace as it moved, basically becoming its weapon, delivering a great threat to the people. It carried chaotic light and powerful fluctuations that swept in all directions. With it, at the center, a forbidden domain was formed. Pooh! A powerful figure was blasted into mincemeat. Suppress! In the copper palace, an aged voice sounded. The entire copper palace overflowed with green light, all of the copper rust releasing sinister symbols, forming wave after wave of strange power, rushing at the Willow Deity. Suddenly, a tremendous voice sounded, as if the cosmos were opening for the first time, also like the birth of all things. It was incomparably grand, illuminating the immortal Tao and all of eternity. The 3,000 rising and falling spheres of light in the Willow Deity's surroundings seemed to have become ignited, becoming more and more brilliant, as if a new heaven and earth was being formed. That copper palace was stopped, the radiance sweeping in reverse, making it release wang wang sounds as it struggled about. The Willow Deity forcefully suppressed it with great magical force, suppressing and sealing this artifact. Hong! Then the Willow Deity shone. Even more golden branches rushed out from its side, all of them tangling around the bronze immortal palace, making its radiance grow dim. The fluctuations it released immediately decreased by a lot. Kill! On the side, the others were also taking action, every single one of them attacking at the Willow Deity murderously. They knew that this divine tree was too extraordinary, not something a single person could face. The Willow Deity released a light shout. Those branches shone, wrapping around the bronze palace, bringing it up before sending them smashing down on the sect masters of all sides. This scene was extremely shocking. The bronze palace turned into an enormous hammer, smashing down until the void trembled. The divine force that erupted was boundless, no one able to stop it. The copper palace was a higher realm supreme treasure, but right now, it was grabbed and used by the willow deity, releasing extremely terrifying might, leaving others horrified. Stop this willow tree. What kind of magical artifact is the bronze palace? Forcefully suppress it right now. That willow tree is under a tremendous amount of pressure. As long as we stop it, it will definitely suffer a disaster. A golden-eyed beast shouted, trying to buy Immortal Palace's supreme being time. Have him activate this precious artifact to suppress and kill the willow deity. Exhaust his blood energy and cultivation. Wang Long. In the end, before that golden-eyed beast even finished shouting, the bronze Immortal Palace smashed down, covering it. The willow deity could resist this supreme treasure, brandish it about, but that didn't mean that others could also do so. This was an ancient immortal Tao artifact. The golden-eyed beast screamed loudly, all of its scales surging, roaring and doing everything it could. It felt as if it was supporting a mountain, its bones about to fracture, unable to endure it. The copper palace that descended from the sky swirled with symbols, restricting the void. The golden-eyed beast was the clan elder of its race. Yet right now it couldn't move, locked down here. Ah! The golden-eyed beast cried out loudly, extremely unwilling to accept this result, roaring towards the sky. Pong! Unfortunately, it could only release a final roar before the descending copper palace smashed down on him. Precious light swirled, its body immediately breaking into pieces before exploding. Another sect master fell, dying here. Everyone, there is no need to retreat. It is just one person, so is it going to defy the heavens? It is just a momentary bravery. Someone shouted. The group of people's eyes became brilliant, taking action again, activating all types of precious artifacts and other things. Dang! The copper palace shone. Under the willow deity's support, it collided with a few precious artifacts. As a result, a few fracturing sounds rang through the air, several weapons exploding. How could they compare with the copper palace? This was one of the higher realm's 10 great weapons. Oh! A heavenly scorpion screamed, turning into its original body to resist the descending copper palace. It already activated its extreme speed, hiding behind this magical artifact. However, the willow deity locked onto it, not giving it a chance, pursuing it relentlessly. It brandished that bronze ancient palace, smashing it right down onto it. Zhang! The heavenly scorpion did everything it could. That blood-red scorpion tail behind it shot up to face the copper palace, but its expression immediately became pale. This heavenly scorpion tail cracked, and then it exploded, unable to block that bronze immortal palace at all. Pooh! The heavenly scorpion sect master died miserably, body in pieces, turning into a blast of bloody mist. Another expert was killed. At this time, everyone's expressions became ugly. How much time had passed so far? However, when the willow deity descended, it continuously killed the sect masters here, intimidating everyone, making all of them shiver in fear. How were they supposed to fight? Who could still stop it? There was just no way. Immortal Palace Senior, this is your magical artifact, so please take it back. Luofu True Valley's Valley Lord shouted. The others didn't say much, but they were clearly unhappy with this situation. Immortal Palace's supreme being was so powerful, yet today, he didn't display any unmatched methods, instead having his weapon used by the other party as a slaughter weapon. Everyone, calm down and cease your impatience. Immortal Palace's supreme being spoke. He was clearly angry now as well. From start to now, he had constantly been at a disadvantage, his supreme treasure actually used by the other side. Everyone became shocked. The rust on this copper palace came off, forming a rain of green-colored light. It was exceptionally brilliant, flying about, drowning out the area the willow deity was in. This was especially the case when it wrapped around the golden willow branch tangled around the bronze palace, long covered with green spots. It was as if they were suffering from an insect infection, appearing extremely dim and sickly. "Curse!" someone shouted, quickly withdrawing, all of them doing everything they could to hide out of fear of being affected. This was Immortal Palace's green copper rust's curse, the most sinister type of power. Once one came into contact with it, it was extremely difficult to get rid of. It would threaten their entire life's Tao. Back then, when Shurhao was in the lower realm, he was hit by a piece of green copper rust, his body ultimately dying, buried underneath the earth for an entire year before reviving. One could imagine how frightening this type of green copper rust was. Now, the sky was covered in green-colored light, surrounding the willow deity, corroding those golden branches. This was naturally a type of fatal blow. One had to understand that the one who was displaying this type of curse power was not the old servant that dealt with Shurhao back then, but the sex number 1 supreme being. Guangdong. Sure enough, the golden branches separated from the bronze palace, feeling a bit powerless. Meanwhile, that magical artifact immediately rushed up, freed from its restriction. Now, some of the willow deity's golden branches became dispirited, its leaves full of spots, as if burned by the sun, already becoming dried up and yellow, on the verge of withering. The copper palace freed itself from the willow deity's control. At this time, a large expanse of symbols flew out from within. Immortal Palace's supreme being took action. One could see an ancient figure sitting within, continuously forming imprints, a giant human immortal appearing behind him. It then rushed out from the ancient palace, rushing murderously towards the willow deity. Hong! At this moment, the heavens collapsed and earth ruptured. Ghosts cried and deities howled. Immortal Palace's supreme being finally took action again after an endless amount of time had passed, displaying the most incomparable great might. Willow deity! Shurhao cried out, feeling worry for it. It was because the willow deity seemed to have been cursed, the situation not looking too good. Hong! After a cold snort, the white-clothed willow deity moved strand after strand of mist. That place became indistinct. Then, those golden branches shook, light overflowing outwards. The spots on the golden branches all began to gather like streams, continuously converging, flowing towards a single branch. Then all of the curse power was concentrated on a single branch. That golden branch became a dark green color, exceptionally terrifying. Hong! This branch began to burn, and then it blasted apart, thus neutralizing the curse. Everyone became stupefied. This curse was incredibly difficult to neutralize. Since the ancient times, just how many people were able to continue living? However, in the end, the willow deity actually eliminated it just like that. Normally speaking, when a curse entered the body, it would spread throughout the entire body, completely irreversible. However, it was able to force it all to one area, and then ultimately destroyed a single branch, thus completely eradicating the curse. Hong! The willow deity stood there, facing the human immortal imprint, directly sending out a palm. A honglong sounded, the collision making the heavenly domain shake violently. That human immortal grew dim, directly scattering. Immediately after, the willow deity slaughtered over to the copper palace. This time, it didn't seize the magical artifact, because it was someone else's after all, and it was an immortal Tao object, difficult to truly control. The willow deity directly stepped inside the copper palace, advancing inside to kill Immortal Palace Supreme Being. This scene made many people's fine hairs stand on end. It was too domineering and heaven-defying. It dared to enter the precious artifact of another? Everyone, do not waste time. Lend Immortal Palace's senior a hand and kill this willow tree. Phantom Drake Dao Gates Lord said. Everyone joined forces, charging forward together. The willow deity glanced back. Its body's aura surged, releasing exceptionally astonishing fluctuations. Over 100 willow branches flew out, sweeping towards the crowd. Among them, Phantom Drake Dao Gate Master suffered the greatest pressure, because most of the golden willow branches rushed at him. Ow! A draconic cry sounded, resounding through heaven and earth, echoing through this place. It moved its head and brandished its tail, resisting the golden willow branches, joining up with everyone to seal up this precious technique's attack. Pong! However, it was still hit in the end, unable to avoid it. 2 dragon horns were wrapped around. Break! Phantom Drake Dao Gates Lord shouted. Unfortunately, even though he used his entire strength and everyone else also took action, those golden branches were still tough and indestructible like heavenly blades. Gabbing! The golden branches that wrapped around the dragon horns unexpectedly broke the dragon horns, coming off while soaked in blood. Ah! Phantom Drake Dao Gate Lord cried out loudly, its head bleeding greatly, face pale. It was truly frightened badly. It thought that it could escape this disaster, but the golden branches surged, already rushing forward, wrapping around his body. No! He cried out loudly. Everything was already too late. Even though its magical force was heaven-reaching, right now, it was like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, unable to resist. Pooh! That golden branch constricted its body until the scales came off, the injuries unimaginably severe. This primordial spirit wished to flee. A golden branch flew over, and with a pu sound, it was pierced through, impaled and killed in the void. Another important figure died, leaving everyone horrified. Moreover, at this time, the willow deity already had 1 foot in the bronze palace, about to enter, not paying the crowd that rushed over any attention, not fearing that they might suppress it inside. Now it rushed towards Immortal Palace Supreme Being.